Chapter 15:14. Green Ghost Desert. The sky was always covered with dark clouds, the light was dim. A small group of soul beasts was moving forward in the desert. What was different was that there were 3 goo immortals among this soul beast group. 2 were captured, 1 was in charge. He, Fong Clan's 2 lads, have you thought it through? The goo immortal in charge was wearing a gray-white robe. He had a sharp nose, narrow eyes, and a goatee. He was sitting on the back of a bull-shaped ancient soul beast, looking at the 2 goo immortal captives beside him with a gloomy and smug gaze. Fan Ling and Fan Yun had rank 6 cultivation level. They looked clean and refreshed, but in fact, their souls were chained by dark gray soul chains. It could be said that they were tied up and could not move at all. Fan Ling was slightly older. He had a square face and was silent. Fan Yun, on the other hand, was slightly younger. His eyes and brows were rather bright and handsome, and his temperament was also rather lively. Upon hearing this, he said, "Old Ghost by June, it's not impossible for us to reply to the clan, but if you bind our souls, we won't be able to use our communication technique. You might as well loosen these soul chains. I will send a letter to the clan." Old Ghost by June snorted coldly. "You are the most slippery brat. You want to deceive me to loosen your chains? You only need an instant to escape with that cloud body of yours. I spent so much effort to capture you. Do you think I am so easy to deceive?" Fan Yun quickly said, "How would I dare to deceive Senior? But what you said is the truth. Look, it's like this, Fan Yun had not finished speaking when his body suddenly shuddered. He let out a miserable howl. Old Ghost by June snickered, while Fan Ling shouted furiously, "Stop, don't hurt my clan brother." Old Ghost by June was annoyed. "It seems you two are used to acting like tyrants. You still haven't recognized your current situation. Humph, then I will let you know." Saying so, he activated his method again, even torturing Fan Ling. Fan Ling grunted, his brows tightly furrowed, but he did not make a sound, only his body shuddered more intensely. Old Ghost by June tortured them for a while, seeing that the 2 Fong clansmen were pale as paper, sweating profusely and shivering. He stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, if it was an ordinary wandering cultivator, I would have killed him. However, these 2 people's background was not small. The Fong clan was a superforce in the western desert. If I rashly killed him, Fong clan would definitely be able to find the real culprit in the future. Fong clan's second supreme elder Fong Dichan was a famous wisdom path expert in western desert. Moreover, it will attract the Fong clan to search the Green Ghost Desert, which will hinder Master's grand plan. But if I let the 2 of them go, when Master asks about it in the future, I'm afraid he'll blame me for lowering his prestige. The only plan now was to tie up the 2 of them and ask for ransom from Fong clan before setting up an alliance. This way, I can have the best of both worlds. Old Ghost by June thought for a while and looked at the 2 captives. Fan Ling and Fan Yun were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. They were tortured to the point of exhaustion. Old Ghost by June sneered and said, "Even a man made of iron can't withstand such a method. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid that you 2 won't give in. How was it? Would you like to try it again?" Fan Ling gritted his teeth. "Old Ghost, just kill us." Fan Yun shouted, don't attack, I'll contact the tribe, alright?" Old Ghost by June saw Fan Yun's fearful expression and laughed heartily. "If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Why aren't you attacking?" Fan Yun wailed. "Senior Old Ghost, this Junior is speaking the truth. If you don't remove the restraints, Junior really can't send a message back." Old Ghost by June immediately became furious. "You are quibbling again." Saying so, he activated his method again and tortured the 2 Fong clan immortals. After a while, Fan Ling and Fan Yun were even more unbearable. Their bodies were like mud as they collapsed on the back of the soul beasts, not moving. "Have you thought it through?" Old Ghost by June sneered. Fan Ling did not speak, while Fan Yun said, I have thought it through. I wonder if Senior Old Ghost has thought it through? Me? What have I thought through? Old Ghost by June asked in confusion. Senior, we are both Fong Clan Gu immortals. Senior is a lone cultivator. If you offend Fong Clan, I'm afraid your life will be turbulent in the future. Why don't you let us go and form a good relationship with our Fawn clan? Isn't that good? Fan Yun chuckled. Old Ghost by June immediately became furious. Kid, do you think I, Old Ghost, am afraid of your Fawn clan? Humph. If I were afraid of your Fawn clan, would I extort you? Senior's actions are nothing more than to form a non-aggression agreement with our Fawn clan. Junior admits that Junior was muddle-headed in today's matter and offended Senior. I hope Senior can forgive me if I have offended you. Fa Yun's voice was intermittent. Humph, if you admit defeat now, why did you come to find trouble with me again and again? It's too late. Old Ghost by June's tone was firm, but he was inwardly cursing. His intention had already been guessed by the two Fawn clan Gu immortals. It would be somewhat difficult to force them to submit. Fan Yun continued to persuade. Senior wants to punish this junior. This junior will accept it. Actually, this junior has quite a bit of property in the clan. As long as Senior lets us go, we can directly form an alliance agreement. We will not invade each other. We will treat this matter as if it never happened, and we will also give Senior a lot of compensation. This way, we won't let the clan know about this scandal. This will damage our prestige in the clan too much. Old Ghost by June chuckled. You think I don't know? What prestige do you, Fan Yun, have in Fawn clan? But this brother of yours, Fan Ling, is an outstanding talent among rank 6s. He is the future star of Fawn clan. Fan Yun's heart sank. He did not expect Old Ghost by June to have such clear information about them. But he still tried his best to say, Isn't it good that we can settle this privately? If it gets out of hand, it might not end well. Old Ghost by June shook his head. No, who do you think you are? I want to discuss with your Fawn clan's first Supreme Elder. Other than compensating me, you are not allowed to take a step into Green Ghost Desert for the next few hundred years. Fan Ling's and Fa Yun's expressions immediately changed. Fan Ling spoke. Old Ghost by June, are you still coveting this Green Ghost Desert? Your appetite is too big, be careful that you don't get too full. Old Ghost by June laughed loudly. Although I have rank 7 cultivation, I am close to rank 8. Fan Ling shook his head. So what? Do you dare to undergo tribulation? Old Ghost by June stroked his goatee. Of course I don't dare. But not daring now doesn't mean I won't dare in the future. Saying so, he hesitated for a moment, but finally made up his mind. Never mind, I'll make you give up. Take a look at this goo in my hand. Fan Yun and Fan Ling immediately raised their heads and looked, seeing a ladybug-like goo in Old Ghost by June's hand. This goo was like a sapphire, the size of a small bowl. Its thick and round shell was decorated with countless golden stars. These golden specks of light constantly flickered, flourishing and ever-changing, dazzling one's eyes. Fan Yun's and Fan Ling's hearts shook fiercely. Unconcealable shock appeared in their eyes. Fan Ling's eyes opened wide, speechless for a moment. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. Fan Yun cried out involuntarily. Old Ghost by June said proudly. Let me tell you, this rank 8 immortal goo is called Soul Beast Token. It can let me enslave soul beasts. At rank 8 level, I can enslave immemorial soul beasts. It doesn't need rank 8 immortal essence. I can use it now. Do you know what this means? Fan Ling and Fan Yun looked at each other, feeling shocked. The significance of this was too great. With this rank 8 immortal goo, Old Ghost by June could slowly control the immemorial soul beasts, then the soul beast army, and even the whole of Green Ghost Desert. In Green Ghost Desert, there were countless soul beasts. To others, this was a dangerous place, but to Old Ghost by June, it was a blessed land. No wonder you have such ambitions. You want to control this place, and use the immemorial soul beasts to help you pass tribulations smoothly and become rank 8. Fan Ling said bitterly. Fan Yun continued, but in the vicinity of Green Ghost Desert, my Fawn clan is the closest super clan. As long as you reach an agreement with our Fawn clan, Senior will have the safest cultivation environment. Right, it's good that you two know this. Old Ghost by June's eyes flickered with sharp light. Actually, I have to thank you two for coming at such a good time. One of you is the great-grandson of Fawn clan's first Supreme Elder. while the other is the adopted son of second Supreme Elder. Although you are only rank 6, you are very important. Fan Ling and Fan Yun were silent. Fan Ling thought, this old ghost by June is truly a good schemer. With this soul beast token immortal goo, everything will be different. With an immemorial soul beast by his side, old ghost by June should be treated as a quasi-rank 8 existence. If the clan wants to deal with him, they have to be extremely careful. Most importantly, old ghost by June has captured us. It is indeed the best bargaining chip for negotiation. Sigh, if I knew this, I would not have listened to Clan Brother's instigation and come here to take the risk. Just as he was thinking, Fan Ling suddenly heard Fan Yun shout, Clan Brother, quickly look over there. Fan Yun's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. Fan Ling curiously looked over, only to see that in the sky of Green Ghost Desert, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the sunlight. But right now, there was a white cloud slowly flying under the thick dark clouds, gradually approaching. Fan Ling was slightly dazed, suddenly thinking of the conversation he had with Fan Yun before leaving. Fan Ling, you are really daring, you actually dared to take the risk in Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yun smiled. Don't worry, Clan Brother, I asked my father to make a deduction before leaving. He deduced that this trip will be daunting but not dangerous, and we will even meet a benefactor along the way, gaining great benefits. Fan Ling frowned. Not to mention that Green Ghost Desert is a place with few people. If we meet someone, how do you know that person is our benefactor? Fan Yun patted Fan Ling's shoulder. So I asked Lord Father, he said that when I see a white cloud, I will have met a benefactor. Fan Ling was dazed before sneering. White cloud? As everyone knows, Green Ghost Desert is covered in layers of dark clouds. How can there be a white cloud? After thinking for a while, Fan Ling also turned to look at the white cloud in the sky, thinking, could it be that the benefactor's second Supreme Elder mentioned is here? Chapter 15:15. Rumble. The vast and mighty army of soul beasts galloped across the Green Ghost Desert, and kicked up a huge cloud of dust. And far ahead of the soul beast army, a pure white auspicious cloud was flying. It was Fan Yuan's immortal killer move, Random Auspicious Cloud. Fan Yuan came to Green Ghost Desert to search for soul cores. He did not have a specific target. Thus, these last days, he had let Random Auspicious Cloud lead the way. The effect was good. He had annexed some small-sized soul beast groups. Thus, this soul beast army was much larger than before. Their numbers were shocking. But at this number, I have already reached the limit of my abilities. Fan Yuan sat on the back of the soul beast. His body moved up and down as the soul beast galloped. He felt some regret. Every existence had their own abilities and limits. Fan Yuan controlled so many soul beasts, he had already reached the limit, he could not have more. On one hand, controlling these soul beasts also tested his soul foundation. 90 million man soul was his limit. On the other hand, Fan Yuan had too few soul path immortal goo. He had one rank 7 change soul and one rank 6 cleanse soul. Change soul immortal goo was a trump card. Because it was the core immortal goo of the killer move change soul in dream, it could not be used casually. As for rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo, it was used by Fan Yuan for myriad self-killer move and his own soul path cultivation. It was very useful. Right now, he was using it as a replacement to barely control these soul beasts. It could be said that he was doing many things at once. Like cleanse soul immortal goo were used to a high degree, but Fan Yuan was raising this goo to do something different. It was far more profitable than raising change soul immortal goo. But this way, cleanse soul immortal goo could not split into two. It was hard to take care of everything. I need more soul path immortal goo, rank 7 would be best. Goo refinement was not possible. Refining rank 7 soul path immortal goo was a tempting idea, but Fan Yuan lacked resources. He could not support a large-scale goo refinement. After all, he had invested too much recently. He had refined many immortal goo. In terms of profits, there was little. Only the drag-a-fish business was worth looking forward to. I have many wisdom path immortal goo. I can use these wisdom path immortal goo as replacements. But the killer moves needed to be modified. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, I will use the light of wisdom to modify a suitable killer move. Fan Yuan's expression was calm as he continued to plot. The Shadow Sect immortals were at the four corners of the beast horde, commanding the soul beast troops for Fan Yuan. At the same time, they were scouting around. There were countless soul beasts in the Green Ghost Desert, and these soul beasts were resources that Fan Yuan desired very much. I'm at 90 million man soul now. The soul nucleus I've obtained this time is enough for me to ascend to 100 million man soul. However, even if I reach 100 million man soul, I am only halfway through the soul cultivation journey recorded in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. I am far from reaching the peak. The 100 million man soul was the limit of a mortal soul. Once it reached this point, it would be impossible to advance any further. But that was before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroys Fate Goo, this restriction will also be broken. The mortal soul could continue to advance, but no one knew how to advance. In fact, at that time, it was already quite amazing to have a million-man soul. Until Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, using his Soul Path Supreme Grand Master attainment level, he innovated and found the method to continue advancing to 100 million man soul. According to Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, above 100 million man soul was Desolate Soul. 100 million man soul allowed a person's soul to turn from phantom to solid. It could directly interfere with the real world, unlike the previous illusory body. But even so, 100 million man soul was still relatively weak. This was the innate weakness of humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. They had high comprehension ability, but in terms of physical body and soul, they were far inferior to other life forms. However, once one left 100 million man soul and advanced to Desolate Soul, just the soul alone would have battle strength comparable to Desolate level soul beasts. According to the path of Desolate Soul, one could cultivate all the way to the peak. That would be 100 million Desolate Soul. This was the level of soul cultivation. It was also the limit that the world could contain. It was also the terrifying giant statue of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body that Fan Yuan had seen with his own eyes. According to Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, it was 3,000 armed demon souls. At this level, one would have quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. Thus, Fan Yuan's need for Gutsgu was huge. Just by relying on the soul cores he obtained in Green Ghost Desert, he could advance to 100 million man soul. But what about after that? If Fan Yuan wanted to reach this peak of soul cultivation, he would need an endless supply of soul cores. The best case scenario is that I can directly control this desert and become the master of this desert. Like many Gu immortals, they could directly control an area and use the natural resources here as their own property. To achieve this, they needed to have sufficient battle strength. According to Fan Yuan's current battle strength, he was completely qualified to occupy this area. Especially when this Green Ghost Desert was an ownerless land. But there was a problem here. Once my identity is exposed and I rule this place, it would be equivalent to leaving behind a weakness that would attract the Celestial Court to attack. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be faked. Myriad Dragon is the same. Then I can only disguise my identity and use rank 7 battle strength to obtain this place. After I succeed in seizing this place, I might as well arrange for Ing Wuxia to station here and let him lead the Soul Beast Army to contribute soul cores to me. Among the people around him, Ing Wuxia was the most suitable. To do this, I need more Soul Path Immortal Gu, and at the same time, Ing Wuxia's soul foundation will rise by a lot. Most importantly, Fan Clan. This Western Desert Superforce is closest to Green Ghost Desert. If I control this place, Fan Clan will be my neighbor. They will be a hurdle that I cannot avoid. It was unrealistic to get rid of Fan Clan. According to Fan Yuan's current battle strength, he could resist rank 8, but it would be difficult to win against them. And Fan Clan not only had a rank 8 first Supreme Elder, this generation's second Supreme Elder, Fan Dichang, was a wisdom path great expert. Fan Yuan was quite famous in his previous life. His wisdom path attainment was extremely deep, and he had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment. Shadow Sect's information also emphasized this. Thus, Fan Yuan only had one path. Disguise as a lone cultivator and get close to the righteous path, then build a good relationship with Fan clan. It was not easy to plot for a resource production area. There were many things to consider. Fortunately, Green Ghost Desert was rather special. Most Western Desert Gu immortals and tribes lacked methods to develop it. This gave Fan Yuan a great opportunity. But he did not know that he was not the only one who had designs on Green Ghost Desert. There are people ahead? Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. His investigative methods were no longer the same as before. The moment Old Ghost by June and the others entered his investigative range, Fan Yuan sensed them. Is the benefactor coming? Fan Yuan was extremely excited. Fan Lin also could not help showing a look of anticipation. Old Ghost by June's gaze was cold. He could see that the white cloud had some background, so he restrained himself and did not make a move, quietly waiting for the arrival of the benefactor. Thus, the three Gu immortals soon felt the ground start to tremble. Next, on the horizon, smoke and dust rose as soul beasts appeared one after another in the three immortals' vision. The appearance of a large number of soul beasts caused the three immortals' expressions to change. Next, the entire soul beast army was revealed. The three immortals were all shaken. This! Old Ghost by June was speechless. He had thought that his soul beast army was already of a sufficient scale. But now he found that compared to Fan Yuan, it was nothing. The Shadow Sect immortals had already entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. At this moment, Fan Yuan had changed his appearance. He had a middle-aged appearance. His body was thin, his long hair draped over his shoulders, his temples were grizzled, and his black eyes contained vicissitudes of life and ambition. When people saw him for the first time, they would feel that this person was definitely a peerless hero. At this moment, Fan Yuan stood proudly on the back of a soul beast with his hands behind his back, wearing a black robe and commanding the soul beast army, emitting an awe-inspiring demonic aura. Old Ghost by June and the others were shaken, subconsciously holding their breaths. Fan Ling turned to look at Fan Yuan, his gaze containing doubt. Why does this benefactor seem to be even more demonic than Old Ghost by June? Fan Yuan rolled his eyes, meaning, if you asked me, who should I ask? Maybe you can't judge a book by its cover. He is still a righteous path person? Fan Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, not leaving any flaws. Old Ghost by June was intimidated by Fan Yuan's imposing manner. He coughed twice and cupped his hands in greeting. Friend, how should I address you? Fan Yuan's cold gaze swept over them. The three immortals felt a chill in their hearts. He did not answer and only waved his hand. Roar! The soul beast army roared, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Next, the army charged towards Old Ghost by June's side like a raging tide. They were full of vigor, like a magnificent army galloping forward. As the saying goes, a single word of disagreement leads to a fight. But Fan Yuan did not even say a word and directly attacked. His fierce killing intent made the hearts of the three immortals sink. Fan Lin looked at Fan Yuan again, seemingly roaring. You say this is not a demon? Now you, this benefactor, is going to take our lives. Fan Yuan looked innocently at Fan Ling, seemingly replying. You're blaming me? I'm also innocent, okay. Old Ghost by June was startled for a moment, then he was both shocked and angry. He thought, I'm using peaceful measures before resorting to force because I don't want to cause trouble for Master's great plan. I didn't expect you, this man, to directly attack without even greeting me. When did a madman like you appear in Western Desert? You're simply not putting me in your eyes. Fine, I'll let you know that not everyone in this world is someone you can bully as you please. Thinking of this, Old Ghost by June roared loudly, his figure like lightning, rising into the sky. Come fight! He stretched out his arms, his sleeves expanded like two black holes, from which countless undercurrents gushed out. Undercurrents attacked Fan Yuan like black pythons. Fan Yuan pointed with his finger. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Rumble. Using offense against offense, the undercurrents resisted for a moment before collapsing. The power of the crimson meteor was halved. It smashed into the desert and bombarded Old Ghost by June's soul beasts, causing them to howl in pain, instantly suffering disastrous casualties. Old Ghost by June's pupils shrunk. He was inwardly shocked. Such power! He is a wisdom path Gu immortal? Fan Lung was stunned. Chapter 15-16. Fan Clan's Gu immortals? Hearing Fan Yun's shout, Fan Yuan's ears twitched. Even though he had sensed that the relationship between Fan Yun, Fan Lang, and Old Ghost by June was rather tense. But Fan Yuan did not expect these three to be enemies, and one of the Fan Clan Gu immortals seemed to be captured. The reason why Fan Yuan directly attacked was because he had his eyes on Old Ghost by June. This person was a Soul Path Rank 7 Gu immortal. After killing him, Fan Yuan could take his aperture and add Soul Path Dao marks to his sovereign immortal aperture. If he could be captured alive, Fan Yuan could give his body to Ing Wu Xie. After all, Ing Wu Xie was proficient in Soul Path methods, but he was currently using Water Path Gu immortal Fairy Chui Bo's body. It was not suitable and restricted his abilities. But in order to disguise himself and continue to deceive the Celestial Court and others when he conspired in Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan did not show his true appearance. In an instant, thoughts surged in Fan Yuan's mind. His thoughts moved like lightning as he thought of everything. It seems that casual auspicious cloud is really good. I just wanted to communicate with Fan Clan and build a good relationship, but I did not expect them to send me such a good opportunity. Of course, this is also related to my strong luck. This time, Fan Yuan came to Green Ghost Desert and directly used Burning Soul Bursting Luck. But he did not ask Ing Wu Xie to activate it. Fan Yuan did it himself. Although he expended a lot of his soul foundation, Fan Yuan could completely endure it now. Save these two Fan Clan Gu immortals and capture this demonic path Gu immortal called Old Ghost by June. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with lightning. He originally wanted to kill them all, and then swallow up the soul beast group gathered by Old Ghost by June. But now, he changed his mind. Fan Clan? Although I didn't come into contact with the Fan Clan, my cultivation is related to the Fan Clan. Fine, since you have met me today, I will save you and repay your kindness, Fan Yuan said. Although his voice was cold, Fan Lang and Fan Yun were overjoyed. Fan Yun's eyes widened and the corner of his mouth curled up. He looked at Fan Lang and raised his eyebrows. It seemed to be saying, "Look, it's really my benefactor." Fan Lang couldn't be bothered with him. His gaze shifted towards Fan Yuan and Old Ghost by June, frowning. He thought, "This Gu immortal has a mysterious origin. In my memories and knowledge, there is no such person. If he really wanted to save us for our sake, he should have concealed his intentions so that it would be easier for him to rescue us later. But why did he say it out on purpose? Either he didn't want to save him, or he said it on purpose to attract Old Ghost by June's attention. If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted to save us, but with his arrogant and confident personality, even if he told the enemy, he would still have absolute confidence in saving us. It won't be easy to save people from my hands." Old Ghost by June heard Fan Yuan's words and became even more furious. An intense aura burst out from his body as he charged towards Fan Yuan while carrying the ignited thought flying rock. "Your courage is praiseworthy, but your foresight is lacking." Fan Yuan sneered and flew into the sky, pointing his finger. In an instant, dozens of mystical lights shot out, turning Old Ghost by June into a sieve. Old Ghost by June, however, didn't leave any blood behind. Instead, his body gradually turned into nothingness. "Ha ha ha, you fell for it!" On the other side, Old Ghost by June's true body appeared. It turned out that he had used an illusion to attract Fan Yuan's attention and then conceal his true body. Old Ghost by June didn't choose to sneak attack Fan Yuan, but approached Fan Lang and Fan Yun. Didn't Fan Yuan say that he wanted to save the two of them? Old Ghost by June immediately thought of using the two of them as a shield. This was the first time Old Ghost by June saw Fan Yuan, but from the exchange just now, as well as the scale of the Soul Beast army Fan Yuan controlled, it was enough to let Old Ghost by June know that Fan Yuan was very powerful. If they fought head-on, he might not be his match. Thus, he wanted to use Fan Ling and Fan Yun to threaten Fan Yuan, who planned to save them, for fear of harming the innocent. "Oh no!" Seeing Old Ghost by June approaching at lightning speed, Fan Yun shouted. But in an instant, a figure appeared from nowhere and appeared in front of the two immortals. It was Fan Yuan who had changed his appearance. Old Ghost by June, who fell for the trap. The corner of Fan Yuan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a demonic smile. "Oh no!" Old Ghost by June's heart instantly jumped. Realizing that he had fallen into the opponent's trap, he immediately wanted to change direction. But it was already too late. Close to 10 spirit beasts suddenly appeared in midair, forming an encirclement, surrounding Old Ghost by June. "Explode for me." Fan Yuan's thoughts moved. Boom, boom, boom. The soul beasts all self-detonated. The terrifying power shocked Fan Ling and Fan Yun. After the explosion, the air billows formed a majestic shock wave that spread in all directions. At once, dust rose in the desert, yellow sand surged, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away. Fan Yuan originally planned to use wisdom path methods to capture Old Ghost by June alive. But he recalled that this wisdom path method mainly came from Zishan Makoto. Earlier, he used ignited thought flying rock, it could still be concealed. After all, after this move was modified by Fan Yuan, the effect was not small, it could still be concealed. But if he used other wisdom path methods, the possibility of being discovered by others would become very high. Thus Fan Yuan gave up wisdom path and used soul path. His soul path methods were slightly inferior to wisdom path. After all, soul path immortal goo were rare. But among them, there was a method called soul explosion that cut off all means of retreat and perished together with the enemy. It had astonishing power. Back then in Northern Plains, Qin Baixing had fought against Feng Jioge. Qin Baixing had not recovered his original appearance, and was not Feng Jioge's match. But Feng Jioge was wary of the power of his soul explosion. He did not kill Qin Baixing and allowed him to escape. Even Feng Jioge was wary of soul explosion. Fan Yuan naturally had to grasp it. But he would not explode his own soul, at most he would use burning soul bursting luck. But Soul Beast could do it. After these Soul Beasts' soul explosion, they were not pure at all, even their soul cores would be destroyed. But objectively speaking, the power was still very strong. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust dispersed, Old Ghost by June floated in the air. Most of his body was gone. Only his left arm was left from the explosion. He was like a candle flickering in the wind. "He is still alive?" Fan Ling was slightly surprised. Fan Yuan sneered. It was good that he was still alive. He could capture his body and give it to Ying Wuxie to use. But I cannot do it in front of Fan Clan's Gu immortals. All kinds of thoughts jumped around in Fan Yuan's mind. The sovereign immortal body had a vast mind and was naturally intelligent. Now that Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment and methods, he could analyze any problem clearly and methodically. Thus Fan Yuan said, "You soul cultivator, you have some ability, you actually fell into my scheme and did not die. Never mind, my rule is to not calculate everything and leave a way out. Since you still have some life left, go. I won't make a move today, you can scram now." Old Ghost by June was gasping for breath. His face was pale as he stared at Fan Yuan fiercely. When the soul beasts appeared and surrounded him, he regretted it. The other party was clearly emitting wisdom path aura. Why did he still want to play tricks with such a person? Even if he wanted to play tricks, he needed to think about it carefully. The soul beast's self-detonation was even more out of his expectations. At that moment, Old Ghost by June's mind was almost blank. He only had one thought. That was to desperately defend and struggle to preserve his life. After the explosion, not mentioning the intense pain all over his body, Old Ghost by June felt extremely glad that he survived. But after rejoicing, there was lingering fear and anger. He was almost killed. This kind of anger filled his chest, mixed with fear towards Fan Yuan's intelligence and methods. Either you die, or I die. With such a resolution, Old Ghost by June was about to use rank 8 Immortal Goo's Soul Beast token to fight with his life. but he did not expect Fan Yuan to actually let him go. According to Fan Yuan's nature, he would naturally eliminate the root of the problem and exterminate the 9 clans. But today's situation was somewhat special. Fan Yuan wanted to obtain Old Ghost by June's body, but also considered Fan clan, so he chose to let Old Ghost by June go for now. Old Ghost by June was originally angry and afraid. He felt that he had to fight to the death to have a chance of survival. But who would have thought that Fan Yuan would actually let him go? At once, Old Ghost by June was a little dazed. Is he purposely deceiving me again, trying to reduce my battle intent and make me let down my guard? Old Ghost by June was ruthlessly tricked by Fan Yuan once. He became even more suspicious. Fan Yuan looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. He immediately shouted, "Why are you still not scramming? You gave me a chance of survival. Do you still want to court death?" Humph. Old Ghost by June did not care about his anger. He stared fixedly at Fan Yuan. On the other side, Fan Ling and Fan Yun were also lying on the back of the soul beast, looking at Fan Yuan. On the back of the soul beast, Fan Yuan was proudly standing with his hands behind his back. His posture was like a spear. His gaze was like cold lightning. His expression was one of absolute confidence that looked down on the world. Even if I let you go today, I am not afraid that you will find trouble with me in the future. Fan Ling lowered his gaze, calculating in his heart. Although this person is full of demonic aura and is arrogant and confident, it is not that he has no bottom line and principles. So he is such a person, and because of this nature, he took the initiative to reveal his intention of saving us. On the other hand, Fan Yun was dumbfounded. Old Ghost by June's eyes gradually narrowed, flickering with an eerie light. Although he was heavily injured, he still had more than half of his battle strength left, especially when he still had a huge trump card. That was the rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. But activating this goo had a huge price. Old Ghost by June did not want to use it easily. Earlier, he wanted to use it regardless of the price to fight with Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan let him go. Regardless of whether he truly wants to let me go, I will try to escape first, and see how he faces it. If he makes a false promise, at worst, I will turn around and fight with him. If he really lets me go, then I will leave. Old Ghost by June was already very wary of Fan Yuan. Even if he activated the rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token, Old Ghost by June did not have the confidence to defeat Fan Yuan. Especially when Old Ghost by June had another worry, that was, if he exposed the rank 8 Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan would go back on his words and attract him to attack and snatch the goo. What would he do? All kinds of thoughts lingered in Old Ghost by June's mind. He snorted coldly and turned around to leave. His speed was extremely fast. His broken body was like an arrow leaving the bow, quickly flying into the dark clouds and disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 15-17. Oh? There was such a thing. It seems this person also had a fortuitous encounter. But I said I would let him go. Do you want me to go against my own words? Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. He slightly turned his body and looked at Fan Yun and Fan Ling. His gaze was like cold lightning as it shot towards them. Fan Yun and Fan Yuan looked at each other and felt that Fan Yuan's gaze was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce his heart. He quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to meet Fan Yuan's gaze. At the same time, he inwardly exclaimed, "This benefactor I met is so overbearing, he is not easy to get along with." On the contrary, Fan Ling's heart calmed. Good, this person keeps his word. Even with a rank 8 Immortal Goo in front of him and such a huge temptation, he still insisted on staying. He can be said to be extremely conceited. But only like this can we have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Fan Ling struggled to get up. I am Fan Ling, this is my junior Fan Yun. Thank you, senior, for saving us. Fan Yuan lightly nodded and suddenly stretched out his hands. A formless force burst out, sucking Fan Ling and Fan Yun into Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Ling's heart jumped, but he suppressed it. Fan Yun, on the other hand, exclaimed in shock with a flustered expression. But soon after, the two realized that Fan Yuan was getting rid of their restraints and relaxed. Old Ghost by June's method was not strange to Fan Yuan. Soon, he completely understood what was going on. Then, he acted and removed this technique. Restraining Fan Yuan and Fan Ling was naturally an immortal method, but Fan Yuan himself had a killer move like Purple Thought Perception Starlight. It was naturally easy. Fan Ling and Fan Yuan soon regained their freedom. The two thanked him again, but their emotions were fluctuating as they thought. This person is so overbearing. Although he saved us, he never asked for our opinion and immediately attacked. Little did they know, this was all done on purpose by Fan Yuan. He had successfully imprinted his conceited and domineering image into the two Fan Clan Gu immortals' minds. You can call me Swan Bujin. Fan Yuan took the initiative to introduce himself. But in the second sentence, Fan Yuan asked them to leave. I cultivate Wisdom Path and inherited Jing Jingshin's inheritance, so I saved you today. You can leave now. Huh! Fan Yuan was taken aback. Junior will remember Senior's kindness of saving my life. When I return, I will definitely report this to the tribe. Senior, are you still in the Green Ghost Desert? Fan Ling pulled Fan Yuan's sleeve and asked respectfully. These soul beasts are of great use to me. I didn't save you to get anything in return. Go. Fan Yuan waved his hand. His expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a trace of impatience. Fan Ling and Fan Yuan did not dare to disturb him. After bowing together, they turned and flew away. A moment later, both of them disappeared into the horizon. To think that this old ghost by June actually has a rank 8 immortal Gu. I wonder what Gu it is. How did the two Fan Clan Gu immortals know about it? Did old ghost by June use it in front of them? Fan Yuan pondered. Old ghost by June only had rank 7 cultivation, but he could use a rank 8 immortal Gu. This meant that he had a special method, or this rank 8 immortal Gu was similar to Attitude Gu, extremely high quality. Regardless of which reason it was, Fan Yuan was very moved. However, I am not in a hurry to find trouble with old ghosts by June. Fan Yuan's eyelids drooped, and a feeling appeared in his heart, guiding Fan Yuan and old ghost by June's direction. With Fan Yuan's temperament, he had already planted an investigative method on old ghost by June's body at the start of the battle. Although Fan Yuan let old ghost by June go, he was actually secretly grasping his whereabouts. If it were before, Fan Yuan absolutely would not have such a method. But recently, he had calmed down and was wholeheartedly cultivating, and the number of methods he had was no longer the same as before. Clan brother, do you think my benefactor knows that old ghost by June has that rank 8 immortal Gu, so he wants to send us away and find trouble with old ghost by June himself? While flying, Fan Yuan suddenly asked. Fan Ling pondered for a moment before shaking his head. With my understanding of Senior Swan Bujin, he shouldn't be. Fan Yuan could not help but laugh. From your tone, it sounds like you are very familiar with the Senior. Weren't you the same as me, seeing Senior for the first time and then being chased away by him? Fan Ling glanced at Fan Yuan. The rank 8 immortal Gu is indeed important, but this Senior's nature is very proud and aloof. I am afraid I am not wrong. Moreover, we did not clearly tell him what the rank 8 immortal Gu is. If Senior really wants to capture old ghost by June, why would he not ask us indirectly about what this rank 8 immortal Gu is? What about its power? Fan Yuan patted his forehead after hearing this. Clan Brother's analysis is correct. It seems this Senior really doesn't want to chase after old ghosts by June's Sai. This old ghost by June had ruthlessly tortured us. I was still hoping that Senior could take care of him. Fan Ling shook his head. That rank 8 immortal Gu, Soul Beast Token, can command soul beasts. If Senior leads his soul beast army, I am afraid he will suffer huge losses. Let's return first and report this matter to the clan, and let the Supreme Elders make a decision. Green Ghost Desert was near Fan Clan's territory. After flying for a while, Fan Yuan and Fan Ling arrived at an immortal formation. Using this immortal formation, they teleported a long distance and directly returned to the clan's headquarters. Fan Yuan and Fan Ling parted. Fan Ling went to report to First Supreme Elder, while Fan Yuan returned to Second Supreme Elder Fan Dichang to report this matter. Fan Clan's matters were basically decided by First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. After hearing this matter, the two elders appeased Fan Ling and Fan Yun before meeting to discuss this matter. Second Supreme Elder asked the moment they met. First Supreme Elder, do you know of Jing Jingshin? First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. This person was a legendary lone cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago. He had a deep relationship with our Fan clan. When he was cultivating in his early years, he received our clan's support, and even had a relationship with an ancestor of our clan. Unfortunately, the ancestor died in battle, so Jing Jingshin did not join Fan clan. When the second Supreme Elder heard this, he immediately understood. Although super forces paid attention to close ties and bloodline connections, they would often take in new blood. Especially when they found some Gu immortal seeds, these super forces would often take them in and provide some support. If these people really became Gu immortals, the super forces would take them in and make them their own members. Of course, this situation was very rare. Firstly, it was because the support was not high. It was almost impossible for mortals to become immortals. Secondly, even if they became Gu immortals, most of them had outstanding talent and were elites with their own thoughts. They might not be willing to join a super force. But even if these people did not want to join, their previous relationship was enough to make them close. Just the fact that they had roped in loose immortals proved that the superpower's previous investments were absolutely profitable. Jing Jingshin was such an obvious example. If not for the accident, he would have really joined Fan clan. Of course, the method was to marry into the clan. His future children would also have the surname Fang. Jing Jingshin's matter is very secretive. Most people do not know about it. I'm afraid this Swan Bujin isn't lying, the first Supreme Elder added. Second Supreme Elder frowned slightly. Before the matter is verified, nothing can be said. If he is in cahoots with Old Ghost by June, there is a possibility. First Supreme Elder's gaze turned solemn. If this is really the case, then Swan Bujin and Old Ghost by June's collusion to purposely get close to our Fan clan is likely for Qing clan's inheritance. Fan Yuan had purposely expressed goodwill and saved the two Fan clan Gu immortals. He naturally had his own motives. However, in the conversation between the two grand elders of the Fan clan, he and Old Ghost by June were involved, and even the Qing clan was involved. This Qing clan was a super force, but unfortunately it had been extinct for a long time. The one who slaughtered Qing clan was none other than the young spectral soul demon Venerable. Before spectral soul demon Venerable became venerable, because of some irreconcilable conflict, he fought against Qing clan alone. If Qing clan had known that spectral soul would become a venerable in the future, they would not have dared to go against such a person. It was a pity that Qing clan relied on their numbers and wealth. They looked down on spectral soul at the start. In the end, spectral soul demon Venerable grew stronger step by step. Using battle to nurture battle, he got stronger and stronger. Eventually, he came and slaughtered the entire Qing clan. Qing clan's headquarters were reduced to nothingness in the intense battle. Many Qing clan Gu immortals died, the down marks of spectral soul's killer moves, the down marks of the dead Gu immortals, and the destruction of their immortal apertures were all engraved on the battlefield, forming the current Green Ghost Desert. The so-called Green Ghost referred to the former super force Qing clan. Although Qing clan was destroyed, rumors said that before Qing clan's first Supreme Elder died, he sealed all of the clan's assets and buried them somewhere in Green Ghost Desert, leaving behind an inheritance. There was only one requirement for this inheritance. The future inheritor had to take revenge for Qing clan and kill Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul was already dead, then the target of revenge would be Spectral Soul's friends, family and disciples. Regretfully, Spectral Soul became a demon venerable in the end. The whole world was not his match. That arrow was crawling under his feet. Qing clan's inheritance was like a joke. Fan clan was the super force closest to Green Ghost Desert after all. They enjoyed the benefits of being in a favorable position. When Qing clan was destroyed, Fan clan's ancestors started to actively search for clues of Qing clan's inheritance. After generations of hard work, these scattered clues were pieced together and became more and more valuable. In this generation, the clues were already complete enough. They had a vague sensing method. They started to search all over Green Ghost Desert. First Supreme Elder sighed. Our Fawn clan has the will to control Green Ghost Desert, but we are powerless. Not only do we not have methods to restrict soul beasts, we also have very few Gu immortals to mobilize. If not for this, we would not have sent Fan Ling and Fan Yun, these two juniors, to take the risk. Who could have thought that their adventure this time would involve people like Old Ghost by June and Swan Bujin? I have heard of Old Ghost by June's name. He actually has a rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. And that Swan Bujin also suddenly appeared. He has a mysterious origin and powerful methods. No matter what their relationship is, they are an unavoidable obstacle in our Fawn clan's search for Qin clan's inheritance. Second Supreme Elder nodded. Fawn clan had a lot of assets, their Gu immortals had to guard everywhere. But Qin clan's inheritance was equally tempting, especially that immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace mentioned in the clues. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and left in Western Desert. Its value was extremely high, it had left a deep mark in history. Chapter 15-18 Green Ghost Desert. A disheveled figure was flying at a low altitude, sticking close to the desert. Swan Bujin! You really didn't chase after me, you are so arrogant and conceited. Humph, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Old Ghost by June's expression was distorted. His eyes were spewing fire when he thought of Fang Yuan. He had lost 3 limbs from the soul explosion, but they had all recovered now. It could be seen that Old Ghost by June's healing methods were extraordinary. Suddenly, his body shook, he opened his mouth and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Old Ghost by June's face was filled with anger again, he gritted his teeth. My soul beasts were gathered with great difficulty, but now they are all killed. Damn it! The loss is too great, and most importantly, I delayed the timing. What if Master blames me? Thinking of Master, Old Ghost by June's body shook, fear and panic surged in his heart. No, I didn't do my job well this time, I will definitely be punished by Master. What to do? No, I can't let Master know. I should hide it first and gather a group of soul beasts to report. Sigh, although time is tight, as long as I activate soul beast token regardless of the price, what soul beast can I enslave? While thinking, a female figure suddenly appeared in front of Old Ghost by June. It's you, Eagle Concubine! Why are you here? Old Ghost by June recognized this person, his expression immediately became flustered. Eagle Concubine was dressed in a tight-fitting night suit, perfectly displaying her curvaceous figure. Her face was pale, as if she had not seen sunlight for a long time. Not only did she have no vitality, her eyes were even shining with an eerie light. At this moment she sneered. Old thing, you still don't understand the reason why I am here. You ruined Master's plan this time and returned in defeat. Master specially ordered me to bring you back to punish you. What? Old Ghost by June's body shook, his face full of fear. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. How did Master know? Eagle Concubine sneered. You think Master only gave you a rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token, and did not have other methods of supervision? You are looking down on Master too much. How would I dare to look down on Master? Humph, Eagle Concubine, don't try to sow discord. Old Ghost by June shouted angrily and continued. Yes, this time it was my fault, causing Master's plan to be thwarted. However, I will definitely make up for my mistakes. There is still time, I will definitely give Master a satisfactory answer. Eagle Concubine shook her head slowly. You still want to make up for your mistakes? Humph, you no longer have a chance. Do you think I was lying to you? This time, it was indeed Master who ordered me to capture you. Is it really Master's order? Old Ghost by June's face was deathly pale, but with a trace of hope, he cautiously asked. The Eagle Concubine nodded. Just give up. How could I lie to you about such a thing? Let's go. Don't make me use force. You know Master's divine might. Come back with me obediently. All right, I'll go back. Old Ghost by June let out a bitter laugh and instantly became dispirited. He didn't have any intention to resist his master. The two immortals set off together. After traveling for tens of thousands of kilometers, they entered an underground quicksand pit. After entering the pit, they went down for another 1,000 li before suddenly relaxing and entering a mystical space. Green light shrouded them. The two immortals were familiar with the place. They used their own methods and the green light immediately changed. A golden staircase appeared from the green light. The two were bathed in the green light. They could no longer fly. They climbed up the staircase step by step. After walking for 9,999 steps, the two immortals arrived in front of a palace door. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality. The green bricks and golden tiles emitted a dense fragrance of plants. At the top of this palace door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it: Divine Being Palace. This was the immortal Gu house that Fang clan had been scheming to obtain for generations. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The two immortals arrived in front of the door but didn't dare to enter. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. A moment later, the palace door slowly opened, revealing an extremely spacious hall inside. In the hall, there were dozens of thick pillars that flickered with bronze luster. A huge soul beast was crawling in the hall. It had a tortoise shell, 4 tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Seeing this monster, the two Gu immortals hurriedly greeted. "By June, Eagle Concubine, greets Master." Eagle Concubine had a respectful expression, while old Ghost by June's face was covered in cold sweat. His body was shivering from fear. That soul beast had disheveled hair and a malevolent expression. It stared at old Ghost by June and growled in anger. Old Ghost by June had never seen his master so angry. He knelt on the ground in fright and shouted, "Master, spare me, master!" But the soul beast turned a deaf ear to him. Its front right claw suddenly extended and grabbed old Ghost by June. The huge tiger claw firmly grabbed old Ghost by June. Old Ghost by June's expression distorted in fear. Master, listen to me. Soul beast token immortal Gu is still here. I didn't lose it. This failure is my fault, but master, please give me a chance to redeem myself. It's this smell, it's him. That's right, it's him. The soul beast closed its eyes and sensed for a while before opening its blood-red eyes. That slender snake neck was straightened like a pillar because of its anger. The scales on its neck were emitting a cold light. The hall was echoing with the soul beast's cries. Eagle Concubine's expression turned pale. She could acutely feel that this cry was filled with anger and hatred. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I have finally met the enemy who slaughtered my clan. Although you are dead, this smell cannot be wrong. It is definitely your inheritor or even your bloodline descendant. Hee ha ha. The soul beast said this and laughed loudly, showing its wild nature. The wild laughter surged in the air, forming waves of wind that attacked the hall. Eagle Concubine retreated. This laughter shook her soul. She could not resist it. Old Ghost by June, who was in the tiger claw, moved his eyes. He was still in a state of shock, but he had already sensed that his master was in such a hurry not to punish him. But that Swan Bujin who was opposing him seemed to be related to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Suddenly, the whole of Divine Being Palace burst out with dazzling green light. The green light pierced through the soul beast's body like thousands of sharp arrows. The soul beast's wild laughter stopped abruptly. It snorted. "This damned Divine Being Palace!" he roared. He was frustrated and was about to go berserk. Old Ghost by June was afraid that he would accidentally crush himself. He quickly shouted, "Master, please calm down, please calm down. Master, please take care of your body. Taking care of your body is the most important thing." The soul beast was persuaded by these words. It gradually calmed down. It muttered, "Your servant is right. I need to take care of my body. I want to kill all of Spectral Soul's inheritors and descendants, to take revenge for the blood feud back then." At the same time, Celestial Court. There were many palaces, shining with white jade. Suddenly, the pure white sky rippled with countless green aurora lights. The aurora lights shrouded the place for a while before dissipating. The weather change in Celestial Court is not a small matter. It seems to be related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fairy Myrtle was sitting in Celestial Court. She saw this abnormal phenomenon, and quickly deduced. A moment later, she opened her eyes, they shined with joy. So that's it, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert. This Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house with unparalleled power. It is going to appear now. It cannot fall into the hands of Western Desert's other regions. Fairy Myrtle slowly closed her eyes, continuing to deduce. After obtaining the result, she summoned a goo immortal from Central Continent. This rank 8 goo immortal wore a green robe. He gave off a scholarly aura. He looked like a young man, but his gaze was filled with vicissitudes. He was already thousands of years old. Qin, you are the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Divine Bean Palace is going to appear in Western Desert. Follow my plan and subdue it. Fairy Myrtle instructed. Yes. Qin bowed slightly. His expression was calm. He had a unique aura. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Once this is done, you will resign from your position as First Supreme Elder and enter Celestial Court. Qin's expression changed slightly. He showed a look of joy. He bowed again, saying in a clear voice, Then I will thank Lady Ziwei. Several days later, Western Desert. Fan Yuan flew out of his soul. He controlled his soul and grasped the sand in his hand. Immediately, he grabbed a handful. From phantom to solid, interfering with matter, haha, I have finally reached 100 million man's soul. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 15-19. Fan Yuan sighed with emotion. After so many twists and turns, he finally reached 100 million man's soul. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley are indeed the sacred lands of soul cultivators, together with the world's top soul cultivation methods and spectral soul's true inheritance. My soul foundation has advanced rapidly. However, I am only at 100 million man soul now. I need to continue accumulating 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, all the way to 900 million. After 900 million, it would no longer be 1 billion if he wanted to break through to Desolate Soul. After reaching Desolate Soul, Fan Yuan could fight Desolate Soul beasts with just his soul. Although with Fan Yuan's current battle strength, he could easily deal with Desolate Soul beasts. But fighting with just his soul was a qualitative change. After all, humans were innately inferior to other living beings in terms of soul. To be able to make up for it, and catch up, or even surpass, it showed how powerful spectral soul's true inheritance was. With the 100 million man soul, Fan Yuan did not return directly. He continued to stay and capture soul beasts. After knowing about Old Ghost by June and Fan Clan, Fan Yuan did not plan to find immemorial soul beasts anymore. Although he did not fear such existences, if he really fought, not only would his soul beast army suffer heavy casualties, his main methods would also be exposed. Once his signature killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Myriad Dragon were exposed, Fan Yuan's identity would also be exposed. In Green Ghost Desert, there were many immemorial soul beasts. But under random auspicious clouds lead, Fan Yuan did not encounter any. Of course, it is not just random auspicious cloud, my own luck has also maintained a strong state. That is why I have been doing things smoothly recently, as if everything I want will come true. Fan Yuan was well aware of the reason. Staying in Green Ghost Desert like this, Fan Yuan did not make a move, he only let the Soul Beast army fight. When they encountered Soul Beasts, he would command the army to charge forward, taking the soul cores of those that died in battle and replenishing the remaining captives. Besides controlling the soul beasts and expending mental energy and immortal essence, Fan Yuan had no other investment. On the other hand, the output was extremely high. When Goo Immortals did things, they naturally had to consider the output. Fan Yuan was deeply aware of this. He would always be able to gain some benefits. This method of hunting soul beasts could be said to be the best way he could. After cultivating like this for dozens of days, Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose to 200 million. His entire soul became more solid and lifelike. His palms and limbs became much tougher, far surpassing the 100 million man soul from before. In this period of time, no matter if it was Fang family, Old Ghost by June, or the immemorial soul beast, none of them appeared. Fan Yuan passed a period of peace and quiet. Speaking of Old Ghost by June, Fan Yuan also wanted to seize his rank 8 immortal goo. But after using wisdom path methods to deduce, he found it was not the time yet, there was even some danger. Moreover, with the Fan clan on the side, even though he knew old Ghost Bai Jun's location, Fan Yuan didn't make a move. Reaching 200 million man-soul, with such a foundation, it should be enough for me to explore the third stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fan Yuan thought of this and was eager to return. He recalled the Soul Beast army into the sovereign immortal aperture before concealing his tracks and quietly leaving Green Ghost Desert. After traveling for some time, he arrived at Thieving Heaven's dream realm again. Tang Fangming quickly welcomed him. His gaze towards Fan Yuan was filled with reverence. These days after Fan Yuan left, because of Fan Yuan's guidance, his dream realm exploration had advanced rapidly. He had made huge gains. After greeting Tang Fangming, Fan Yuan first released the Shadow Sector mortals to control the immortal formation, before entering Thieving Heaven's dream realm for the third time. The surroundings suddenly changed. An oasis in the desert. Fan Yuan became a bystander once again. "This is the place, this is the place!" Sha Zhao's voice was trembling, he was extremely excited. In the previous 2 stages, young Thieving Heaven was exiled by the tribe and encountered Sha Xiao. He refined rank 2 sneak attack Gu and became the winner of the small competition. He went to the important area of the tribe, which was the pond at the center of the oasis, to choose Gu as the prize of the small competition. Sha Xiao naturally had investigative methods that landed on young Thieving Heaven. At this moment, he sensed an indescribable aura near the pond and knew he had found the right place. He was overjoyed. Young Thieving Heaven's heart sank. Sha Xiao got what he wanted. This was not what he wanted to see. "Quick, throw that sheepskin map into the pond!" Sha Xiao ordered young Thieving Heaven impatiently. Young Thieving Heaven was puzzled. "Didn't you take my sheepskin map? How could I have it?" Sha Xiao let out a sinister laugh and said, "I've already made all the necessary preparations. I've already sewn the sheepskin map into your clothes. My good grandson, you just need to take off that clothes and throw it into the pond." Young Thieving Heaven's heart sank again. He frowned as he thought. Sha Xiao, this demon, is scheming to throw that mysterious sheepskin map into the pond. He definitely has a huge scheme. How can I do such a thing and help him commit a crime? Although this tribe had exiled me, they had taken me in for many years. I owe them a debt of gratitude. I will never do something like biting the hand that feeds me. Quick, my good grandson, take off your clothes and throw them in. Sha Xiao shouted. Don't forget that I have my methods on you. If you don't do it, I will let you die a quick death. Young Thieving Heaven felt the threat of death. His pupils shrunk. He thought of his family, of returning home. He fell into deep hesitation. If he did not do as Sha Xiao said now, he might really die. At that time, any thoughts of returning home, any thoughts of reunion, would be extravagant hopes. Do I really have to give up my principles of being a human just because I want to return home? No, I absolutely cannot do that. Although Sha Xiao is incomparably powerful, I still have hope. I will resist to the end. I will not lower my head to the evil forces. I will not let down my name, Ben Jie-sun. Thinking of this, young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone with brilliance. Grandfather, this might not be a good time. I have not chosen my Gu yet. There are tribes Gu masters monitoring the surroundings. If I rashly take off my clothes and throw them into the pond, I might be stopped by the tribe's guards before I even fall in. After all, this pond is our tribe's largest water source. Young Thieving Heaven said to Sha Xiao in his mind. Sha Xiao stared blankly for a moment before saying, I was too impatient, my good grandson, you are right. But you must find an opportunity to take advantage of when people are unprepared and complete this matter. If you can't complete it, just wait for death. If you complete it, grandfather will give you unimaginable benefits. Sha Xiao threatened and tempted. Young Thieving Heaven quickly agreed, but his heart did not waver. The tribe's Gu master led young Thieving Heaven into the underground cave. You are the winner of the competition. Go in and choose your Gu. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Young Thieving Heaven thanked him and walked into the cave. The cave's four walls were carved with countless squares. There were big and small squares, and most of them had goo worms resting in them. These goo worms were of all shapes and sizes, but they were all rank 1, causing young thieving Heaven's eyes to be dazzled. He sighed inwardly. Although I heard there are countless goo worms in the world, seeing the tribe's treasury with my own eyes, I truly feel what a mystical world this is. Eh? There is another door over there? Young thieving Heaven pushed open the small door and entered another underground cave. This small cave's area was only about 30% of the previous large cave. The layout was the same, but the goo worms stored inside were all rank 2. Young thieving Heaven walked around and sighed inwardly. Sigh. I have no one to guide me. I don't know what goo worm is suitable for me. Also, that demon Sha Shao has a huge scheme. What should I do? Ask for help from the tribe? Young thieving Heaven frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Sha Shao had investigative methods and could sense what was happening around young thieving Heaven. As long as young thieving Heaven exposed him, Sha Shao would immediately activate his method and kill him on the spot. Young thieving Heaven's expression suddenly changed, revealing a surprised expression. Next, he seemed to have changed into a different person, moving his limbs and adapting to his body. This time, I am in control of young thieving Heaven's body again. I have some free time, unlike the previous 2 or 3 times when I had to be in urgent danger. It turned out that Fan Yuan was leading young thieving Heaven's actions again. This means I have to solve young thieving Heaven's problem again. Fan Yuan muttered. How can I deal with Sha Shao? This demon's cultivation level, according to my estimation, is at least rank 4, there is a high possibility of him being rank 5. Fan Yuan looked around, his eyes shining brightly at the large number of goo worms. It seems that the key to resolving this situation is the goo worms here. Young thieving Heaven did not recognize these goo worms, but Fan Yuan had broad horizons and extraordinary knowledge. He was familiar with almost all of these goo worms. Even if he did not recognize them, he could make a rough guess after a few tries. Also, even if Sha Shao has investigative methods, when young thieving Heaven entered the underground cave, he clearly disappeared. It can be seen that Sha Zhao's methods cannot break through the defenses of this underground cave. This underground cave naturally had strict and thorough defensive measures. This was an important area of the tribe where goo worms were stored. If it was easily discovered and attracted a surprise attack, then the tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses. Sha Shao does not know what I am doing now. So, he wants thieving Heaven to take the risk in advance and complete his task. Also, even if he goes to the outside world, his investigative methods are likely relying on young thieving Heaven's senses. As long as I probe the profundities of his methods, I can deal with them. Fan Yuan continued to ponder. The 3rd stage of the dream realm had just begun. The test he faced was not too difficult. Even if he failed, he could start again. At most, his soul would be injured. If Fan Yuan's soul foundation was only 10 million man soul, he would be worried that the injuries would exceed his limits. But now, he had 200 million man soul. He was confident that no matter how injured he was, his soul would not be destroyed. But if I follow the process of the dream, step by step, although it's safe, that's all there is to it. How about? A light of inspiration rose in Fan Yuan's mind. He wanted to test and see how many changes this thieving Heaven dream realm had. Chapter 1520. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. I have chosen my goo worms. Let me take a look. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply as he moved young thieving Heaven's body. He first activated Sneak Attack Goo. Once the rank 2 goo worm was activated, a blue child silhouette appeared and pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, the blue baby entered the cave wall, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the entire process was silent, as if nothing had happened. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. This Sneak Attack Goo is indeed a top-quality goo. Not only is it outstanding among rank 2 goo worms, it is also silent. According to the Dream Realm, this cave definitely has defensive methods. But I used Sneak Attack Goo and did not trigger the defenses. When I have time in the future, I might as well refine some sneak attack goo to protect myself. Sneak attack goo was created by Fan Yuan using the Dream Realm. In the outside world, Fan Yuan could also modify the goo recipe and expand it into a complete set. Fan Yuan could expand the rank 2 sneak attack goo recipe from rank 1 to rank 5. He could even use the Light of Wisdom to deduce rank 6 or rank 7 sneak attack immortal goo recipes. Because Fan Yuan's current theft path attainment had already reached quasi-great grandmaster level. After using sneak attack goo, Fan Yuan hastened his steps and activated the goo worms he had chosen from the cave. According to the competition's rewards, the winner could choose 3 rank 1 goo or 1 rank 2 goo. Fan Yuan looked at the rank 2 goo in the small cave. Although there was no lack of high-quality ones, they were not suitable for him. Fan Yuan chose 3 rank 1 goo from the large cave and immediately refined them, combining them into a killer move. This killer move burst forth with power and immediately formed a giant rhinoceros strength path phantom. The rhinoceros strength path phantom moved its 4 limbs and charged towards the cave wall. This cave wall had already been hit by sneak attack goo and had already collapsed internally. Now that it was hit by the rhinoceros strength path phantom, the cave wall immediately collapsed with a loud sound. Then, with a loud whoosh, a large amount of pool water quickly gushed in from the gap in the cave wall. It turned out that although Fan Yuan was watching from the sidelines, he had already investigated it clearly beforehand. He discovered that the location of the underground cave was right next to the oasis pond. This arrangement also made sense. Because there was a spirit spring in the pond, the closer one got to the pond, the denser the energy would be. It was extremely beneficial for the tribe to store and raise goo worms in the underground caves. Although there were some drawbacks, firstly, the tribe had already set up protective measures here. Secondly, only their own people could enter this place. Even young Thieving Heaven had lived in this tribe for more than 10 years, he was raised from a young age, the tribe trusted him greatly. But at this moment, young Thieving Heaven was controlled by Fan Yuan. He acted in a perverse and deranged manner. In order to complete Sha Zhao's mission, he directly opened a hole in the cave wall. The water gushed out, but a layer of light suddenly lit up on the cave wall, blocking most of the water. What happened? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Something happened! A cry of alarm came from outside the cave. The guards sensed that something was wrong and immediately rushed in. What use is there in discovering it now? Fan Yuan sneered, activating sneak attack goo and the other 2 goo to form another killer move. The rank 2 killer move caused a layer of blue light to appear on his body, greatly increasing his speed. Fan Yuan took a step forward and threw himself into that light layer and the water, directly passing through them and entering the pond. This light layer was also part of Fan Yuan's consideration. The tribe's defensive method was after all only mortal level. In the eyes of a goo immortal like Fan Yuan, it could be said to be full of flaws. As for the gushing torrent, even though it had great momentum, Fan Yuan's killer move could easily deflect it without any pressure. After the 2 guards came in, they only saw Fan Yuan's back as he dived into the water. This is a traitor! One of them roared angrily, his eyes red. The tribe has nurtured and nurtured you. How dare you do this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Die! Saying so, he was about to attack. However, the other person quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? That move of yours is too big. What if it affects the goo worms in the cave? The urgent matter now is to do our best to repair the defense and reduce the losses. The smaller the losses, the lower the punishment we will receive. That guard was persuaded, but he could not take it anymore. He swung his arm and flung his companion's arm away. You repair the defense, I will capture this traitor, he growled. After saying this, he immediately passed through the light layer and chased after Fan Yuan. Enemy? Fan Yuan's heart tightened. He was very vigilant, he had sensed the pursuers after they entered the water. However, it was useless to just sense it. Young Thieving Heaven only had rank 1 cultivation. His aptitude was poor and his primeval essence was extremely limited. Fan Yuan had activated goo worms consecutively and had almost used up his primeval essence. Thus, even though Fan Yuan was a goo immortal, Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He had no way to retaliate against the rank 3 pursuers. Little traitor, you actually dared to do this. Did you hold a grudge because you were exiled, or were you ordered by someone? The pursuers could speak even in the water. Fan Yuan held his breath and fought with all his might. But after 2 or 3 moves, he was captured by the pursuers. The pursuers hated Fan Yuan to the core. Seeing that he still dared to resist, they immediately slammed their palms on Fan Yuan's chest. Blood spurted out of Fan Yuan's 7 orifices, spreading in the pool water. How can your dirty water pollute my clan's spirit spring? The rank 3 pursuers showed an expression of hatred, activating their goo worms. The surrounding blood water was collected by them like tired birds returning to the forest. Bitter. But I just had to encounter a rank 3 water path goo master. Fan Yuan showed a bitter smile. Right now he was captured and could not move. After taking a hit, his soul was shaken to an unprecedented degree. Fan Yuan endured the pain. After the shock passed, he carefully inspected his soul and showed a shocked expression. Amazing! That one strike knocked away a full 50 million of my soul foundation. His thoughts spun as he guessed. Water path goo masters are rare in Western Desert. Was this person specially created by the Dream Realm to deal with me? My 50 million soul foundation was destroyed in an instant. If it were anyone else, it would have been a fatal blow. Even if I had 90 million man soul foundation, in such a situation, more than half of it would have been destroyed. And this 3rd stage is only the beginning. It will only bode ill if I continue exploring. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan could not help but rejoice that he was safe, accumulating 200 million man souls before entering thieving heaven's dream realm. He guessed, if I did not charge in rashly, and followed the normal progression of the dream realm, I might not have suffered such a blow. But by doing this, I might have saved a lot of time and steps. This change in the dream realm is worth pondering over. Fan Yuan explored the dream realm not only to increase his theft path attainment level, but also to accumulate experience, and make it easier for him to explore other dream realms. Although this move was risky, Fan Yuan's gains were huge. Although he was captured, he had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He had a new idea. Wait. This soul foundation of 50 million is not something that can be obtained easily. If one is not a soul path goo immortal, they cannot have such a soul foundation. If goo immortals of other paths come to explore this dream realm of thieving heaven, what would happen? Fan Yuan thought of Tang Fong Ming, or more accurately speaking, in the 500 years of his previous life, Tang Fong Ming created the killer move Steel Dream. In the 500 years of my previous life, dream realms continued to develop. There were countless dream path goo worms and even dream path killer moves that could provide specific help in exploring different dream realms. This dream realm of thieving heaven consumes a huge amount of soul foundation. It was not something that could be explored during the chaotic era. If ordinary people wanted to explore it, they would need to accumulate enough dream path knowledge. The best solution would be to create a killer move like Dream Soul, to counteract the corrosion of the dream realm on the soul, or to greatly reduce the corrosion. This dream realm of thieving heaven came from a goo immortal venerable, and it was so huge, the difficulty of exploring it was very high. The early and middle stages of the 5 regions chaotic era were simply the graveyard of goo immortals. Fan Yuan was able to explore it because he used his soul foundation. The most terrifying thing about this dream realm was that it consumed the soul intensely, but Fan Yuan relied on his robust soul foundation to move forward. The spirit spring water in the pond started to gurgle, like it was boiling. What's going on? The rank 3 pursuer carried Fan Yuan and was about to float up when he saw this situation. He was very surprised. Sure enough, this action of mine greatly shortened the process. Now I am at the most crucial part of the 3rd act. Fan Yuan, however, was overjoyed. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the changes in the pool water. Chapter 15:21. The water in the pond was bubbling. The water temperature was rising rapidly. Little thief, what did you do? The rank 3 guard glared at Fan Yuan, grabbing Fan Yuan's neck and strangling it. Despite the intense pain, it was nothing to Fan Yuan. He did not even look at the guard, but carefully sized up the changing pond water. That sheepskin map is just as I guessed. It is definitely an immortal material that has been processed and cannot be seen on the surface. After soaking in this pond water, it immediately reacted. I found it strange. The oasis this tribe lives in is too small. Now it seems that someone has tampered with it long ago, turning it into a goo refinement ground. In Western Desert, ordinary oases would not be small. Or rather, oases that could exist for a long time were large in scale, having at least a lake. A small oasis like this pond was like a meteor in the night sky, appearing dazed for a while before being buried by the desert's sandstorm. Young Thieving Heaven's tribe was able to rely on this small oasis to survive. It showed that this oasis had existed for many years. Even with the protection of Goo Masters, mortals could not resist heavenly might for a long time. Thus, there was definitely something strange about this small oasis existing for so long. Are you going to speak or not? I will strangle you to death! The rank 3 Goo Master's eyes were spewing fire. He was extremely angry. The water temperature continued to rise, reaching an unbearable level for ordinary people. The rank 3 Goo Master grabbed Fan Yuan's neck and floated out of the water, jumping onto the shore. He is here! Is it this little thief? Wild ambition! Tell me, who ordered you to do this? On the shore, the tribe's higher-ups, elders, rank 4 tribe leader, and even the crippled old tribe leader were already gathered. Fan Yuan's body was drenched. He was restrained the moment he got ashore and interrogated. He had no ability to resist or struggle. Fan Yuan could only cough. He had nothing to say. The pond water is boiling. It is emitting a red light. At this time, someone cried out. The higher-ups of the clan were all nervous, and some of them even had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. This pond contained spirit spring water that produced yuan stone, and it was the foundation for a tribe to survive in the desert. If it was destroyed, it would simply be a calamity that would annihilate the tribe. In the span of a few breaths, the red light penetrated through the pond water and shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the sky above the oasis red. It could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The higher-ups of the tribe were all caught unprepared. They didn't know the reason, so how could they stop this? The patriarch's face was full of malevolence. Just as he was about to interrogate Fan Yuan again, he was suddenly stopped by someone. It was the old clan leader. The old chief's legs were already gone, a wound from the battlefield. His upper body floated as he arrived in front of Fan Yuan. He let out a deep sigh and earnestly advised, "Child, I'm afraid you've been bewitched by someone. If the tribe has wronged you in any way, this old man apologizes to you. Whatever compensation you want, I'll take it. This is no small matter. It concerns the lives of thousands of our people. Tell everyone what you know. If there's an accident, the survival of hundreds of families will be at stake." Hee hee. Fan Yuan sneered. He was outside the cave now and was no longer protected. Sha Sha would definitely know everything. If he didn't speak, the tribe's higher-ups would still interrogate him. There would be time to drag on. If he spoke, Sha Sha might immediately activate his methods and kill him. If young Thieving Heaven's body died, Fan Yuan's exploration would definitely fail. Choosing the lesser of two evils, how could Fan Yuan say anything? Damn bastard! How did my tribe give birth to a vile spawn like you? Fan Yuan's attitude immediately angered the tribe leader. He directly kicked Fan Yuan to the ground. Fan Yuan sneered. Just kill me. If you kill me, you won't know anything. You! The tribe leader stared with wide eyes, his movements momentarily frozen. Gagaga! Good grandson. Grandpa likes to see your temper erupt. Sha Zhao's maniacal laughter resounded in Fan Yuan's ears. No matter. At this time, the old tribe leader stopped the current tribe leader. He looked at Fan Yuan. His originally kind and sorrowful expression had completely disappeared, replaced by a cold and cruel expression. He ordered his subordinates in a low voice. This child is obstinate. Use soul-searching methods. Even if his soul is destroyed, he can't blame anyone else. At this time, the old man revealed his true face as a leader. Yes. Immediately, A rank 3 tribe elder stepped forward and grabbed Fan Yuan's head, unhesitatingly using soul-searching methods. Intense pain transmitted over. Fan Yuan could not help but tremble in pain, his pupils shrunk. At this moment, the dream realm activated and began to wear down his soul at a terrifying rate. Fan Yuan's soul foundation directly decreased by 10 million. He originally had 150 million man-souls, but now it rapidly decreased, 140 million, 130 million, 120 million. In just a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan's soul foundation actually fell to 90 million, directly below 100 million. Even Fan Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power displayed by this dream realm was truly too fierce. Fortunately, he had a deep foundation. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary rank 8 existence, they might fall into the crisis of death. Fortunately, at 90 million man-soul, the dream realm's soul were stopped. This was because the pond had a change, it had broken through again. Dazzling red light shot out, completely evaporating the spirit water in the pond. The huge red light formed a pillar of light that soared into the sky, as if it could prop up heaven and earth. The sky suddenly turned dark, dark clouds covered the sky. The earth shook, as if a prehistoric giant beast was awakening underground. Heaven chi is surging, earth chi is growing, this is the phenomenon of an immortal goo forming. I wonder who arranged this is quite a big move. Fan Yuan was also shocked. The other mortal goo masters were even more shocked, forgetting to deal with young thieving heaven for a moment. Old Ginger was spicier. The former tribe leader immediately made a decision. Retreat! Don't bring anything, we need to escape with our lives first. Before he finished speaking, he flew out. Even without legs, he ran faster than anyone else. The other goo masters cried out in shock as they followed. Only Fan Yuan was left in the pond. Soon, Fan Yuan lost control and became a bystander again. Young thieving heaven sat on the ground with a horrified expression. Tears of extreme regret flowed down his face. What happened to me? What the hell happened to me? How could I do such a thing? I am worse than a beast. Slap, slap, slap. Young thieving heaven waved his hand and slapped himself many times. How can I be such a person? Sob, sob, sob. His face turned red and swollen. Looking at his red hands, he started crying. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, red light burst out. In the blink of an eye, the bewitching red light covered the surrounding thousands of li, illuminating all the dumbstruck clansmen, or those who were fleeing for their lives. Then, the red light suddenly shrunk. Like thousands of sharp arrows that had been shot out, they returned to the bow as if time had reversed. Such a strange scene made young thieving heaven dumbstruck. How can this be? In the blink of an eye, the red light's transformation ended. However, those who were illuminated by the red light, be they mortals or goo masters, were shocked to find that they had become extremely old. Next, they breathed their last and fell to the ground dead. Young thieving heaven was no exception. He turned from a youngster into a wrinkled old man with white hair. Die! Death is the end of all troubles! Young thieving heaven closed his eyes and waited for death, but Sha Zhao's voice resounded in his ears. Ha ha ha, you want to die? You are the owner of Steel Life Immortal Goo, how can you die? Demon, what do you mean? Young thieving heaven shouted inwardly. Right at this time, the red light condensed into a scarlet bee that flew towards him. Young thieving heaven immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He already had the most intimate connection with this bee. He involuntarily stretched out his hand, and when the bee landed in his hand, the lifespan that was taken away returned to him. Young thieving heaven returned to his youth again. Sha Shao laughed sinisterly. My good grandson, this rank 6 immortal goo is Grandpa's gift to you. Take it and roam the world. This world is very big, and you are too insignificant. If you really want to return home, you should grab this opportunity. Immortal goo? Who are you? What do you want? Young thieving heaven obtained the immortal goo, but he did not show any joy. Instead he broke out in cold sweat. Sha Zhao's voice, however, gradually faded. When the time is right, you will naturally know. At this point, the third scene of the dream realm ended. Fan Yuan returned to reality, his soul returning to his body. Chapter 1522. Theft Path Great Grand Master Attainment Level. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, showing a complex expression. Finally, one day, his path attainment level reached this level. But what he did not expect was that it was not blood path, strength path, wisdom path, or time path, but theft path. In theft path, Fan Yuan was like a blank piece of paper. But because of this thieving heaven dream realm, he rose rapidly and caught up, becoming the number one path in many paths. This showed how extraordinary dream realms were. They could allow Gu masters and Gu immortals to greatly shorten their accumulation time. This was also the main reason for the 5 regions chaotic war. Because too many people benefited from exploring dream realms, their attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their need for cultivation resources, status, and so on to multiply. Their own desires also increased. Of course, dream realms were not so easy to explore. Even though Fan Yuan had such achievements, the price he paid was huge. Even some rank 8 Gu immortals could not match it. Great Grand Master Attainment Level. Fan Yuan's current attainment level was the limit of the 5 regions. With this attainment level, Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of all theft path profundities in the world. Even if he was confused by external factors, he only needed to think about it, and he could understand it. If he wanted to go further, above theft path Great Grand Master was Supreme Grand Master. This was difficult. It meant that Fan Yuan had to surpass Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's achievements. Thinking of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fan Yuan sighed deeply. Even though dream realms were illusory, these realistic dream realms originated from history. Fan Yuan had helped Thieving Heaven many times, allowing the dream realms to continue developing. But Thieving Heaven's nature was like this. It was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. In the real history, what was it that made young Thieving Heaven grow into a demon venerable? Fan Yuan felt that Sha was the key. After reaching Theft Path Great Grand Master Attainment Level, the rest of Thieving Heaven's dream realms lost their value to Fan Yuan. But there was no need for Fan Yuan to say this out loud. It is a pity. Fan Yuan said goodbye to Tang Fangming, saying in a regretful tone. Something urgent happened. I need to leave and deal with it. I will leave Thieving Heaven's dream realm for the next time. Tang Fangming asked fervently. I wonder if there's anything that the Tang family and I can help with? Tang Fangming was not a kind-hearted person, but according to the alliance between the Tang family and Fan Yuan, the more the party contributed, the more they would receive in return. Tang Fangming had already tasted great benefits from Fan Yuan's guidance, and now he was scrambling like a flock of ducks. Seeing Tang Fangming's attitude, Fan Yuan secretly nodded in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted to achieve. As long as Fan Yuan continued to operate and support the Tang family, there would definitely be a huge obstacle for the Celestial Court in the future 5 regions chaotic war. Forget it, I can handle this myself. Fan Yuan shook his head. His refusal caused Tang Fangming's eyes to dim. He was extremely disappointed. But soon, Fan Yuan took out an information path Mortal Gu and handed it to Tang Fangming. Could this be? Tang Fangming sensed something and became excited. He quickly held this information path Mortal Gu with both hands. This Gu worm contains some of my shallow understanding towards dream realms. I hope it can be of some help to you. Fan Yuan smiled as he set off. Tang Fangming's praises could be heard behind him. What you take first, you must give first. This was an irrefutable truth. Only with such a grand plan could one compete with the Celestial Court. But my grand plan cannot compare to the Celestial Court. After getting far away, Fan Yuan looked in the direction of Central Continent, sighing deeply. The Celestial Court was strong not only because of their strength, but also because of their strategy and foresight. With Fate Gu, the Celestial Court had a huge advantage in terms of strategy. Fan Yuan's current strategy was based on Spectral Soul. It was already very outstanding, but compared to the Celestial Court, it was at a complete disadvantage. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, the Celestial Court would be invincible in the 5 regions chaotic war. If Duke Long was allowed to nurture Great Dream Immortal Venerable, they would become the victor of the era and reign supreme over the 5 regions. This strategy was stable and had almost no flaws. The only flaw was the otherworldly demon, because otherworldly demons were not bound by fate. The complete otherworldly demon was Fan Yuan. And the half-otherworldly demon was Zhao Lianyun. He was already controlled by the celestial court. He had become a lackey, and was making things difficult for Fan Yuan. It could be said that Fan Yuan was the greatest hope to resist the celestial court, but even Fan Yuan himself did not know where to go. If I go alone, even if I gather Shadow Sect, Langya Sect, Tan Clan, and others, I will not be the celestial court's match. The only possibility is Red Lotus' true inheritance. But it is not time to take this demon venerable's true inheritance yet. Earlier, Fan Yuan went to the River of Time because he knew about the arrangements of Shadow Sect. He had confidence. If he went to explore now, he would be in the dark, he would not know what would happen. Without the help of the Stone Lotus Island, Fan Yuan would likely fall into the Celestial Court's ambush and lose his life. In this situation, Fan Yuan could only be cautious and not rash. I need to increase my strength by all means and roam the River of Time alone as soon as possible, to see if I can obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. This was Fan Yuan's current strategy. To increase his strength, Fan Yuan first thought of those immortal apertures in City Well. But these immortal apertures could not be opened again. Even though Fan Yuan had a way, it was complicated and costly. It was far better to find the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fan Yuan lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in southern border, but it was not a big deal. Before this, Fan Yuan had planned ahead and connected his luck with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Both of them had a luck connection. Right now, Fan Yuan only needed to use luck path sensation to vaguely sense the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's location. If he followed the clues, he would definitely find the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. However, I am not in a hurry to go to southern border now. The immortal aperture is in City Well, it cannot run away in the short term. Fan Yuan's plan was to cultivate in Green Ghost Desert for some time. Earlier, I saved Fan Yun and Fan Ling. I got in contact with Fan Clan. A super force like Fan Clan will definitely investigate and test me. Unfortunately, I have been concealing my tracks and sneaking back to explore Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fan Clan will not be able to find anything. It is about time now. Fan Clan is likely to send an envoy to contact me. Fan Yuan was very familiar with the Righteous Path's actions. Because Fan Yuan saved Fan Clan's Gu immortals, if Fan Clan did not thank him, they would be ungrateful. This would be criticized by the Righteous Path's public opinion. To put it more selfishly, if Fan Clan did not repay his kindness, in the future, when Fan Clan's Gu immortals were in danger, who would help them? Thus, even if Fan Clan did not give much substantial rewards, they still had to put on a show. This was the Righteous Path's game method. Besides this, there was an even more important point, that was the strength Fan Yuan displayed. It made people fearful. He controlled so many soul beasts and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Even Fan Clan would not dare to underestimate him if he developed in Green Ghost Desert. Fan Clan's territory was close to Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan was their neighbor. How could Fan Clan not pay attention to such a person? How could they not come to contact him? If they had a good relationship with him, Fan Clan might even spend a lot of effort to rope in Fan Yuan. Of course, this was all based on the premise that Fan Yuan's true identity was not exposed. If Fan Clan knew this was Fan Yuan, they would not come to contact Fan Yuan, not to mention rope him in. Fan Yuan's plan was to disguise his identity and get on good terms with Fan Clan. It would be convenient for him to make arrangements in Green Ghost Desert and turn this place into a soul core hunting ground. This would have a huge impact on Fan Yuan's soul path cultivation. Several days later, in Green Ghost Desert, the Soul Beast army was moving majestically. Fan Yuan was sitting on the back of the ancient Soul Beast at the center, leisurely. He was experimenting with all sorts of theft path Gu worms. For example, rank 5 sneak attack Gu. Fan Yuan willed and activated it. Immediately, hundreds of blue baby shadows jumped out from his surroundings. These child shadows were not only faster, they were also very vague. If one was not careful, they could not be seen. At once, hundreds of blue baby shadows moved around Fan Yuan. They were lively. Some moved between the legs of the soul beast agilely, some jumped on the back of the soul beast, playing with each other. They moved without any sound. In this gloomy desert, it was a strange and terrifying scene. Fan Yuan was now a theft path great grandmaster. He could deduce rank 5 sneak attack goo with just a thought. In fact, Fan Yuan already had the rank 6 sneak attack goo recipe. He did not need the light of wisdom's help. He could do it easily. Other than sneak attack goo, Fan Yuan also thought of many other theft path goo recipes. Fan Yuan's theft path attainment was already at the peak of the world. This was a wonderful feeling. It was not an inspiration. It was as if he had this ability to begin with. Every time Fan Yuan thought of theft path goo recipes, he was excavating this ability and verifying it. Over the last few days, Fan Yuan thought of a large number of theft path goo recipes. He gave them to Langya Sect to refine. Land Spirit of Langya showed great interest in this. Fan Yuan obtained a large number of rank 5 theft path mortal goo. As far as goo immortals were concerned, among mortal goo, only rank 5 goo were somewhat useful. Other than these theft path mortal goo, Fan Yuan also slaughtered soul beasts and hunted them, raising his soul foundation back to 100 million man soul level. Not just that, he used this chance to add these theft path mortal goo to his killer moves. He made great progress. Just as Fan Yuan was about to close his eyes and modify his killer moves, an immortal goo house flew out of the dark clouds, flying towards him. Fan Yuan looked up. This immortal goo house was not huge. It was exquisite, like a small house in the forest. But this house was not ordinary. It gave off the complex aura of a rank 7 immortal goo. It was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It looked like it was made of wood. On the surface of the house, there were countless colorful flowers growing. They were dazzling. This is Fan Clan's immortal goo house, Fallen Flower Hall. Fan Yuan smiled to himself. As he expected, Fan Clan came to talk to him. Chapter 1523. As Fallen Flower Hall floated down, flower petals fell from the sky. The petals were like rain. They had all sorts of colors. The fragrance of flowers was intense, assaulting one's nose. And most importantly, when these flower petals landed on the sand, they vanished like water droplets falling into a lake. Next, the sand turned into soil, in a few breaths of time. Green sprouts grew out of the soil. They turned into flower buds and bloomed in the blink of an eye. When Fallen Flower Hall landed on the desert, it was no longer green ghost desert, it was a sea of flowers that were blooming. Fan Yuan restrained the soul beast army. He stopped and watched quietly. The door of Fallen Flower Hall opened. 3 goo immortals walked out. The one at the front was Fan Clan's rank 7 Fan and Lei. She had an ordinary appearance, and was slightly plump, but her smile was warm. She gave off a strong feeling of friendliness. Fan Yuan had already investigated. He knew that this woman was a frequent envoy of Fan Clan. She interacted with various forces and experts. She had rich experience. Beside Fan and Lei were 2 rank 6 goo immortals. They were familiar faces. The one on the left had a handsome face. His eyes were bright like stars. He was lively and lively. It was Fan Yun. The one on the right had a calm expression. He had a calm demeanor. He was Fan Clan's rising star, Fan Ling. Fan and Lei greets you. Fan Yun, Fan Ling, thanks Senior for saving us. The 3 goo immortals took a few steps forward and bowed to Fan Yuan. They were very polite. Fan Yuan sat among the soul beast army. He had a solemn expression and was expressionless. The ferocious soul beast had terrifying forms. They were silent, but they were filled with killing intent. Compared to Fan Clan's side, they were lively and friendly. They were like 2 extremes of yin and yang. Fan Yuan nodded. He said coldly, I said I saved you because I wanted to. I did not ask for anything in return. But I know a thing or two about your righteous past thoughts. You are very understanding. I am representing Fan Clan, not only to thank you, I also want to cooperate with you. Fan and Lei smiled. Oh, cooperation? Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. Fan and Lei took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Fragrant tea has been prepared in the guest house. Please come in and have a chat. Immortal goo houses were usually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. There were a few that were strong on the inside but weak on the outside, like Hay Tribe's former Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Fallen Flower Hall was obviously the former. Fan Yunlei invited Fan Yuan in, showing her sincerity. But even if there were traps in the Fallen Flower Hall, Fan Yuan was not afraid of anything with his current cultivation. All right. Fan Yuan nodded. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and kept the Soul Beast army. He entered Fallen Flower Hall with his hands behind his back. The interior of the Fallen Flower Hall was decorated with all kinds of miscellaneous items. In the center of the hall, there was a round wooden table with tea on it. Fan Yunlei invited Fan Yuan to sit down before sitting down. Please have a taste. This is my clan's 7-mile fragrant tea. Fan Yunlei smiled. Fan Yuan looked over and nodded. The tea in this cup was like clear water, but when he drank it, it felt warm. But the taste was the same. It was like drinking warm water. 7-mile fragrant tea was Fan Clan's signature tea. It was not so simple. Its true effect was that after drinking it, the person who drank it would emit tea fragrance from their mouth to their entire body. If one drank 7 cups, the fragrance would spread for 7 days and nights. The fragrance would spread for 7 li. But if one drank more, it would only reach this level, thus it was called 7-mile fragrant tea. Fan Yuan had heard of it in his previous life, but this was the first time he had personally experienced this tea. However, he only took a small sip before stopping. He asked directly, "What is your clan's plan? Please tell me." Fan Yunlei heard Fan Yuan's cold tone and thought, "This person is the same as Fan Yun and Fan Ling. He is proud and arrogant. Even when talking to super forces, he speaks to them as equals." Fan Yunlei was not annoyed. She had seen many experts. Some had strange tempers, some were bloodthirsty. Fan Yuan was considered normal. Her smile widened as she spoke clearly about the cooperation between Fan Clan and Fan Yuan. "You want me to collect impermanent stones?" Fan Yuan tapped the table, thinking about the cooperation. Impermanent stones were rank 6 immortal materials. Green Ghost Desert did have them, and there were quite a lot of them. These stones were half black and half white. They could only form in places of constant battles. Thus, places with impermanent stones were basically places where living beings died. Evidently, these places were dangerous places. However, dangerous places were nothing to the current Fan Yuan. "I have a Soul Beast army. I have peak rank 7 battle strength. Collecting these impermanent stones is a simple matter. The only problem is that these impermanent stones are scattered. To collect enough, I need to go back and forth. It will take some time." Fan Yuan thought to himself. This cooperation mission, to Fan Yuan, was actually something he did in passing. He needed to hunt for soul cores, he had to run around. It was normal for him to encounter impermanent stones. In fact, he had collected a small pile of impermanent stones, which he had casually accumulated in the Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan had to consider why Fan Clan wanted to cooperate. What was their true intention? Is it like what Fan Yunlei said, impermanent stones are not common in jewel yellow skies, they are hard to buy, so they are asking me to do this? Or perhaps, they want to use this to win me over? To spread the image of Fan Clan as a grateful person? The cooperation involved impermanent stones. Once Fan Yuan obtained them, he would get a rank 6 immortal goo as a reward. This was a huge reward. Immortal goo were unique. Fan Clan was giving them away. Even though Fan Yuan wanted to collect impermanent stones, if others knew about this, they would think that Fan Clan leader wanted to repay Fan Yuan for saving them. Fan Yuan was moved. Not just the rank 6 immortal goo's reward, but also Fan Yuan himself. He wanted to cooperate with Fan Clan. As long as he cooperated with Fan Clan and reached an agreement, his arrangements in Green Ghost Desert would be acknowledged by Fan Clan. But I feel that Fan Clan is plotting something. It is not so simple. Fan Yuan was still suspicious. Fan Yunlei looked at Fan Yuan. Seeing that he was deep in thought, she felt more and more confident. The clan is putting in a lot of effort this time, giving out immortal goo directly. There is no need to worry about him not being moved. As long as we make an agreement, Swan Bujin can move around in Green Ghost Desert on behalf of the clan. On the surface, he is collecting impermanent stones, but if we encounter Qing clan's inheritance, our accompanying Fang clan Gu immortals will know. Even if we encounter Old Ghost by June or other enemies, Swan Bujin will block them. If he knows about Qing clan's inheritance, due to the agreement, he cannot fight with us for it. Second Supreme Elder's plan is indeed very thorough. Thinking of this, Fan and Lei could not help but feel some admiration towards Fan Dichang. All right, I agree. Fan Yuan thought about it and agreed. Even though he had wisdom path attainment, he did not have enough information. He could not deduce Fan clan's true intentions. On the other hand, he had the intention to cooperate to begin with. Good, Swan Bujin is a straightforward person. It is a wise decision to cooperate with Fan clan. Fan and Lei laughed loudly. Next, let's talk about the details, But at this time, Fan and Lei paused. A strange expression appeared on her face. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard from outside the house. To make Fan Yuan feel at ease, Fallen Flower Hall's door was not closed. This sound could be heard clearly. Fan Yun and Fan Ling's expressions changed. There are countless soul beasts attacking us from all directions and surrounding us. Fan and Lei said. Old Ghost by June made a move. He really subdued a few immemorial soul beasts this time. Immemorial soul beasts? Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. He still did not know that the rank 8 immortal Gu was soul beast token. Fan and Lei's eyes shined with eerie light. She thought about it and told this information to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was greatly moved. This soul beast token is clearly a rank 8 enslavement path immortal Gu. It is a great thing. It will be a huge help to my soul core hunting plan. The moment he thought of this, Fan Yuan had a feeling that he wanted to design a theft path killer move to steal this rank 8 immortal Gu. He suppressed this urge and said to Fan and Lei, Old Ghost by June saw the immortal Gu house and dared to attack. It seems he is very confident. Now let's see your clan's immortal Gu house display its might. Fan and Lei choked. She wanted to see Fan Yuan attack, but Fan Yuan spoke in advance and stopped her. Earlier you offended this person to save our clan's juniors. He came to take revenge. My clan will not shirk responsibility. We will punish this evil person. But if the battle goes south, we will need to ask for your help. After all, those soul beasts are immemorial level. Fan and Lei's words had a deeper meaning. She spoke very well. Chapter 1524. Roar. While Fan Yuan and Fan and Lei were talking, an immemorial soul beast with a bull body and leopard tail moved its forelimbs, charging over with its mountainous body. Almost at the same time, there was a sharp cry in the sky. A winged black python immemorial soul beast flew down from the sky, charging down with a huge force. 2 immemorial soul beasts! Fan Yun's heart shook. Such a terrifying attack made his mind shaken. He could not control himself. No, there are 3. Fan and Lei was calm and even smiled. As expected, at the next moment, the ground shook. A giant 3-fingered monstrous hand emerged from the ground, grabbing towards Fallen Flower Hall from both sides. This was the 3rd immemorial soul beast. Rise! At the crucial moment, Fan and Lei shouted as she activated the immortal Gu house, turning into a rainbow as she escaped into the sky. The monstrous hand missed. It collided with the bull body and leopard tail immemorial soul beast instead. After dodging these 2 immemorial soul beasts, there was still the winged black python in the sky. The black python roared as it pounced towards Fallen Flower Hall. Fan and Lei's eyes shined with sharp light. She activated the immortal Gu house Fallen Flower Hall. She did not dodge, she directly crashed into it. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides suffered heavy injuries. The immortal Gu house Fallen Flower Hall was covered in cracks. The flowers on the surface of the hall fell off in large numbers. As for the winged black python archaic soul beast, it was directly knocked down and smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Immediately, a deep crater with a radius of several kilometers appeared. Fan and Lei's expression was pale. She stabilized the flying Fallen Flower Hall, making it float in the sky. Next, she used a method, causing Fallen Flower Hall to shine with a beautiful light. The light shined for a few breaths of time before fading. Fallen Flower Hall returned to normal, the cracks vanished, flowers bloomed again. Oh? It can repair an immortal goo house? This method is very novel. What is the profundity behind it? Should I store the spare goo worms and use them to replace them? Or should I refine mortal goo to fill the gap? Fan Yuan had a thought, his mind moved as he deduced. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal goo house, it was made of countless goo worms. Being able to repair itself quickly was an ability that most immortal goo houses did not have. If he quickly replaced the spare goo worms, that would be formation path. If it was refining mortal goo, it would be refinement path. Fallen Flower Hall was likely to have an immortal killer move of one of these two paths. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan had too little information in this regard. He had reached a bottleneck in his calculations, so he gave up for the time being. Hee hee hee! Old Ghost by June's laughter filled the battlefield. So what if you have an immortal goo house? Surrender obediently, and I can spare your lives. As he spoke, the winged black python primordial spirit beast shook its head a few times before flying back up. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength, they had thick skin and flesh, the earlier attacks did not have much effect. Fan Yuan wasn't surprised, this was within her expectations. Her previous collision was just a probe. After all, there were strong and weak immemorial soul beasts. Fallen Flower Hall was controlled by her, dodging in the sky, fighting with the winged black python primordial spirit beast. As for the other two immemorial soul beasts, one was a bull god leopard tail, and the other was a two-eyed giant. They could only roar on the ground, they could not fly. Old Ghost by June let out a light roar, and the two immemorial soul beasts strode towards him. A chance! Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. She was about to use Fallen Flower Hall to get away from the winged black python and attack Old Ghost by June. These three immemorial soul beasts had great battle strength and stamina. Fan Yuan could not fight a prolonged battle. The best tactic was to kill the leader first. She would kill the key person controlling the immemorial soul beasts, Old Ghost by June. But at this time, Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Don't be anxious, I have deduced that this is a trap. Oh? Fan Yuan's eyes shined intensely. With this hesitation, she lost the opportunity. Fallen Flower Hall was entangled by the winged black python again, she could not get away. The two immemorial soul beasts walked to Old Ghost by June's side, one on the left and one on the right, protecting him. Old Ghost by June showed no complacency, his expression was gloomy. I purposely left an opening to attract the enemy to attack. I did not expect Fan Yuan to be so patient, she did not grasp the opportunity to kill me. Never mind! Using Soul Beast token consumes my soul foundation, I cannot last any longer, I need to end this quickly. Thinking of this, Old Ghost by June's expression turned sinister, he roared and mobilized the fourth immemorial soul beast to attack Fallen Flower Hall. This fourth immemorial soul beast looked like a spider, it had spikes all over its body. It could fly. It was the smallest, only the size of an ordinary tiger. But it was extremely fast, it flew in the sky like an arrow. Fan Yuan exclaimed, South close, this is Old Ghost by June's bait. Fan Yuan looked gratefully at Fan Yuan, her expression turned solemn as she controlled Fallen Flower Hall to fight. With the addition of the flying spider immemorial soul beast, Fan Clan felt huge pressure. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was powerful and heavy, while the flying spider immemorial soul beast was as fast as lightning. The two of them cooperated with each other, one fast and one slow, one big and one small, completely suppressing the Fallen Flower Hall, making it impossible for them to turn the tables. To think that Old Ghost by June really managed to restrain an immemorial soul beast. How did he do it? Is Soul Beast token Immortal Goo really so powerful? How did he manage to obtain 4 immemorial soul beasts in such a short time? Fan Yuan and Fan Ling were uncertain, they wanted to retreat. Fan Yuan laughed. I have already deduced that this person is at the end of his rope. With just rank 7 cultivation level, controlling 4 immemorial soul beasts is far beyond his limits. If we hold on for a while longer, the situation will turn around. Oh? Fawn and Lei's gaze flickered, her thoughts jumped. She decided to trust Fan Yuan one more time. As expected, in the following battles, Fallen Flower Hall's situation became better. The flying spider immemorial soul beast and winged black python's coordination became worse. They often interfered with each other. And on the ground, Old Ghost by June's expression was pale. He was like a piece of white paper, his body was shaking, his aura was weakening. But his eyes were wide open as he held on. As time passed, Old Ghost by June's condition worsened. I will spare your lives today. When we meet again, I will cut you into pieces. He said these words as he led the Soul Beast army to retreat. Where do you think you are going? After being beaten for so long, Fawn and Lei did not want to let Old Ghost by June go. One side chased while the other fled. Fallen Flower Hall was bombarded. A large number of soul beasts died along the way. However, the flying spider and winged black python immemorial soul beasts were still harassing Fallen Flower Hall. Old Ghost by June's defense was tight. Even though his condition was getting worse, he did not show any fatal flaws. Fan Yun was in high spirits as he shouted, Old Ghost by June, where did your arrogance go? Old Ghost by June shouted, If I were not unfamiliar with Soul Beast Token Immortal Goo, how could I be taken advantage of by you? Wait, something is amiss. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. At this time, an eagle cry tore through the sky. Even though the four immortals were inside the Immortal Goo house, they felt the sound was piercing to their ears. A figure, like a ghost, suddenly attacked from the dark clouds. It was a female immortal. She wore a tight-fitting night clothes, her face was pale and bloodless. Right now, her hands had turned into eagle claws, her body was emitting black smoke. As she charged forward, a long trail of smoke was left behind her. Rank 7 Demonic Path Goo Immortal Eagle Concubine. Boom! Eagle Concubine clawed fiercely. Her speed did not change as she brushed past Fallen Flower Hall. Fallen Flower Hall was heavily damaged. 3 claw marks appeared on the roof. The inside and outside were almost connected. So you have helpers, humph? Seeing Eagle Concubine, Fang and Lei frowned deeply. She said to Fan Yuan, Friend Swan Bujin, please help us. I cannot deal with this situation alone. Fan Yuan knew that she had not used her trump cards, but he wanted to cooperate with Fang Clan. He could not just watch from the sidelines. Immediately he nodded. I will deal with Old Ghost by June. Please restrain this eagle claw female immortal. Fang and Lei agreed. Go ahead, we will do our best. At the next moment, the Immortal Goo House's entrance opened as Fang Yuan entered the battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Fang Yuan had already prepared his move. He pointed his finger as a meteor rain fell from the sky with immense power. Old Ghost by June squinted. His aura was extremely weak. He manipulated the 2 immemorial soul beasts around him to use their bodies as shields to block Fang Yuan's killer move. Bam bam bam. The ignited thought flying rock landed on the surrounding desert, creating a sea of fire, but there was no heat at all. This was a unique thought fire. It spread everywhere and burned Old Ghost by June's body. Old Ghost by June smiled bitterly. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but he had no energy left. Fan Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. Boom! At the next moment, the ground split open, monsters roared like thunder. Next, a huge palace shining in green light charged up, crashing towards Fan Yuan. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Beam Palace. Chapter 1525. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Facing the sneak attack of Divine Beam Palace, Fan Yuan showed a shocked expression. This is? Divine Beam Palace! Is there a mistake? Inside Fallen Flower Hall, Fang Clan's 3 immortals were even more shocked. Generation after generation of Fang Clan searched bitterly, and in this generation they finally pieced together enough clues and were about to search bitterly in the vast green ghost desert. But to think that Divine Beam Palace would appear in front of them. Qing Clan's inheritance that Fang Clan had been yearning for generations, it actually appeared on its own. The 3 immortals' eyes were about to pop out. They could not believe it. This was not how things were supposed to go. Die, descendant of spectral soul! Inside Divine Being Palace, that immemorial soul beast roared at the sky. The furious roar reverberated in the hall, dozens of pillars shook slightly, killing intent filled the surroundings. This immemorial soul beast was the master of Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. It was huge like a mountain and had a strange and sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, and human head. His hair was disheveled, his face could not be seen clearly, but his hatred towards Fang Yuan turned into surging killing intent. He controlled Divine Being Palace, but Divine Being Palace also emitted waves of green light that pressed down on him. No matter how he roared, his voice could only reverberate in the hall. It could not be transmitted outside. Divine Being Palace crashed towards Fang Yuan. Not just that. That rank 7 demonic path female immortal eagle concubine also screamed as she attacked from behind Fang Yuan. Old Ghost by June screamed as he used all his strength to summon the two immemorial soul beasts to surround him. The flying spider immemorial soul beast pierced forward like lightning, while the winged black python immemorial soul beast moved its body, casting a huge shadow that pressed down like a mountain. At once, a rank 8 immortal goo house, 2 immemorial soul beasts, and 2 rank 7 demonic path goo immortals attacked Fang Yuan. Fatal danger! Fang Yuan's heart was thumping wildly. His eyes were flickering with bright light that was about to burst out. Thoughts were surging in his mind like a tsunami. He did not expect to encounter such a terrifying encirclement the moment he stepped out of the immortal goo house. Senior, be careful! It's over! Fang Clan's 3 immortals cried out. The situation was so dangerous, they were worried for Fang Yuan. The soul beast had been plotting for a long time. Their true target was Fang Yuan. Now that they moved suddenly, Fang Clan's 3 immortals could not save him in time. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. Of course, Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on others. He was a cautious and prudent person, 9 immortal soul beast. Moreover, he had made some slight improvements to the reverse current protection seal. The time it took to activate it was greatly reduced. But even so, I'm afraid I'm still a bit too late to activate the countercurrent protection seal. Dragon Beam Palace. Immortal Soul Beast, Immortal Soul Beast, Immortal Goo Goo Emperor was not enough. Goo Goo Immortal Soul. This move would even if Divine Beam Palace crashed. 9 Dragon Goo Master Divine Once Palace. Divine Attack of Palace was Divine Fang Goo. With or. Goo King Dragon. With. 9. Fang. With or without the reverse current protection seal, it was a fundamental change. The danger of life and death caused the space between Fang Yuan's brows to twitch. After experiencing a few hundred years in his previous life, there wasn't a trace of panic in his heart. Instead, a fighting spirit that shot into the sky arose within him. Ha! At the critical moment, Fang Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. When the 3 immortals of the Fang clan heard this, they felt even more that Fang Yuan was conceited and arrogant. Immortal killer move, thought myriad transformations. Fang Yuan successfully activated a killer move in one go. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of blue phantoms shot out from his body and instantly scattered in all directions. This was a technique that Zishan Makoto was proud of. However, Zishan Makoto's original technique was the purple light phantom, while Fang Yuan's technique had changed. The root of the problem was that he had mixed in many sneak attack goo, causing the phantom to turn from purple to blue, and also gained some intelligence and craftiness. At the same time, these blue phantoms were still splitting up. 1 turned into 4 turned into 10, instantly forming an army of blue phantoms. Fang Yuan's true body also turned into one of the phantoms. It was hard to distinguish them. Good response. Fang Yun praised. Fang Lang and Fang Enlei were silent. Divine Beam Palace charged over like a meteor. Crack, 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 crack. Everywhere it went, the blue phantoms were destroyed by Divine Beam Palace. They could not last even a second. They all burst like bubbles. Eagle Concubine and the Flying Spider Immemorial Soul Beasts dodged. They did not dare to fight against the rank 8 Immortal Goo House. And that winged black python immemorial soul beast was the slowest. It was still halfway through, but its speed had already slowed down. Be it Eagle Concubine or Old Ghost by June, because of Fang Yuan's thought myriad transformations, they lost their target temporarily. Shock flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He had played a trick. His true body did not go far, he was hiding nearby. But to think that Divine Beam Palace did not stop, it activated some immortal killer move and continued to charge over. Is this a coincidence? Fang Yuan manipulated the surrounding phantoms, he and his true body scattered like a school of fish. But Divine Beam Palace changed directions and continued to charge over. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He breathed out a huge fog that covered an area of 1 Li immortal killer move, directional confusion fog. The Gu immortals in the battlefield were implicated. Eagle Concubine screamed as she quickly stopped moving. Old Ghost by June let the immemorial soul beast get closer. He was very nervous. This fog can confuse one's sense of direction. We have the protection of the immortal Gu house, but we were still hit. Such a powerful method. Fan Lung was shocked. Divine Beam Palace charged into the fog, but it kept changing directions, chasing after Fang Yuan. Directional confusion fog had no effect. Fang Yuan's move had been modified. Originally, the directional confusion fog was purple fog. It was small but could make rank 8 Gu immortals lose their way. After Fang Yuan modified it, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu immortals, but it was more effective against Gu immortals below rank 7. Not only did the color change, the range of effect also expanded, but it only lasted for a short period of time. With this mistake, Divine Beam Palace was already very close to Fang Yuan. It was about to collide with him. It turned out that because of the ambush, it was not far from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves did not deceive the mysterious soul beast inside Divine Beam Palace. Divine Beam Palace was fast. It was about to collide. Fang Yuan dodged with all his might. He was as fast as lightning, but he could not match Divine Beam Palace. He could only watch as this huge immortal Gu house filled his vision and approached him. They were about to collide. At this time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had not been activated yet. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Boom! With a loud sound, an intense collision occurred. But it was not Fang Yuan, it was Divine Beam Palace and that immemorial soul beast winged black python. Even though I can't confuse you, I can confuse others. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. He used this chance to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Then, in the blink of an eye, he used 10,000 transformations with a single thought again without stopping. He then used Familiar Face again, turning into blue light and shadows. Amazing! At this time, the fog dissipated. Fan Lei watched with a joyful expression. She could not help but praise. The enemy had numbers, but Fang Yuan used the enemy's advantage to deal with them. He had the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal. Damn it! Inside Divine Beam Palace, the mysterious soul beast roared. Its voice was like a tsunami, causing the entire immortal Gu house to shake. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was sent flying by the Divine Beam Palace. It crashed into the roof of the Divine Beam Palace. Its neck was almost broken. The might of the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Beam Palace could be seen from this. Divine Beam Palace's roof was slightly damaged by this collision. Its speed fell, but under the mysterious soul beast's frenzied urging, it continued to chase after Fang Yuan's main body. What's going on? I used Familiar Face, but the other party could sense me? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Attitude Gu and modified Familiar Face, he had been using this method to almost always succeed. In this situation, the enemy was chasing Fang Yuan's main body relentlessly. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a thing. Even Providence was deceived by this move when I underwent tribulation. What method does the enemy have to deduce my true body? Fang Yuan was puzzled. No, it is not a wisdom path method. I have Ghost Official Garment to defend against deductions. If the enemy wants to deduce me, they would have to destroy my Ghost Official Garment. But right now, Ghost Official Garment has not changed. How did the enemy do it? Chapter 1526. While Divine Beam Palace was chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly, on a sand dune far away, a young Gu immortal was sitting cross-legged. He wore a green robe and had a scholarly aura. He had a youthful appearance, but his gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life. He was sent by the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle of Celestial Court, the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Qinyi. At this moment, his eyes were shut, his aura was completely concealed, he seemed to have fused with the world around him. As he activated his immortal killer move, a trace of green smoke rose from his shoulders and head. The green smoke rose to about 6 feet above his head and slowly stopped. It continued to circulate and formed the shape of a large tree. This tree had a thick trunk, it had dense branches and lush green leaves. Among the leaves there were dozens of fruits. But these fruits were really strange, they had all sorts of shapes and colors. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were pink peaches that were as big as basins, some had thorns on their shells, some were hollow, their flesh and cores could be seen from the outside. A moment later, Qinyi stopped his killer move, the green smoke divine tree above his head dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, showing the look of realization as he thought. So that's it. He knew everything that had happened. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the descendant of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was the Lord of Celestial Court. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus traveled to the west. Back then, he had already become an immortal venerable and was invincible in the world, but he concealed his identity and disguised himself as a mortal Gu master, roaming the world. One day, he was at an oasis in a desert. He was warmly received by the villagers. He saw a child. Seeing that he was a Gu master, the child begged him to revive his deceased mother. The dead cannot be revived. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rejected him. He was about to console him. Forget it if you don't want to help. But the child turned around and ran away, leaving with hatred. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, but suddenly, the green smoke above his head shook, almost bursting out. He was shocked as he thought. My rank 9 immortal killer move Karma Divine Tree was created by Limitless Demon Venerable's true inheritance. To be able to treat life as soil and take root in it. To use luck as water to nourish the branches and leaves. To be able to get rid of external distractions and confusion, to find the root cause of the matter. The reason I rejected the child just now was just a small matter. On the surface, it seemed like a small matter. However, the sprouting of the Karma Divine Tree shows that in the future, a small success will lead to great consequences. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable knew about it, he did not immediately kill that child. Everything is like a seed, planted in the soil, germinating, and gradually growing into a tree. There are millions of trees, forming the labyrinth of destiny. Let the trees grow on their own without any interference. Let them grow naturally and do nothing. Only then will the world be prosperous and beautiful. If we forcefully interfere, using human desires to interfere with the heavenly rules, the gains will not make up for the losses. Why bother? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the Lord of the Celestial Court. He acted according to fate. Dead people could not be revived, this was the rule of fate. Thus, even if Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had the ability, he would not revive the dead. Similarly, his meeting with this child was also fate's arrangement, there was no need to resist it. However, once this tree matures and produces evil fruits, it needs to be plucked in time to stop evil. Immortals like us are merely birds that get rid of pests in this world. Thinking of this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable sighed. He left behind an immortal Gu house, Divine Beam Palace. This Divine Beam Palace was not given to the child. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable threw it into the well in the village. But as the situation developed, the village was buried by the sandstorm. Divine Beam Palace accidentally fell into the hands of mortals. After many twists and turns in the mortal world, it ended up in Qin Clan's hands. Qin Clan recognized it as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. They were overjoyed and arrogant. In the end, they angered Spectral Soul, who had yet to become venerable, he attacked and slaughtered the entire Qing clan, shocking the world. At the moment of the clan's destruction, Qing clan's first supreme elder sealed all of Qing clan's inheritance into Divine Being Palace and hid it. He even set up a method to regenerate the life seed, trying to struggle for a chance of survival. Qing clan was exterminated, but the hatred of all living beings and countless Gu immortals' remnant soul fragments were drawn over and stored in Divine Being Palace. As time passed, green ghost desert gradually formed. Under the influence of this environment, these remnant soul fragments could not be regenerated, but they gradually gathered and fused, forming an unprecedented legendary immemorial soul beast. The soul beast had humanity and great intelligence. It wanted to take revenge on Spectral Soul. It still used Qing as its surname, and Cho as its name. It became Qing Cho. Unfortunately, when Qing Cho was formed, not only did Spectral Soul become venerable, he had already gone missing. Qing Cho wanted to find Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's friends and family to take revenge, but it was imprisoned by Divine Being Palace. Back then, Qing clan's first Supreme Elder wanted to find a way to survive. He used Divine Being Palace to make arrangements, but he could not completely unravel the profundity of Divine Being Palace. 300,000 years ago, Divine Being Palace's owner, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, had set up a trap to deal with this. He wanted to get rid of an evil karma for the world. The cause of this evil karma was because when Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was roaming the world, he refused a child's request to revive his mother. As time passed, fate changed. This small reason changed and grew stronger, eventually creating the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Cho. Qing Cho was born using Divine Being Palace. It was imprisoned by Divine Being Palace. Qing Cho was unwilling. In the countless years that followed, it tried to unravel the profundity of Divine Being Palace and regain control of this rank 8 immortal Gu house. As time passed, Qing Cho attacked day and night. It had great results. Not only could it forcefully control Divine Being Palace for a period of time, it could even open the entrance and let outsiders in. That old ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were the unlucky ones who came to search for treasures. After entering Divine Being Palace, they were suppressed by Qing Cho and turned into servants. This Qing Cho is blessed by heaven. Not only is it a legendary immemorial soul beast, it can also cultivate. It even has many wild immortal Gu. Among them is rank 8 immortal Gu's soul beast token. It refined this Gu and gave it to Old Ghost by June. It wanted to use the soul beast army to suppress Divine Being Palace. Unfortunately, Old Ghost by June had just started moving when he encountered Fang Clan's 2 immortals, as well as the outsider Swan Bujin's interference. Not only did he fail, his plan was exposed. That Fang Clan also wants Qing Clan's inheritance. They have other motives. Qing Cho might have sensed it, so it set up this ambush. Qin Yi's gaze flickered as he calculated in his mind. The current situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that he could just take over Divine Being Palace according to his ancestors' inheritance. To think that a super force and a legendary immemorial soul beast were involved. It is a pity. My Woodpath killer move, Karma Divine Tree, is only at rank 8 level. If it reaches rank 9, it will be able to form karma on the Divine Tree according to my wishes. At that time, I will take some of these good karma fruits and deduce the cause. Act in accordance with these reasons, and follow them, and the trouble will be neatly settled. Qin Yi sighed as he turned invisible, vanishing on the spot. In this situation, he could only watch from the side and wait for a chance to make a move. In the battlefield, one chased and one escaped. How did the other party deduce my true body? Fan Yuan had many questions. He did not know that this Divine Being Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable based on Karma Divine Tree. It looked like it was abandoned casually, but there was a profound principle behind it. The legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Cho was formed in Divine Being Palace, thus it obtained a portion of Karma Divine Tree's power, turning it into an obsession that was deeply rooted in Qing Chao's desire for revenge. Thus, Qing Cho could easily identify anyone who was close to Spectral Soul. In essence, this was not a wisdom path method, it was a wood path method. If it was an ordinary woodpath method, it would be fine, but this woodpath killer move came from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an amazing method that he created after becoming venerable. On the other hand, Fan Yuan inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was a weakness that could be used against him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable massacred the entire Qing clan back then. The karma that he sowed was now on Fan Yuan. However, even though Fan Yuan's disguise did not deceive Qin Chou, it managed to fool Qin Yi, who was outside the battlefield. Fan Yuan did not reveal Reverse Flow Protection Seal's power. He had modified all his Wisdom Path methods and added Theft Path Mortal Goo. He had Ghost Official Garment and other defensive measures. Qin Yi's attention was on Divine Beam Palace. It was not strange that he did not notice Fan Yuan. The problem now was that Divine Beam Palace was still chasing after Fan Yuan. Isn't this enemy too stubborn? I have already broken the ambush, they still want to kill me? Fan Yuan flew rapidly. Earlier, Divine Beam Palace was hit by the winged black python Immemorial Soul Beast. Its speed fell. Fan Yuan took the chance to pull away. Now that its speed had risen, it would take some time to catch up to Fan Yuan. Even though I have Reverse Flow Protection Seal and can fight this enemy to the death, there is no need. The enemy is targeting Fan Clan. I came out to fight and almost died. I have already shown my sincerity. The rest is up to Fan Clan. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He flew towards Fan Clan's Rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Fallen Flower Hall. Inside Fallen Flower Hall, Fan and Lei breathed in deeply. She felt immense pressure against Divine Beam Palace. But she had a resolute expression as she instructed the two beside her. Fan Ling and Fan Yun, help me activate Fallen Flower Hall. We will save Swan Bujin first before fighting against this Divine Beam Palace. The situation was quite amusing. Qin Chou wanted to kill Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan did not know about it. Fan Yuan felt that Qin Chou was here to deal with Fan Clan. Fan Clan also felt that Qin Chou was here to deal with them. Swan Bujin helping them was already very sincere. Thus, we need to take this responsibility and fight against this Divine Beam Palace. Even the Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi felt the same. In his eyes, this Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin was quite unlucky to encounter such a situation. Chapter 1527. Seeing that Fan Yuan escaped from its encirclement, and even entered Fallen Flower Hall, the legendary Immemorial Soul Beast Qin Chou roared in anger. Its eyes were bloodshot, its killing intent surged to the limit. It wanted to devour someone. Its hatred towards Fan Yuan was not acquired, it was innate. It was formed from the remnant soul fragments of Qin Clan's Gu Immortals, as well as deep hatred and vengeance towards Spectral Soul. Thus, even though it had human reasoning, when it encountered Fan Yuan and could not kill him, its desire for vengeance took over. Inside Divine Beam Palace, green light flickered as it pressed down on Qin Chou. Qin Chou ignored it. It continued to move Divine Beam Palace towards Fallen Flower Hall. Master, I can't hold on. Old Ghost Bai Jun cried out in pain. Kill him! If you cannot kill him, you will all die! Qin Chou roared. Old Ghost Bai Jun and Eagle Concubine's expressions changed. They had never seen their master Qin Chou so angry. He hated someone so much. This monstrous hatred almost assaulted their faces, causing them to shiver in fear and subconsciously want to escape. But they were restrained by Qin Chou. They could not resist, they could only grit their teeth. The former activated the Immemorial Soul Beast while the latter activated an Immortal Killer move, attacking Fallen Flower Hall together. Once Fan Yuan entered Fallen Flower Hall, Qin Chou only had one target left. They had to attack it. The enemies were coming with great momentum. Fan and Lei controlled Fallen Flower Hall and retreated. This Rank 7 Immortal Goo House was faster than Fan Yuan, but it could not compare to the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The Immemorial Soul Beast Winged Black Python was left far behind, while the Flying Spider Immemorial Soul Beast was extremely fast. It flew towards the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. At the same time, Eagle Concubine shouted as she waved her eagle claws. Countless steel-like claw marks burst out, raining down on Fallen Flower Hall like a storm. Fallen Flower Hall could not dodge now, but Fan and Lei was not flustered. she was already prepared. She said to Fan Ling and Fan Yun, "You two control Fallen Flower Hall. I will use a killer move to resist the enemy." As she spoke, the Fallen Flower Hall burst into a snow-white brilliance under her control. On the surface of the Fallen Flower Hall, there used to be countless flowers blooming like a flower house, but now they were all withering. The snowy light converged and formed a huge flower on the roof of the Fallen Flower Hall. The flower was 3 times bigger than the roof, and its petals were like mirrors, reflecting light. With the crisp sound of a bell, the flower bloomed completely. It was a beautiful sight. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. Just as the violent claw marks were about to hit the Fallen Flower Hall, the bewitching mirror on the roof suddenly released a strong suction force. Ding ding dong dong. With a series of crisp sounds, the pitch-black claw marks were all absorbed by the mirror flower. After swallowing all the claw marks, the mirror flower's petals withered and broke into many pieces, but the remaining dozen or so petals slowly closed and formed a flower bud again. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace approached. The broken flower bud of the mirror flower blossomed once again, spraying out all the claw marks. The claw marks landed on Divine Bean Palace, causing countless brown sparks to appear. Divine Bean Palace's momentum was obstructed. Fallen Flower Hall used the counterforce of the claw marks to increase its speed, pulling some distance away from Divine Bean Palace. "Oh no, that immemorial soul beast flying spider is about to enter!" At this moment, Fan Yun shouted. Even though Fallen Flower Hall repelled Eagle Concubine and Divine Bean Palace, that flying spider had the advantage of its small size. It stuck to a corner of Fallen Flower Hall and tried to drill in. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal goo house after all. It had both offense and defense. The flying spider had not even gotten past the surface. It was still far from the core. But the situation was very dangerous. Because once it got past the surface, the flying spider could enter. Immortal goo houses were made up of countless goo worms. If an immemorial soul beast entered, it would definitely wreak havoc. Goo worms were extremely fragile. The result would be unimaginable. Even though Fallen Flower Hall had the ability to recover quickly, it could not compare to the destructive speed of an immemorial soul beast. At the crucial moment, Fan and Lei attacked again. Immortal killer move, Fleeting Bloom. The mirror flower on the roof had withered and fallen, but in its place, another epiphyllum had grown. The flower was not big, it was soft and delicate. Once it appeared, it turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. But a mystical force had already coiled around the flying spider. The speed at which it drilled through suddenly slowed down by many times. "This wood path Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall is truly amazing. No wonder it could shine in the 5 regions chaotic war in my previous life. Earlier, Mirror Flower was a wood path killer move, but it had the effect of Rule Path, reflecting attacks. Now, this flower is also a wood path killer move, but it shows the power of Time Path." Fan Yuan watched the battle from inside the house, his gaze flickered. Fan and Lei first used Mirror Flower to retreat Divine Bean Palace and Eagle Concubine, before using Flower to delay the flying spider. Right now, her face was pale, she was in a daze. Evidently, using these 2 killer moves expended more than just immortal essence. These 2 killer moves had incredible power, even though they were only rank 7, when used by Fallen Flower Hall, they had a trace of rank 8 power. Especially that flying spider, it was an immemorial soul beast. But the stronger the power, the greater the price to pay to use the killer move. Fan Yuan's gaze was bright. He looked around and sensed that Fan and Lei seemed to have expended her lifespan. "My Fallen Flower Hall is already a top-tier rank 7 immortal goo house, but against 2 immemorial soul beasts, Divine Bean Palace, and 2 rank 7 demonic path goo immortals, it is too much. Even if I use all my strength, I can only delay the danger." Fan and Lei's heart jumped. She looked at Fan Yuan, thinking, "This person has extraordinary methods. The pressure he faced earlier was even greater than mine. At the crucial moment of life and death, he could think of a way to escape at lightning speed. In this situation, I need to rely on him, otherwise, I won't even last a moment." Thinking of this, Fan Enlei used her method to transmit some information to Fan Yuan. She was busy now, she did not have time to talk to Fan Yuan, this was the only way. Fan Yuan received this information. He knew that Fan Enlei wanted to form an alliance with Fan Yuan to resist the enemies outside. Fan Enlei stated the pros and cons. In this situation, both sides had to work together to delay the danger until Fan clan's reinforcements arrived. Fan Enlei felt that Fan Yuan could not escape, but the truth was, not only did Fan Yuan have it, as long as he used reverse flow protection seal, he could fight. But now, since Fan Yuan chose to stay, he wanted to interact with Fan clan and establish a relationship. It would be convenient for his future plans. I can escape, but Fan Enlei cannot. Thus, this alliance agreement is very good. In this case, I need to thank this ambush. If not for them, I would not have formed an alliance with Fan clan so easily, and the conditions are so loose. Originally, Fan clan wanted to cooperate with Impermanent Stone, but now, the alliance agreement still included this. Even though they found Divine Being Palace, and the cooperation with Impermanent Stone was just a cover, this was Fan Enlei's brilliance, she still kept this part. Other than the rank 6 immortal goo, Fan Enlei also promised Fan Yuan a lot of immortal materials as compensation. Rank 6 immortal goo are not suitable for me, but if I bring up rank 7 immortal goo now, it will seem like I am blackmailing them. And immortal goo are unique. Fan Enlei might not have the qualifications to represent Fan clan and agree to it. Forget it. This is a good opportunity. There is no need to be greedy. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Fan Yuan thought of his own strategy. He made up his mind, agreeing to Fan Enlei. I will form this alliance. He thought of the problem. Thoughts surged rapidly, but in truth, it only took an instant. Fan Enlei was overjoyed. She was worried about Fan Yuan's arrogance and suspicion earlier, but seeing that Fan Yuan made up his mind in an instant, she praised inwardly. This Swan Bujin was indeed a wisdom path expert. He was decisive and decisive. He was wise and decisive. When Fan clan contacted Fan Yuan, they had prepared immortal goo and methods. Both sides made an alliance agreement. But at this time, Fallen Flower Hall was already surrounded. Boom! Divine Bean Palace crashed into it. Fallen Flower Hall was blocked by other enemies. It could not dodge in time. It crashed down like a meteor. Chapter 1528. Fallen Flower Hall was inferior to Divine Bean Palace. After being hit, a huge hole was created in the western wall. Ching Cho charged down with hatred. Divine Bean Palace attacked again. At the same time, that flying spider also got out of Fallen Flower Hall's surface. Fan clan's situation was dire. At the crucial moment, Fan Enlei screamed as she used her strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Empty Valley Orchid. The entire Immortal Goo house started to shrink. In a few blinks of an eye, it shrunk to the size of a small toy. The hole that was created when it crashed into the desert was like a fish in a pond compared to Fallen Flower Hall. At the same time, on the surface of Fallen Flower Hall, countless thin petals appeared, forming into orchids. Fragrance spread out. Divine Beam Palace crashed. Even though Fallen Flower Hall was right in front of it, it had to travel a huge distance. This rank 8 immortal goo house was like this. Eagle Concubine and the winged black python immemorial soul beast were also affected. Space was expanded and extended by countless times. Fan Enlei's eyes were shut, sweat was dripping down her face, she was pale as she tried to maintain her killer move. Amazing! I will deal with that flying spider. Fan Yuan praised as he got out of the hole. After going around, he arrived in front of the flying spider. Under the effect of Empty Valley Orchid, Fan Yuan was temporarily safe. Reverse flow protection seal was not exposed. Immortal goo houses were different from ancient battle formations. Inside immortal goo houses, Fan Yuan could not use his methods, he could only watch. Only in the outside world could he use them. Let me see if rank 8 soul beast token or my 180 slaves is stronger. Immortal killer move, 180 slaves. Fan Yuan's move was an enslavement path killer move, the weaker subdues the stronger. Fan Yuan had a soul beast army, he could enslave immemorial soul beasts. But this flying spider was being controlled by rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token. Fan Yuan wanted to enslave the flying spider. He was using 180 slaves to fight against Soul Beast token. Once this move was used, the flying spider Immemorial Soul Beast's body shook. Its movement of entering the Immortal Gu house became extremely slow. Amazing! Fan Yun was overjoyed. Fan Ling also became alert. Immortal energy surged around Fan Yuan's body. He activated 180 slaves to its greatest power and injected it into the flying spider. The flying spider struggled unceasingly. It was being fought over by Fan Yuan, an old ghost by June. It couldn't control itself. 180 slaves was only rank 7, it could not compare to rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token. But the power of this move didn't just come from Gu worms, it also depended on the number of Soul Beasts. The number of Soul Beasts in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture was huge. This caused 180 slaves' power to rise sharply. It reached rank 8 level. It was actually on par with Soul Beast token. Both sides were in a deadlock. Fallen Flower Hall was located in a deep pit in the desert. Divine Beam Palace, Immemorial Soul Beasts, and Eagle Concubine were above their heads. Far away on the ground was a Soul Beast army. An old ghost by June was hidden behind 2 Immemorial Soul Beasts. Within Fallen Flower Hall, Fan Yunlei's eyes were closed tightly while her brows were tightly knit together. Her entire body was trembling violently and on the verge of collapse. She activated Empty Valley Orchid to resist a rank 8 expert. She was already risking her life. Immortal Gu House Fallen Flower Hall let out creaking sounds. It was fighting many enemies by itself. It couldn't bear the burden. The situation is still very disadvantageous to us. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He did not use much of his battle strength. Most of his methods were still on hand. If he used his full strength, the situation would change drastically. However, if he was careless and exposed Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fan Yuan's identity would be exposed. This was not in line with his plan. I need to disguise my identity while also easing the situation. What should I do? Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed. That flying spider stopped trembling. It started to be enslaved by 180 slaves. And the power of Soul Beast token that was resisting Fan Yuan was fading rapidly. What's going on? Fan Yuan immediately turned around. His gaze pierced through 10 li. He saw Old Ghost by June spitting out blood and fainting. It turned out that Old Ghost by June had already reached his limit. He had been trying his best to hold on. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With rank 7 cultivation level, he controlled 4 Immemorial Soul Beasts. Even with the help of rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast, it was still an unimaginably outstanding performance. But now, he could not hold on any longer. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token could have been evenly matched with 180 slaves. But Old Ghost by June could not. He was quickly defeated. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. After dozens of breaths of time, he completely subdued the flying spider and kept the Immemorial Soul Beast. Senior, good job! Fan Ling and Fan Yun's morale rose greatly. Fan Yuan dealt with the flying spider and used it for himself. This result was beyond their expectations. But they did not suspect anything. Fan Yuan had manipulated the Soul Beast army earlier. He exposed his traces. It was understandable that he could enslave Immemorial Soul Beasts now. Fan Yuan got the flying spider and immediately controlled it to charge forward, facing Divine Beam Palace and the others. This Immemorial Soul Beast was not Divine Beam Palace's match, but its advantage was that it was small. In Fan Yuan's hands, it had a lot of potential. However, the flying spider also had a hard time flying. It turned out that Empty Valley Orchid treated everyone equally. It was also effective on their Immemorial Soul Beasts. Can this killer move not be used freely? It needs to be treated differently. Or is Fan Yunlei at her limits, like Old Ghost by June? Fan Yuan was filled with worry. Right at this time, he turned around. He sensed 2 Immortal Gu houses flying towards him from the horizon. Eagle Concubine was shocked. She quickly shouted, Master, let's retreat! At the crucial moment, Fan Clan's reinforcements had arrived. Kill him! Qin Cho was furious. It lost all rationality. It only wanted to tear Fan Yuan to pieces. It did not care about Eagle Concubine or the situation. Eagle Concubine saw that her master was not retreating. Her expression turned grim. She knew that she was going to die here today. Far away, Heavenly Lotus X's first Supreme Elder Chang'e, who had been hiding and observing the battle, also showed a worried expression. "Oh no, oh no! Fan Clan's reinforcements are top experts among rank 7 immortal goo houses. One is Chicken Dog Coop, the other is Inquiry Doc. If these two combine with Fallen Flower Hall, they can form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Even if I fall into Peach Blossom Maze, I will not be able to escape. I will die in regret. Furthermore, Qin Cho is trapped in Divine Beam Palace. It cannot use its full power." Thinking of this, Chang'e sighed. He showed a helpless expression. "To think that my first move is not to deal with Qin Cho, but to help it instead." As he spoke, wisps of green smoke rose from the top of his head again, and quickly condensed into the shape of a divine tree. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree! The fruit on the Karma Divine Tree shook and Divine Beam Palace instantly shot out green light, illuminating half of the sky. In the palace, countless green lights expanded, turning from arrow-sized to spears. They pierced through Qin Cho from all directions. Qin Cho roared. Its voice was hoarse and filled with sorrow and anger. "I am angry, I hate, I am unresigned, I want him to die." It fell into complete madness. Its body burst out with a powerful aura. The auras of all sorts of immortal goo rose and mixed together, forming an immortal killer move. Boom! This killer move's power was terrifying. It destroyed several pillars in Divine Beam Palace. Next, an intense force pushed the door of Divine Beam Palace open. Qin Cho roared. It was finally able to see the light of day after passing through this door. It used all its strength to stand up, raising its snake neck and opening its mouth. Its chin almost reached the back of its head. It was a terrifying sight. Swoosh! With a soft sound, its purple tongue stretched out like a sharp sword, stabbing towards Fan Yuan at lightning speed. Fallen Flower Hall was surrounded by the killer move Empty Valley Orchid to begin with. But this strange purple-tongued sword was not suppressed. It pierced through the layers of space, reaching Fan Yuan's forehead in the blink of an eye. A piercingly cold, murderous aura rushed over. "I'll dodge!" A crafty light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He went through the hole and entered Fallen Flower Hall. Puff! The purple-tongued sword chased after him, crashing into Fallen Flower Hall and piercing through it. It did not slow down. It continued to extend until it hit Fan Enlei's chest. Fan Yun and Fan Lung were stunned. Fan Enlei opened her eyes wide. Her body froze as she looked down at her chest. Chapter 1529. Fan Enlei was hit by the purple-tongued sword. She turned stiff like a rock. She could not move. A strange purple color appeared on her face. That purple-tongued sword penetrated her body, but it was extremely agile. It changed its direction and curved its body, attacking Fan Yuan again. But at this time, Fan Yun and Fan Ling reacted. They activated their immortal goo houses. Bright light appeared and suppressed the purple-tongued sword, slowing it down. The vines stretched out and coiled around Fan Enlei's body. A dense fragrance assailed her nostrils as colorful flowers bloomed, their petals sticking to her skin. Streams of light flowed through the vines and into Fan Enlei's body, healing her. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. There was coldness in his eyes. Many thoughts were moving in his mind. Fan Clan's reinforcements arrived. There were 3 immortal goo houses here: Fallen Flower Hall, Chicken Dog Coop, and Inquiry Doc. These 3 immortal goo houses could form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. It was extremely powerful. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, this move was extremely powerful. The information recorded in Shadow Sect's True Inheritance also emphasized this point. It made people wary. After fighting for a long time, Fan Yuan could tell that this Divine Beam Palace was strange. Earlier, when Qin Cho broke through the palace door and attacked with all its strength, he understood some truths. The one controlling this rank 8 immortal goo house seemed to be an immemorial soul beast. And it could only charge around. it could not unleash the power of a rank 8 immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses had both offense and defense. Charging was the most direct and time-saving method. But immortal goo houses had their own uses. For example, Fallen Flower Hall had Mirror Flower, Fleeting Bloom, Empty Valley Orchid, and other killer moves. And that Hay Tribe's Dark Prison immortal goo house had a method to enslave ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Hay Tribe was weak. They could not compare to one of the top forces in Western Desert, Fang Clan. This showed that immortal goo houses had differences in strength. If a rank 8 immortal goo house could not use its methods and could only charge around, it could not match Fang Clan's 3 immortal goo houses. But if Fang Clan won and suppressed this rank 8 immortal goo house, or even subdued it, what benefits would Fan Yuan gain? According to their agreement, Fan Yuan only obtained a rank 6 immortal goo and many immortal materials. It was even more likely that after Fang Clan subdued the rank 8 immortal goo house, together with the other 4 immortal goo houses, they would force Fan Yuan to make some alliance agreements. Furthermore, the immortal goo house was right in front of him. How could Fan Yuan not think of taking advantage of the situation? If he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he had to balance out the strength of both sides. Fan Yuan had a plan. He would use the purple-tongued sword to weaken Fang Clan and deal with Fang and Lei first. According to the alliance agreement, how could Fan Yuan and the Fang Clan plot against each other? But in reality, the contents of the alliance treaty were rather general about this and were quite loose. So, nothing happened to Fan Yuan even though he framed Fang and Lei. Did Fang and Lei not know about this flaw? Of course not. Speaking of which, Fang Clan had ulterior motives. That was, Fan and Lei wanted to make use of Fan Yuan. For example, the collection of impermanent rocks was to make use of Fan Yuan and scheme against Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan and Lei had already schemed against him. If she forbade them from scheming against each other in the alliance agreement, she would be dealing with herself first. Thus, Fan and Lei purposely spoke in general terms. She did not restrict this. Because of the urgency of the situation, even if Fan Yuan found out and objected, she could use this as an excuse. Of course, Fan Yuan found out. But as crafty as he was, he kept his thoughts to himself and pretended to be ignorant. As the intense battle progressed, Fan and Lei did not plot against Fan Yuan. Instead, she was schemed against by Fan Yuan. Such guts! Vile beast, you deserve to die! Fang Clan's goo immortals shouted furiously from the 2 immortal goo houses. They learned that Fang and Lei was injured. Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Doc were like meteors chasing after the moon, heading straight for the battlefield. But before they attacked, Divine Beam Palace shined brightly. Qing Chou used all its strength but could not kill Fan Yuan. It became extremely weak and was suppressed by Divine Beam Palace. The Divine Beam Palace operated on its own and a green light spread across the battlefield. It sucked in the unconscious old ghost Bai Jun, the pale-faced eagle concubine, and the other spirit beasts into the palace before flying into the sky. They actually retreated. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even Fan Yuan was shocked. This was not the enemy's usual behavior. Divine Beam Palace flew very quickly. Fang Clan's goo immortals hesitated. Chicken Dog Coop stopped, while Inquiry Doc tore through the sky and chased after Divine Beam Palace. This Chicken Dog Coop immortal goo house had a unique design. It was like 2 buildings built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door opened as a Fang Clan goo immortal flew out. Entering Fallen Flower Hall with an anxious expression, he shouted, Unlei! But Fan and Lei's face was purple. She was unconscious. Fan Yun and Fang Ling had tired and worried expressions. The latter bowed and said with an ashamed expression, It was our fault. We did not react in time. This Fang Clan goo immortal stared at them fiercely. You are guilty! Next, his expression changed. He saw that Fang and Lei was barely alive. She was about to die. He shouted, Unlei, hold on! He used healing methods, but they were useless. At this time, a yellow profound light shot out of Chicken Dog Coop, hitting Fang and Lei's forehead. The purple on Fang and Lei's face was alleviated. Her life was saved, but she was still unconscious, barely hanging on to life. This killer move is very strange. It is a soul path killer move but has poison path effects. She is poisoned. I am only stabilizing her injuries. I do not have the ability to cure her. At this time, an elderly Gu immortal walked in. He had white hair and wore a yellow robe. He had a solemn expression. Greetings to Third Supreme Elder. Fan Yun and Fan Ling bowed. Fan Clan's Third Supreme Elder, Fan Huaxing. Fan Yuan quickly recalled the information regarding him. It's you! You hid in Fallen Flower Hall and attracted the attack. Mayan Lei was hit by the enemy's method. This is all your fault. The Fang Clan Gu immortal who was carrying Fang and Lei shouted at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. He had an arrogant attitude as he snorted. Who are you? I am Fang Qin. That Gu immortal spoke. But before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. I don't care who you are. If you are unhappy, you can challenge me. Be it a battle of wits or martial strength, I will accept it. If you want to use Fang Clan's forces to find trouble with me, I will accept it as well. Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. He looked around with an imposing gaze and a cold aura. Oh no! Fan Yun and Fan Ling's hearts sank. Fan Yuan did not back down. He was very domineering. They became worried. They were afraid that a conflict would occur. Fan Yuan hid in Fallen Flower Hall. This was not a problem to them. After all, with an immortal Gu house, it was normal to make use of it. Not to mention a wisdom path Gu immortal who had a sharp mind. Fan Yuan was their benefactor. Fan Yun felt that Fan Yuan was his benefactor. And most importantly, Fan Yuan had put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier. If not for him subduing the immemorial soul beast Flying Spider, Fallen Flower Hall would have been destroyed already. As for why Fan Yuan attacked, it was because he did not expect Fang and Lei to be in such a situation. In fact, even Fan Ling and Fan Yun did not expect Fang and Lei to be unable to dodge. Precisely so, they could not react in time. Fang Qin, don't say anything. Friend Swan Bujin is Fang Clan's ally. We have an alliance agreement. He also put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier. How can you slander him like this? Fang Huaxing's expression changed as he shouted at Fang Qin. Next, he shifted his gaze. His expression turned gentle as he looked at Fan Yuan sincerely. This Fang Qin is Fang and Lei's husband. He is worried about his wife's life. He did not mean to offend you earlier. I hope you can forgive him. Fang Qin was Fang and Lei's husband. He had the surname Fang? Fan Yuan immediately understood that this Fang Qin was Fang Clan's son-in-law, a rogue immortal that was recruited from outside. After he married into Fang Clan, he even changed his name to Fang. After being scolded by Fang Huaxing, Fang Qin did not dare to attack Fang Yuan anymore. He lowered his head and checked on Fang and Lei's condition. Even though his healing methods were useless, he did not stop. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with light. He thought, Fan Ling and Fan Yun are worried. Fang Huaxing is cunning. Fang Qin is not simple either. As Fang Clan's son-in-law, he did not let his emotions get to his head. He just had to act like his wife is in a coma. Unfortunately, I have nothing to fear. Fan Yuan was fearless because of the alliance agreement. Fang and Lei represented Fang Clan to set up the alliance agreement. She had the deepest relationship with Fan Yuan. If Fang Clan went against the alliance agreement, Fang and Lei would suffer the backlash of information path. In her current condition, how could she suffer any harm? Even the slightest bit of backlash would result in death. This was what Fan Yuan wanted to see. Of course, there were methods to go against the alliance agreement, but these methods had a price. It was not completely safe. Even if Fang Clan had such methods, Fang and Lei's current condition would make them hesitate. It could be said that the unconscious Fang and Lei was a protective talisman for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was fearless. He sneered. Friend Fang Huaxing, your Fang Clan needs to give me an explanation. Otherwise I, Swan Bujin, will not take this lying down. Fan Ling and Fan Yun looked at each other. Why was Senior Swan Bujin attacking Fang Clan? Even Fang Qin, who had his head lowered, could not help but raise his head to look at Fan Yuan. His gaze was filled with the meaning of how can you be so ungrateful. I have not continued to make things difficult for you, but you are now trying to make things difficult for us? Fang Huaxing's face showed the right amount of confusion and coldness. What do you mean? Could it be that our Fang family owes you something? Chapter 1530. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He looked at Fang Huaxing without any guilt. His gaze was cold and his attitude was even more unyielding. Under everyone's gazes, he spoke. I, Swan Bujin, am a wisdom path Gu immortal. Do you really think I can be deceived so easily? Why did your two Fang clan Gu immortals fall into old ghosts by Jun's hands? In this battle, Fang clan's reinforcements came at the right time. They could easily mobilize 2 rank 7 immortal Gu houses and several Gu immortals. Since when did Fang clan have so many Gu immortals that they could mobilize at will? In Fallen Flower Hall, there was silence. Fan Yuan had all sorts of wisdom path methods. He did not know about it earlier, but now that he knew, he could immediately sense many clues from these clues. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. His gaze became even darker. Fan Yun and Fan Lun looked at each other. They had awkward expressions. Fang Huaxing laughed loudly, as expected of an experienced veteran. He laughed heartily. Swan Bujin is right. I will not beat around the bush. I will tell you directly. This is Fang clan's strategy. Generations of planning have been going on. We must obtain this rank 8 immortal Gu house. If fellow immortal can help my clan, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Please take a look at this. Saying so, he took out an information path mortal Gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look. This was another alliance agreement. The agreement stated, as long as Fang Yuan helps Fang clan and obtains the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Beam Palace, Fang clan will reward Fang Yuan with a rank 7 immortal Gu. They will open up their treasury and let Fang Yuan choose one. There will also be other rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Of course, confidentiality was the most important thing. The information path Gu Worm emphasized that even if Fang Yuan did not sign this agreement, and chose to give up, Fang clan would not stop him. But they asked Fang Yuan to go somewhere and recuperate for some time. He had to sign another confidentiality agreement. Oh? Divine Beam Palace, is it the legendary immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? There is very little information about this immortal Gu house. Even Shadow Sect's true inheritances did not mention much about it. Fang clan has been eyeing this house for a long time. It should be Divine Beam Palace. A rank 8 immortal Gu house, Divine Beam Palace created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang clan also mobilized so much manpower and resources, they naturally have to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. The confidentiality agreement was not too much. If it were Fang Yuan, he would have done the same. Fang clan was already very polite, of course. This was also because Fang Yuan had great strength and was a rare wisdom path Gu immortal. Fang clan wanted to rope him in. At the same time, because it involved Divine Beam Palace, the Fang clan had to be careful. During this period of time, they had to be careful with their decisions and did not want to easily offend Fang Yuan. What if this person had treacherous methods and spoiled Fang clan's plans? For Fang Yuan, the problem wasn't keeping it a secret, but what benefits he could gain from this opportunity. The greatest benefit was undoubtedly the immortal Gu house Divine Beam Palace. Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, even if he stayed in Fallen Flower Hall. With so many Fang clan Gu immortals around him, it would be easy for Fang Yuan to get out. But if he offended Fang clan for Divine Beam Palace that he had yet to obtain, it was not worth it. Not to mention whether Fang Yuan could win against the well-prepared Fang clan, even if it was Divine Beam Palace itself, it would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to suppress it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain a large number of soul cores from Green Ghost Desert for his own cultivation. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to feign civility first. It was too early to fall out with Fang clan. Even if the alliance agreement was made, it could be dissolved. Even if he could not dissolve it now, Fang Yuan had methods to restrict it, delay it, and gain time to use Immortal Killer move Self-Cleansing. If this move did not work, Fan Yuan could go to Northern Plains and borrow Immortal Goo don't care to form the Immortal Killer move don't care. Thus Fan Yuan spoke. If your clan obtains the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Beam Palace, Fan clan will rise to the top and become the number 1 clan in Western Desert. Your clan is so close, but your clan only wants to use this to buy people's hearts, isn't that too pitiful? Saying this, Fan Yuan paused, he crushed the information path Mortal Goo and continued with his hands behind his back. Actually, it is possible to bribe others, but to bribe me, this condition is too low. Fan Huaxing saw Fan Yuan's arrogant expression, he thought. The information is correct, this person is really conceited. He had a smile on his face as he said to Fan Yuan. Oh? That means you want to join in this and work together with our Fan clan? That is even better. Divine Beam Palace originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it is a legendary item. How can I not participate in such a grand occasion? Furthermore, if I do not participate, will your Fan clan be at ease? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Fan Huaxing praised. Ha ha, you are very understanding. Since you are interested, our Fan clan will not be stingy, we can discuss any conditions you have. But the reward depends on the level of contribution, you should agree with this, right? Fan Yuan smiled. Of course. Let's settle the debt first. Firstly, even if I do not make a move and watch from the side, keeping this a secret is a contribution, it is helping Fan clan. You need to pay me for this. Secondly, I saved Fan Yun and Fan Ling, even though I was in a good mood and saved them, it also helped your Fan clan in getting Divine Beam Palace. Previously, I did not need any payment, but now, the situation is different, I need to pay for this. Furthermore, I am being chased, I helped Fallen Flower Hall and fought against strong enemies, it was extremely dangerous, I need to pay. Furthermore, I tried my best to help you, but your Fan clan slandered my good intentions, I am in a bad mood, you need to pay for this. Fan Ling and Fan Yun looked at Fan Yuan's words, they were stunned. Why am I involved? Fan Chun was also stunned. Furthermore, I need to pay for my bad mood? Fan Huaxing's eyelids twitched on his old face, he suddenly realized that interacting with this wisdom path Gu Immortal was going to be a difficult task. Fan Yuan raised the price while Fan Huaxing tried to bargain. But how could he be Fan Yuan's match? Fan Yuan purposely made the accounts extremely complicated, listing them one by one. Fan Huaxing bargained with him and changed the last item. Fan Yuan said, since this item has been changed, we will also need to change the previous ones. Using such methods, Fan Huaxing was soon confused by Fan Yuan's accounts, he was forced to retreat. Fan Yuan, however, did not let him go, he pursued relentlessly. The final price exceeded Fan Huaxing's bottom line. I can't accept this condition. Friend Swan Bujin, you can consider it again, I will be in that Immortal Goo House chicken dog coop, if you are ready, you can find me to set an alliance agreement. His expression was ashen, after saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. After leaving Fallen Flower Hall, Fan Huaxing entered the chicken dog co-op. The negotiations failed. Fan Chen sneaked a glance at Fan Yuan, his gaze was filled with schadenfreude. Fan Ling and Fan Yun had complex emotions, on one hand, Fan Yuan was their benefactor, on the other hand, it was the clan's benefits. Thus, the two did not say a word, they remained silent from start to finish. Fan Yuan, however, smiled lightly. Fan Huaxing said he could not accept it, but that did not mean Fan clan could not accept it. This was an important matter. Fan Huaxing left because he could not deal with Fan Yuan. He purposely said this as a form of negotiation strategy. Fan clan is after Divine Beam Palace, regardless of success or failure. I need to set an alliance agreement that is beneficial to me. Firstly, it is a show of sincerity. Secondly, if I fail to get Divine Beam Palace, this alliance agreement will be my compensation. Fan clan sent their third Supreme Elder here. It was to leave a path of retreat for them. In the current Fan clan, first Supreme Elder made the decisions, second Supreme Elder made the plans. These two were the true decision-makers of Fan clan. If Fan Yuan wanted to make an alliance with Fan clan, he would naturally need to find one of them. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level. Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang is a Wisdom Path Great Grand Master, but has rank 7 cultivation level. He should be coming next. As expected, after a while, an immortal goo house flew over. It was that inquiry dock. When the immortal goo house was still in the sky, Fang Huaxing came out of chicken dog coop and flew over. Soon, Fang Huaxing entered inquiry dock. Second Supreme Elder, how did it go? Fang Dichang said. Divine Bean Palace is getting faster. Inquiry dock is slower than Divine Bean Palace, but it has already used a tracking killer move. Divine Bean Palace cannot escape. What we need to do now is to repair Fallen Flower Hall and combine the 3 houses to set up the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze to trap Divine Bean Palace and ensure nothing goes wrong. Fang Huaxing reported. That Swan Bijin is very difficult to deal with. He wants a mile after taking an inch. My negotiation with him broke down. Still not done? Fang Dichang smiled as bright light flashed in his eyes. Fang Huaxing smiled bitterly. His words are sharp and precise. He is full of traps. I am not his match. But he has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall and has not left. There is no way to communicate with the outside world inside. He is avoiding suspicion. Even though he is forcing me, he still wants to set an alliance agreement with our clan. He is showing his sincerity by participating in this. Fang Dichang pondered. This might not be sincerity. He might be fearless. Fan Enlei is injured, he is a suspect. But the clan's plan is right in front of us, there is no harm in tolerating him. As the saying goes, impatience in small matters spoils great plans. After the negotiation broke down, this person has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall. He probably wants to negotiate with me personally. Fine, I'll go and see him. Inquiry dock landed on the ground. Fang Dichang appeared and entered Fallen Flower Hall to meet with Fang Yuan. This was the first time they were meeting. Fang Dichang observed Fang Yuan and nodded to himself, commenting, arrogant and conceited, he definitely has his own strengths. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he escaped from Divine Bean Palace and the others showed his capability. Furthermore, he cultivates Wisdom Path, he cannot be underestimated. Chapter 1531. The Fang clan's history could be said to be very long. As a super force in Western Desert, Fang clan was famous for managing goo houses. It had always had its own Wisdom Path inheritance. Because regardless of whether goo houses were mortal or immortal, they were essentially immortal killer moves. They were formed from all kinds of goo worms. They were fixed and had both offense and defense. Fang clan managed goo houses and designed new goo houses to deduce new immortal killer moves. They could not do it without deep Wisdom Path attainment. It could even be said that Fang clan's Wisdom Path inheritance was very outstanding. After generations of accumulation, even Fang Yuan, who had obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, had great reference value. Of course, even though the Wisdom Path inheritance was outstanding, it depended on whether the inheritor was worthy. In this generation of Fang clan, not only was Fang Dichang worthy, he even brought Fang clan's Wisdom Path inheritance to greater heights, becoming a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. After all, he did not become a Great Grandmaster by using Dream Realms, he had painstakingly researched it step by step. Fang clan had Wisdom Path inheritors in every generation, but in the last 1,000 years, Fang Dichang was the only Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. In order to reach this realm, one must have extraordinary talent. It was not something that could be achieved by just relying on resources. Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang conversed for a while. Their words were sharp. They were like two sword experts fighting in a small space. Fang Yuan gradually fell into a disadvantage. He felt the situation was troublesome. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan's probing attacks that forced Fang Huaxing into a difficult situation were all resolved by Fang Dichang without batting an eyelid. No verbal traps had any effect. Fang Dichang's thoughts were extremely clear. His memories were clear and organized. He could not be confused by Fang Yuan's words. A conversation was like a game of chess. They could think ahead 2 or 3 steps. Some words could not be said, some words had to be said clearly to prevent themselves from being used. But a conversation between Wisdom Path Gu immortals was not just 2 or 3 steps, it was 200 to 300 steps, 500 to 600 steps, or even 1,000 steps. Fan Yuan and Fang Dicheng's negotiation not only involved their own benefits, the content of the negotiation also included real-time analysis. They talked about Divine Beam Palace, Fang Clan's situation, and even Western Desert's situation. This was simply a debate. These were not things that could be understood by the human brain, they needed wisdom path methods. Thoughts continued to surge, debating and deducing at the same time. Hearing this, Fan Leng, Fan Yun and the others were all dumbfounded. They felt that these two people were monsters. Their thoughts were as fast as lightning, as if they did not need to think at all. Their sudden words were like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, as if a sword was unsheathed, causing people to be unable to block it. Compared to them, he was simply stupid. I do not have many wisdom path Dao marks, even though I have immortal Gu, I only obtained them recently. Especially since it wasn't complete, it was incomplete. Compared to the other party, we still don't have a deep foundation. If I want to fight against Fang Clan in the future, I will definitely think of a way to kill this person first. In terms of wisdom path methods, Fan Yuan was inferior to Fang Dichang. But in terms of battle strength, Fan Yuan could fight rank 8s, he naturally surpassed Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang evaluated in his mind, this person's wisdom path cultivation level is truly extraordinary, he is extremely talented. If they could win him over for the clan, it would be Fang Clan's fortune. He, on the other hand, admired Fang Yuan's talent. If he knew Fang Yuan's true identity, as well as the killing intent Fang Yuan was plotting, who knew how he would feel? Ha! While arguing, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were baffled. Why was he laughing out of nowhere? Fang Yuan bowed towards Fang Dichang respectfully. I have heard of Senior Fang's name long ago, seeing you today. You truly live up to your reputation, Swan Bujin has learned much. Fang Yuan's sudden change in attitude made everyone feel strange. What was even stranger was that Fang Yuan lowered his conditions. Earlier, I was indignant because of the scheme, they were just deliberately making things difficult for me. Now that my skills are inferior, how can I not know what's good for me? Fang Yuan's expression was still cold, even when apologizing. He had an arrogant expression. Oh? I understand, this person is conceited, I managed to convince him a little. Earlier, he was just taking revenge. Now that he has seen my strength, he is sincerely convinced. Fang Dicheng's gaze flashed, he became even more excited. This person has such a personality, compared to him, those with ability are not blindly arrogant, there seems to be a good chance of recruiting him into Fang Clan. But for now, Divine Beam Palace is still the priority, let's put him aside for now. Since Fang Yuan took a step back, the two sides had no more disputes, they quickly set up a new alliance agreement. This alliance agreement was very strict, there were no loopholes. Even Fang Yuan frowned inwardly, these clauses were all connected to each other, if he used self-cleansing rashly, he might go against the agreement. It was not easy to break free from the restriction. He needed to make preparations in advance, and expend a lot of energy and resources. Of course, while Fang Yuan was restricted, Fang Clan was the same. Since the alliance agreement was set, the relationship between the two sides became closer. Fan Leng, Fan Yun, and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with even more gentle gazes. Subduing Divine Beam Palace is a huge matter, it is our Fang Clan's fortune to be able to obtain your help. Fellow immortal, please follow me to Wenjin Dock. Next, we will need your help. Fang Dichang invited. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes internally. Even after setting up the alliance agreement, Fang Dichang was not at ease, he wanted to keep Fang Yuan under his watch, and keep him by his side. Wisdom Path Great Grandmasters were truly difficult to deal with. But Fang Yuan had battle strength to rely on, he was not afraid of Fang Clan trying to trick him. He even hoped that Fang Clan would act against him, that way, he could follow the alliance agreement. If any side had ill intentions and took action, the other side could ignore the alliance agreement and retaliate. After Fang Dichang dealt with Fang Yuan's matter, he sent people to repair the immortal Gu House Fallen Flower Hall, while asking for reinforcements. Half a day later, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals worked together to restore Fallen Flower Hall to its original state. If an immortal Gu house was damaged, the difficulty of repairing it was very high. Fang Clan's efficiency was truly worthy of being the superforce that specialized in immortal Gu houses in Western Desert, or even in the world. Not long after, Fang Clan's reinforcements arrived. There were 2 rank 7s and 1 rank 6. Fang Enlei's injuries were stabilized, but she was unconscious. Fang Qin brought her back to Fang Clan's headquarters to recuperate. One of the 2 rank 7 reinforcements replaced Fang Enlei and became the leader of Fallen Flower Hall. This way, Fang Clan had more than 10 Gu Immortals in Green Ghost Desert. Half of them were rank 7 Gu Immortals. Among them were Fang Clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Fang Dichang and 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huaxing. They were famous Gu Immortal experts in Western Desert. There were also rank 6 elites like Fang Yun and Fang Ling. This was a huge lineup. Fang Clan had mobilized almost half of their Gu Immortals. They were very determined to get Divine Beam Palace. After all, super forces had huge businesses. It was hard to mobilize Gu Immortals to defend their natural resources. Like Wu Clan, as the #1 super force in southern border, when it came to mobilizing Gu Immortals, Wu Yong had been worried about it for a long time. Fang Clan mobilized so many Gu Immortals at once. They must have prepared for a long time. They must have made many arrangements. They might have used deceptive tactics or formed secret alliances. This kind of thing was very risky for Fang Clan. If they were not careful, other super forces might plot against them. Fang Clan's resistance would be too weak. They would suffer a huge loss. In fact, the situation might even collapse. But for rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Beam Palace, this risk is worth it. Fang Yuan nodded to himself, agreeing with Fang Clan's decision. After some rest, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals moved out. 3 Immortal Gu houses flew together. Inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Yuan stood beside Fang Dichang. To his surprise, Fang Dichang also let him participate in controlling Inquiry Dock. Fang Dichang was the main controller of the Immortal Gu House. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals assisted him. But letting an outsider like Fang Yuan participate was simply exposing Inquiry Dock's secrets. If Fang Yuan understood the workings of Inquiry Dock from the inside, it would be much easier to target this Immortal Gu House in the future. Sensing Fang Yuan's expression, Fang Dichang laughed. Friend Swan Bujin, are you wondering why I trust you so much? Actually, even if you see all of Inquiry Dock's mysteries, there is no harm. Firstly, we have an alliance agreement. Secondly, some things are easier said than done. Thirdly, our clan's Inquiry Dock is not unchanging. The truth is, all Immortal Gu houses will grow stronger along with our clan's development. Fang Yuan was moved. I have finally learned a thing or two about Fang Clan's style. Fang Dichang laughed heartily. Speaking of which, I still don't know about your situation. Have you been cultivating in Green Ghost Desert? Fang Yuan was not flustered when he was asked about his origin. He had already made detailed and substantial preparations for this. He answered them one by one. Even Fang Dichang did not find any flaws. The two continued to talk while the other Gu Immortals of Inquiry Dock quietly controlled the Immortal Gu houses. It seems that this Fang Dichang wants to recruit me. Fang Yuan sensed some clues from the other party's tone and expression. He found it a little funny. But he did not point it out. He tried to placate Fang Dichang. We are here, this is the place. After flying for a while, Fang Dichang's expression suddenly froze. He ordered the 3 Immortal Gu houses to stop. This was still Green Ghost Desert, but below the 3 Immortal Gu houses was an ordinary desert. There was nothing special about it. Fang Dichang squinted. This Divine Beam Palace really concealed itself deeply. Let's set up the formation. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Peach Blossom Maze. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 li had turned into a peach forest. The peach trees were extremely tall, and their branches were densely packed together. However, there were no leaves or flowers, let alone fruits. Everything was bare and smooth. Amazing! Fan Yuan's heart shook fiercely. This immortal battlefield killer move could even trap and confuse rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very impressive. After all, this was a supreme method that could only be unleashed by 3 rank 7 immortal Gu houses working together. Oh? He is here? Deep underground, Qingyi's heart shook. At this moment, he had already infiltrated Divine Beam Palace. Chapter 1532. Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. During Genesis Lotus era, this sect was the number 1 sect among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But now, it had fallen to the middle of the pack. Everything in the world was impermanent. Regardless of whether it was an organization or an individual, there would always be ups and downs. There was no such thing as being strong and prosperous from the beginning to the end, and there was no such thing as being unchanging throughout the years. As the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, Qingyi grasped the true inheritance of Heavenly Lotus. Thus, he had a strong influence on Divine Being Palace. Fairy Myrtle knew how to use people. She did not send anyone to help Qingyi. With just Qingyi, he could easily subdue Divine Being Palace and get rid of the legendary immemorial soul beast Qin Chou. However, there was a change midway. This Qin Chou is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and was formed in Divine Being Palace. It has some of the abilities of Karma Divine Tree. Thus, it has a strong connection to anyone or anything close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I can subdue it, not only can I research it and increase my understanding of Karma Divine Tree, I can also use it to search for the whereabouts of Shadow Sex remnants. Qingyi was moved. It was not difficult to subdue Divine Being Palace and get rid of Qin Chou. It would have been slightly troublesome, but now that Qin Chou was in a weakened state, it was completely suppressed by Divine Being Palace. And Qingyi was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had great battle strength. With Divine Being Palace, getting rid of Qin Chou would not be a problem. However, Qingyi had a deeper consideration. He was the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He was above everyone. But once this was done, he would have to go to Celestial Court. He could not be the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect anymore. There would be a huge gap between the two of them. Celestial Court was the largest sect in the world. If Qingyi joined, he would be a newcomer. His status would be the lowest. Someone like Qingyi had been the first Supreme Elder for many years. He had tasted authority and was at the peak. Naturally, he would not feel comfortable with this kind of difference in status. Instead, he was thinking about how to change and improve his status. To raise one's status in Celestial Court, it was neither hard nor easy. He just had to make contributions. If I can control Qin Chou, I will be able to track down the remnants of Shadow Sect. I will be placed in an important position in Celestial Court. If I make contributions in the future, I will be able to get out of this awkward situation. My status and strength will rise. Ancestor Genesis Lotus, although you have the Karma Divine Tree, this move is the essence of Wood Path. Ancestor cannot predict the current situation. If he knows this, he will be able to understand me and acknowledge my choice. After he did so, Fang Clans Gu Immortal Gu 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 Immortal Gu Gu Immortal Gu Hall Sect Continent Immortal God Lotus Sect Immortal Gu Domain Killer Dragon Spirit God, Peach Flower Forest. While he was executing it, Fang Clans Gu Immortals arrived and set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Qingyi immediately sensed it the moment it was set up. He's finally here. Qingyi's face was calm, and he did not panic. Fang Clan's arrival was also within his expectations. Go! Qingyi stood in the palace and faced Qin Chou. He waved his sleeves and ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. In this short period of time, he had already temporarily subdued these two people. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine originally wanted to resist, but after learning about Qingyi's cultivation and origin, and after Qingyi interfered with Divine Being Palace and suppressed their master, they immediately changed their ways and were ordered around by Qingyi. Roar! The gates of the Divine Being Palace opened and a large number of soul beasts swarmed out. On the other side, the Fang family. Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, and also the second Supreme Elder, he naturally took on the role of leader. With his order, several Goo Immortals flew out of the 3 immortal Goo houses and attacked Divine Being Palace at the center. This peach blossom maze is truly profound. In the real world, this Divine Being Palace should be hidden deep underground in the desert, but after being covered by peach blossom maze, it appeared in the peach blossom forest. It is very eye-catching. Fan Yuan was still watching the battle and inquiry dock. His eyes shined brightly as he praised Peach Blossom Maze. Immortal battlefield killer moves could create something from nothing and create a battle environment that was beneficial to Goo Immortals. Peach Blossom Maze was extremely effective in this aspect. It actually changed the earth vein of the desert and revealed Divine Being Palace that was hidden underground. Fan Yuan could not understand the profundity of this. He could only make some guesses. Fan Clan's 3 immortal Goo houses were concealed. They were nowhere to be seen. They were the 3 cores. The Goo Immortals inside expended immortal essence to maintain Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. This huge battlefield was extremely vast. There were peach blossom trees everywhere. And at the center of this peach blossom forest, there was a grand immortal Goo house Divine Being Palace. At this moment, Divine Being Palace's door opened as a large number of soul beasts charged out. Desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. These 3 immemorial soul beasts were naturally the winged black python, bull-body leopard tail, and one-eyed giant that fought against Fan Yuan and Fan Enlei earlier. And Fan Clan had 6 Goo Immortals, 2 rank 6 and 4 rank 7, Fan Leng, Fan Yun, and Fan Chen were among them. Fan Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder Fan Huaxing was personally leading them. After these soul beasts charged out of Divine Being Palace, they did not attack the Fan Clan Goo Immortals. They surrounded Divine Being Palace and stood quietly, forming a huge round formation that surrounded Divine Being Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides fought. Fan Clan's Goo Immortals were shocked at the next moment. The killer moves they unleashed exploded with all sorts of power within the group of soul beasts. But when the light dissipated, these soul beasts were actually only slightly injured, and their injuries were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. How can this be? These soul beasts seem to have a method. Each position has its own profundity. Just as they were confused, Chen Yi shouted from within Divine Being Palace. Divine Being Palace shined with a bright green light. Next, a trace of green intent was drawn out from the depths of these soul beasts' bodies. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds could be heard as the green light condensed into wooden armor that draped over the soul beasts' bodies, protecting them from head to toe. Fan Yuan did not understand, but inside Inquiry Dock, Fan Dichang's expression changed as he muttered, "This is Divine Being Palace's immortal killer move, Green Armor Vegetable Garden." Green Armor Vegetable Garden? Fan Yuan asked. Fan Dichang glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Fan Clan only collected this much information. We only know this name and its general appearance. We do not know anything about its true power. Fan Yuan showed intense interest. He looked at the battlefield without blinking. This move is related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is definitely not simple. We should probe it first. Fan Dichang nodded. That is the only way. Chapter 1533. Fan Clan's immortal killer moves continued to land on the Soul Beast army. It was a dazzling scene. It was like countless fireworks were exploding. Colorful lights shone on the faces of Fan Clan's Goo Immortals. They had ugly expressions. Even though these soul beasts are damaged, it is not a big deal. Their green armors can actually connect to each other and share the damage. This is amazing. Fan Clan's 6 Goo Immortals could not take them down. At this time, from the immortal Goo House chicken dog coop behind them, a purple-clothed female immortal flew out. "Let me do it!" she shouted as she activated the immortal killer move that she had already prepared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At once, a thick poison cloud appeared in the sky. The huge poison cloud cast a shadow on Divine Being Palace and the Soul Beast army. Countless sparrows flew out of the poison cloud. These sparrows were like arrows. They were extremely fast and agile. They were formed from immortal killer moves. Countless sparrows flew into the Soul Beast army, causing chaos in the army. But after a while, Fang Clan's Gu Immortal's expressions turned grim. The killer move had a huge momentum, but the effect was not good. Even Fang Ji's Poison Cloud Arrow Sparrow is useless, Poison Path is also useless. It seems that this green armor vegetable garden has no flaws. Inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Dichang frowned deeply. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. What do you think, Swan Bijin? Fang Yuan shook his head. I am ashamed, I did not find a flaw in this killer move either. But in my opinion, this Divine Beam Palace is completely different from before. It seems to have a lot of intelligence now. Green Armor Vegetable Garden is just one aspect. When these soul beasts defend against the attacks, they advance and retreat with great teamwork. Divine Beam Palace is completely impenetrable. The difference between the two is too huge. Fang Dichang nodded. He knew about the scene of Fang Yuan and Fang Enlei fighting against Divine Beam Palace earlier. Divine Beam Palace could only charge around without using any killer moves. It was like a brute. But now, this Divine Beam Palace was unmoving like a mountain. It was like a strategist on the battlefield. It defended the camp impenetrably. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals could not attack it even after a long time. There was indeed a huge difference in their performance. Fang Dichang was even more worried about the reason. We've set up the Peach Blossom Maze, but Divine Beam Palace didn't even try to break out. Instead, they're defending to the death. Could it be that they can't teleport? Or are you trying to stall for time? Fang Dichang was more worried about the latter. If the other party wanted to stall for time, he must have an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Fang Dichang made up his mind and summoned the Fang Clan Gu Immortals who were fighting outside. Come back, we will use Peach Blossom Maze to attack. Peach Blossom Maze was an immortal battlefield killer move. It could trap a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was not simple. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals returned to their immortal Gu houses. Peach Blossom Maze started to grow rapidly. The originally bare branches began to emit a tender green color. Then, the green spread, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lush forest. A gust of wind blew. The leaves of the Peach Blossom Maze rustled, creating waves of jade light. The wave crashed towards Divine Beam Palace. The Soul Beast army was forced to retreat. The desolate and ancient soul beasts at the periphery were all destroyed by the jade light wave. Peach Blossom Maze's transformation was grand. It actually forced the entire soul beast army to retreat. These soul beasts roared and roared, but the jade light wave was too powerful. They could not resist it individually. Within Divine Beam Palace, Qin frowned. This Peach Blossom Maze is quite special. Right now, he was still suppressing Qin Chou. He could not free himself to use Divine Beam Palace. Divine Beam Palace burst out with profound light that enveloped the remaining soul beasts. Next, the profound light engulfed most of the soul beasts and gathered on the 3 immemorial soul beasts. The 3 immemorial soul beasts seemed to have received a huge boost. Their bodies expanded and became even larger monsters. The 3 giant monsters were like 3 mountain peaks that completely blocked the emerald light waves. Peach Blossom Maze changed again. As the jade light wave faded, the green color became even more concentrated. A red dot could be seen among the greenery. Next, countless red dots bloomed like stars in the night sky. They were peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful. Another gust of wind blew. Countless petals fluttered in the wind. At once, the petals condensed into human figures in the air. This is the killer move, Flowery Wind Warrior. I will have to trouble friend Swan Bujin to control a portion of it. Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. After obtaining Fang Dichang's permission, he could control the human figures formed by the petals. As for the quantity, Fang Yuan tested it first. He used 12 Flowery Wind Warriors at once. Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Each Flowery Wind Warrior seems to be able to inject a killer move into them. After the accumulation is done, they will self-detonate to unleash the killer move. Friend, you have a keen sense. This is the use of Flowery Wind Warriors. Fang Dichang smiled as he replied. Fang Yuan tried using Immortal Killer Move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, one of the Flowery Wind Warriors he controlled flew to the top of Divine Beam Palace and self-detonated. What exploded was a bunch of Psyche fire meteorites, which rumbled as they smashed downwards. Divine Being Palace did not budge, but the three immemorial soul beasts' bodies shook as they were covered in thought fire. Fan Yuan's eyes shined, he praised. This move's explosive speed is almost the same as the true body. Not only can it make up for the weakness of the immortal Gu House, it can also fully display our advantage in numbers. It is also not afraid of expenditure. Many tactics require careful choice of true bodies, but this move can be used repeatedly and riskily. Just as he said this, Fan Yuan controlled another flowery wind warrior to dive down and arrive behind an immemorial soul beast. Immortal Killer Move, 180 Slaves. With this move, the immemorial soul beast's body immediately froze. It suffered a formless impact. At the same time, the other three flowery wind warriors descended and exploded, each using 3 stratagem immortal killer moves. Bam bam bam, the immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fan Yuan immediately recovered. But at the next moment, green light flashed in Divine Being Palace. The immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fan Yuan was not heavily injured to begin with. It immediately recovered. Difficult. Even with the flowery wind warrior's ingenious move, the defense of Divine Being Palace was too strong. The 3 immemorial soul beasts were like 3 great dams. No matter how much water flooded the outside world, they were still able to hold their ground, unmoving like a mountain. Fan Yuan did not use his true trump cards. Fan Clan's Gu Immortals also did not make much progress. The situation was in a deadlock again. Fang Dichang's brows were almost frowning. Peach Blossom Maze only had 3 transformations. Now that it was the second transformation, there was still no breakthrough in the situation. Divine Being Palace's defense was so tight. Right when Fang Dichang wanted to change to the third form, Fan Yuan suddenly attacked. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. The 3 flowery wind warriors exploded one after another. Fan Yuan had instilled the enslavement path killer move 180 slaves inside. At this moment, the 3 moves overlapped and landed on the winged black python immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast immediately froze like a statue. Not long after, Fan Yuan gave a shout. It broke free from the enemy's control and joined Fan Yuan. The second immemorial soul beast was obtained. At once, the leaders of both sides, Chen and Fang Dichang, were stunned. Divine Being Palace was supporting them from the back. These immemorial soul beasts were wearing green armor and had thick defense. Any injuries they suffered could be healed instantly. Fan Clan's offense was extremely difficult. However, Fan Yuan bypassed this and directly seized the immemorial soul beasts. Friend, so enslavement path is the weakness of this green armor vegetable garden. I hope you can continue attacking. Fan Dichang paused before saying in a serious tone. Fan Clan will reward you greatly. Chen Yi snorted coldly. The enemy actually found this loophole. It is a pity that these are not Divine Being soldiers produced by Divine Being Palace. We can only use these soul beasts to replace them. If they were Divine Being soldiers, how could they take them away so easily? In Inquiry Doc, Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. I have already used it once and subdued an immemorial soul beast. This is the second one. I have already reached the limit of my abilities. I will have to pay a huge price to use this move next. I wonder, what is the reward that second Supreme Elder is referring to? Fang Dichang's eyelids drooped, concealing the sharpness in his eyes, but he was secretly furious. This Swan Bujin actually dared to threaten me the moment he got the chance. He will have to pay a huge price? That is to say, he can continue using this move, but it will depend on whether my Fang clan can compensate him for the price he paid. He made an alliance agreement with me. He cannot deceive me in this aspect. Unfortunately, my Fang clan does not have an enslavement path expert. We were actually threatened by an outsider. Chapter 1534. Even though Fang Dichang was furious, Divine Being Palace was right in front of them. Fang clan's plan could not fail, and Fan Yuan's method of subduing immemorial soul beasts was the best way to break the stalemate. Fang Dichang smiled. What reward does Swan Bujin want? As long as you say it, Fang Clan will help you to the best of our abilities. Fan Yuan asked him what reward he wanted, but Fang Dichang countered with a question. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Lord Fang is a straightforward person, I am not greedy, a rank 7 immortal goo is not a problem. Fan Yuan's tone turned sluggish as he said this, his gaze flickered as he showed some embarrassment. Rank 7 immortal goo! Fang Dichang's heart shook, he became even angrier, but he showed a smile and sincerity on his face. With the merit of suppressing all the immemorial soul beasts, it is only right for Fang Clan to reward you with a rank 7 immortal goo. If we subdue Divine Bean Palace in the end, you will be able to obtain a second rank 7 immortal goo. Fan Dichang not only agreed to Fan Yuan's request, he even continued to entice him with great rewards. I am ashamed. Fan Yuan sighed. I need to obtain this first rank 7 immortal goo first, otherwise, I will not be able to make up my mind to pay such a huge price to suppress the remaining immemorial soul beasts. Why are you so impatient? You don't trust our Fang Clan? The Fang Clan goo immortals could not stand it anymore. They shouted angrily. Fan Yuan cupped his fists. Fang Clan friends, if I continue to use it, the price will be too high, my foundation will be greatly damaged. I need to obtain a rank 7 immortal goo before I can make up my mind. Alright, I have a method in Inquiry Dock to communicate with the outside world. It is not a problem for the headquarters to send a rank 7 immortal goo. This is our clan's rank 7 treasury, feel free to choose. Fan Dichang said as an information path goo worm flew out of his sleeve. It was actually a rank 7 information path immortal goo. This immortal goo was rare, Fan Yuan thought. My information is hard to come by. Information path immortal goo can help me gather information and learn secrets. When he was reborn, he relied on the memories of his past life. Providence must have tampered with it and laid a trap. It was not reliable. Recently, he had been relying on the information from the legacy of the Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, the information was getting outdated. This information path rank 7 immortal goo is suitable for me. Fan Yuan received the information path immortal goo and inspected it with his mind. He saw that there were only 6 rank 7 immortal goo in it. Fang Clan has such a deep foundation. There are definitely more than 6 rank 7 immortal goo. Fan Dichang must have hidden some of them and not let me choose. Just the 6 immortal goo in front of him made Fan Yuan's vision blur. He was interested in every immortal goo here. Because he had inherited the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, any immortal goo could be put to good use in his hands. But soon, when Fan Yuan saw one of the immortal goo, his heart shook slightly. He immediately made up his mind to choose this goo. Rank 7 Great Thief goo? Fan Dichang was very surprised after learning of Fan Yuan's choice. This was a Theft Path immortal goo, while Swan Bujin was a Wisdom Path goo immortal. Fan Yuan did not explain. He did not need to explain. Fan Dichang displayed these rank 7 immortal goo. It meant that Fang Clan could give up on these immortal goo. And in the current situation, Fang Clan was anxious while Fan Yuan was not. Thus, if Fan Dichang wanted to use this to embezzle the immortal goo, Fan Yuan would not make a move. Maybe this person is afraid that I will use this against him, so he purposely threw out an answer? When I refuse, he will give it up? Fan Dichang guessed. Wisdom Path goo immortals were too quick-witted. Friend, do you really want this immortal goo? Fan Dichang asked for confirmation. Fan Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering. This goo. Fan Dichang nodded. In that case, I will agree to your request. Immediately, he activated a killer move and took out this rank 7 immortal goo from Fang Clan's headquarters, transporting it to Inquiry Dock. The entire process was very fast. Fan Yuan soon obtained this Great Thief goo and easily refined it with Fan Dichang's help. This Great Thief immortal goo was a beetle with a wide head and a horn. It was as tall as an adult. Its body was covered in a black carapace that emitted a metallic luster, giving off a strong feeling. Fan Yuan obtained this immortal goo and was secretly excited. My gains this time are truly a pleasant surprise. I am already a great Grand Master in Theft Path. I only lack Theft Path immortal goo. Now, this great thief Immortal Gu came at the right time. Not only can I use my advantage in theft path, I can even use ghostly concealment. Fan Yuan had theft path attainment level. It was easy for him to create theft path immortal killer moves. And most importantly, ghostly concealment. This immortal killer move was personally used by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was a rank 9 killer move with extraordinary power. But all along, it was of little value to Fan Yuan. Why? Even though it could prevent Fan Yuan from being detected by ghosts and soul beasts, every time Fan Yuan used an immortal killer move, he would be exposed. If a firecracker was buried underground, no one would be able to see it, but if the firecracker shot out flames, it would be detected. Moreover, ghostly concealment had been interfering with Ghost Soldier Garment all along. In fact, Ghost Soldier Garment was suppressed by ghostly concealment. Its effect was greatly reduced. Ghostly concealment did not need to expend immortal essence, it could move on its own. This was the work of a Theft Path Supreme Grand Master. Only Supreme Grand Masters could surpass the limits and restrictions of this world in certain aspects. Fan Yuan was a Theft Path Great Grandmaster, but he could not use ghostly concealment. Even though he had a deeper understanding of ghostly concealment, he still had many doubts. However, these doubts were not enough to stop him from using ghostly concealment. How to use ghostly concealment to truly use this killer move for himself? Rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu was the key to solving this problem. As long as I had some mortal Gu and spend some time, I will be able to extract the power of ghostly concealment and use it freely. A bright light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. But for now, I need to get rid of these immemorial soul beasts. Fan Clan's Gu immortals do not have much patience. Fan Yuan still wanted to establish a relationship with Fan Clan for the sake of Green Ghost Desert. He did not want to offend Fan Clan now. Thus, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he immediately killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were originally hard to kill, but Fan Yuan controlled them. Not only would they not resist, they would even cooperate. They naturally stretched out their necks and died obediently. After it died, Fan Yuan obtained 2 spirit cores the size of horse carriages. Rank 8 Immortal Material, Immemorial Soul Core. This was truly rare. If not for this situation, Fan Yuan would not have killed these 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no helping it. 180 slaves required a large number of soul beasts as the foundation. Fan Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including many desolate level and ancient soul beasts. But these soul beasts were already the limit for Fan Yuan to control these 2 immemorial soul beasts. Now, it was impossible for Fan Yuan to control even more immemorial soul beasts. Without a choice, Fan Yuan could only kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was also the huge price that Fan Yuan had mentioned to Fang Dichang earlier. This was not a lie, it was the truth. How could the death of 2 rank 8 battle strengths not be a huge price? However, after Fan Yuan did this, he immediately used his method to use Attitude Gu, causing his body to shake intensely and his face to turn pale. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Swan Bujin was not lying. If we continue to use that method, we will have to pay a huge price. At once, the Fan Clan Gu immortals who saw this felt a little better. Although I cannot bear to do this, the situation is urgent, please take action. Fang Dichang urged. I will definitely do my best. Fan Yuan gave a light shout. He seemed to be energized as he instilled 180 slaves into the Flowery Wind Warriors again. After 3 moves, Fan Yuan used the same method and seized that Bull God Leopard Tail immemorial soul beast. Guh. Fan Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale as paper. He almost fell down. Friend Swan Bujin, be careful. Please take care of your body. We will need to rely on you for the remaining immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Fan Clan's immortals asked. It's fine, it's fine. Fan Yuan waved his hand. It was fine indeed, this was just his disguise. Fan Clan's Gu immortals heard his reply and their anger subsided by more than half. Next, Fan Yuan took action again and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. Chapter 1535. Thanks to Fan Yuan's outstanding performance, the last two immemorial soul beasts in the periphery of Divine Being Palace were taken away by Fan Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, after losing two immemorial soul beasts, two new ones appeared in the blink of an eye. One had the body of a bull and the tail of a leopard, the other was a giant with one eye and two hands. This Swan Bujin is indeed a wisdom path Gu immortal. Our Fang clan has been scheming for generations, but now that we have yet to obtain Divine Being Palace, this outsider has gained a huge advantage. Not only did he obtain a rank 7 immortal Gu of our clan, he even subdued two immemorial soul beasts. He has rank 8 battle strength. Fang clan's Gu immortals had different expressions. Fan Yuan's gains were too great, even Third Supreme Elder Fang Huaxing was feeling uneasy. Others were also feeling jealous. However, this was also human nature. Fang clan contributed the most, but so far, it was Fan Yuan, the outsider, who had gained the most. Fang clan was still contributing. It was no wonder that Fang clan's Gu immortals felt uneasy. This Swan Bujin is amazing, he actually has a method to subdue immemorial soul beasts. However, it is not strange that he could move unhindered in Green Ghost Desert and subdue many soul beasts, forming a soul beast army. But why does he want Great Thief Immortal Gu? Could it be that he possesses the inheritance of the Tao of Theft? This Great Thief Immortal Gu is one of the core Immortal Gu of Theft path. It was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable himself. My Fang clan's ancestor obtained it in an accident from a loose immortal who sought refuge with us. Do you think it is so easy to obtain my Fang clan's things? How can we rest until we squeeze out this Swan Bujin's labor? Fang clan's second supreme elder Fang Dichang pondered. He was about to speak when he saw that after subduing the two immemorial soul beasts, Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was heavily injured and needed to recuperate. Friend Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang called out. Fan Yuan did not speak. How are your injuries? Fan Dichang's eyes shined with cold light. Fan Yuan was silent. It seems that Swan Bujin's injuries are very severe. How about I heal you? Fan Dichang continued. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a hoarse and exhausted voice, Don't worry, I'm fine. I can suppress these two immemorial soul beasts. The most important thing now was to attack Divine Being Palace. The changes in God Being Palace were obvious, and it was trying to stall for time. If fellow immortal continues to drag this out, I'm afraid something might happen. Since you are already in our Peach Blossom Maze, there is nothing to be afraid of. A Fang clan Gu immortal said in disdain. Fan Dichang's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan closed his eyes again. This Swan Bujin is so thick-skinned. I originally wanted to order him to attack Divine Being Palace to probe the danger, but I didn't expect him to behave like this. What a pity, what a pity! There was no treaty in the alliance to force him to submit. At this moment, he had to focus on the bigger picture. This Divine Being Palace is the goal of my clan for generations. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Even though Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he could only swallow his anger. He continued to give orders as the three immortal Gu houses expended a large amount of immortal essence again. Countless flower petals fluttered like a storm. In the rain of flowers, a large number of flowery wind warriors formed and were controlled by Fang clan's Gu immortals to attack Divine Being Palace. Go! It is time for you to show your loyalty. Inside Divine Being Palace, Jinny had a cold expression as he ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The latter two looked at each other with worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine had an ugly expression. With our abilities, we will be courting death if we go out and fight. Lord Chen-Yi, please reconsider. Chen-Yi chuckled with a cold gaze. If you disobey my orders, you will die immediately. If you go out and resist, I will still have reinforcements and a trace of hope. As long as you stall for time and let me subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast, I will reward you greatly. You know who I am, and I don't want to lie to you. I will give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Chen-Yi was very domineering, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine could only accept the orders bitterly. They left Divine Bean Palace and faced the Flowery Wind Warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Both sides exchanged fire, surrounding the Divine Bean Palace and fighting intensely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 demonic path goo immortals. They were much more intelligent than immemorial soul beasts. Especially when they had been demonic cultivators for a long time, they had been chased by righteous path forces before. They were very skilled in life-saving techniques. Even though Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were at a disadvantage, they were very resilient. They were able to restrain these Flowery Wind Warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine sustained more and more injuries. The situation became more dangerous. Qinyi was multitasking. He strengthened Divine Bean Palace while suppressing Qing Cho while watching the battle. He praised inwardly. This move is very profound. It can instill an immortal killer move inside, allowing the goo immortals inside the immortal goo house to fully display their unique methods, allowing the immortal goo house to be as agile as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Divine Bean Palace shook and shot out 2 profound lights that landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved and quickly entered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine's bodies. The two were shocked. They quickly inspected their bodies but did not find anything wrong. At this time, Fang Clan attacked again. The two had no time to think. They faced the battle head-on. In the battle, the two soon found something different. When they were injured again, profound lights flashed on their bodies. The injuries were immediately transferred away. They did not affect their bodies. This is Divine Bean Palace's method. Immortal killer move graft wood. Go ahead and use it. Divine Bean Palace will bear the brunt of the damage. At this time, Qinyi's voice resounded in their ears. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were shocked and joyful. They were happy that they still had value. Qinyi did not use them as cannon fodder. Now that he was helping them, they could hold on for a longer period of time. They were shocked that Qinyi had only been in Divine Bean Palace for a short period of time, but he could already control Divine Bean Palace and use a second method. It was clear that Divine Bean Palace was gradually falling into his control. Fang Dichang quickly sensed this change. No matter what killer move Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine received, profound lights flashed on their bodies. They were unscathed. What killer move is this? It is so profound. Not just offensive moves, even some time path and space path supplementary killer moves cannot affect them. Fang Dichang's suspicions intensified. He suddenly ordered Fang Clan's goo immortals. Go and use killer moves to heal those two. Fang Clan's goo immortals were dazed. How could they help the enemy? But Fang Dichang had high prestige. No one objected. They immediately started to move. Healing methods were used on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, but they were useless. Oh? It seems that this Fang Clan goo immortal who is commanding the battle is a capable person. Qinyi's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately saw that Fang Dichang was purposely probing the power of graft wood killer move. Even healing killer moves are useless. Fang Dichang immediately used his method. After deducing for a while, he ordered, "Ignore these two, attack Divine Bean Palace with all your strength." The immortals obeyed. The Flowery Wind Warriors self-detonated one after another. A large number of offensive killer moves with extraordinary power and mystical effects landed on Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Even though the core was not shaken, a large number of mortal goo were lost. Qinyi nodded inwardly. Fang Dichang's plan was very wise. He had already deduced the relationship between Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Divine Bean Palace. When attacking these two goo immortals, any killer move could be dodged or blocked, but Divine Bean Palace did not move. It could only endure the attacks. Furthermore, Fang Clan's killer moves could be amplified by Peach Blossom Maze as long as they were used by the Flowery Wind Warriors. If not for this, Divine Bean Palace would not have been shaken so easily. Qinyi frowned slightly. He could only influence Divine Bean Palace. He could not control it. In fact, in some aspects, he was inferior to Qing Cho. Ching Cho could also influence Divine Being Palace and move this immortal goo house. But now that this authority was taken by Ching Cho, Chen Yi could not move Divine Being Palace, it could only stay on the spot. Chen Yi could kill Ching Cho and obtain this authority. He would be able to make Divine Being Palace fly. But this way, Ching Cho would not be able to live. It would greatly affect Chen Yi's future cultivation plans. Thus, Chen Yi was trying to force Ching Cho to surrender. If he succeeded, not only would Ching Cho work for him, it would also be able to control Divine Being Palace and move around. It would no longer be in a passive position. Fang clan changed their tactics and gained the upper hand. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine became people that no one paid attention to. These two had their own intentions. They were forced by Chen Yi. Now that Fang clan's Gu immortals did not pay attention to them, they were happy to see this. Thus, they conserved their strength and did not attack with full force. Divine Being Palace endured Fang clan's bombardment for half a cup of tea's time. Chen Yi's brows suddenly relaxed. During this period of time, he had a deeper understanding of Divine Being Palace. He could use another method. It is a pity it is not a defensive method, but this move can change the situation, Chen Yi thought. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. At the next moment, Divine Being Palace shook fiercely. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed into jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble. Amidst a series of explosions, only a few of the flowery wind warriors managed to escape. The rest were all killed. This killer move! Fan Dichang's gaze focused. His expression was unprecedentedly grim. This spring lightning not only destroyed the flowery wind warriors, it also landed on the ground and in the air, destroying countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from the immortal battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Normally speaking, if they were destroyed, Peach Blossom Maze killer move could quickly restore them. But the areas that were destroyed by these spring lightning bolts turned into green grass. Moreover, the pine and cypress trees replaced the peach forest, their roots deeply embedded into the ground. Every time a spring thunder exploded, a pine and cypress tree would grow, and gradually, a sparse forest was formed. Even though this small forest could not compare to Peach Blossom Maze, it was like a reef by the sea, stubbornly resisting Peach Blossom Maze's restoration. Chapter 1536. Such a powerful killer move, there is life and death, there is death and life, it combines destruction and rebirth. Peach Blossom Maze is my Fang clan's trump card. It was actually corroded by this move. If it continues, the entire battlefield killer move will be unraveled. Fang Dichang was internally shocked. Once this battlefield killer move was unraveled, the three immortal Gu houses would suffer backlash and be heavily injured. Fang Dichang was very confident in Peach Blossom Maze's power, but now he saw the possibility of it being unraveled. As expected of the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Being Palace, Fan Dichang sighed. He became even more determined to obtain Divine Being Palace. The stronger Divine Being Palace was, the greater the fighting spirit of Fang clan's Gu immortals. Then let's use the third transformation, Fang Dichang willed and ordered. Fang clan's Gu immortals obeyed. They made the remaining flowery wind warriors self-detonate. In the entire Peach Blossom Maze, flower petals fell and vanished, the green leaves turned brown and yellow, the branches became bare again. The only difference was that the tips of these branches were starting to form red peaches. Myriad Life Spring Lightning landed on these peach blossom trees. Most of the power was absorbed by them and turned into nutrients, turning into red peaches. Oh! This moves transformation. Chen Yi's eyes flashed. Myriad Life Spring Lightning's attacks slowed down. Soon, he realized something. It turned out that this Peach Blossom Maze's third transformation was to absorb and store most of the Myriad Life Spring Lightning, not letting it unleash its offensive power. Even though it could not be neutralized, it would not let the Myriad Life Spring Lightning take effect immediately. This was a delaying method, but it was very effective in the current situation. Because the peach blossom forest was huge, it was very difficult to store the fruits, especially when Chen Yi was distracted and could not use his full strength. After Fan Clan used this move, they purposely stalled, causing myriad life spring lightning's effect to be greatly reduced. Chinny could only use 3 methods to influence Divine Beam Palace: Green Armor Vegetable Garden, Graft Wood, and Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Now that these 3 methods were neutralized by Fan Clan, Chinny was at his wit's end. Oh no! Ching-Cho is still resisting. I need to strengthen its influence and obtain the 4th method of Divine Beam Palace. It will take a long time. Fan Clan will definitely strengthen their offensive. They won't give me such a chance. Chinyi's heart tightened. He was in a tight spot. He had to multitask now. On one hand, he had to suppress Ching-Cho, on the other hand, he had to control Divine Beam Palace, and on the other hand, he had to fight Fan Clan. He was inside Divine Beam Palace and could not attack freely. Many of his methods were interfering with this rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Because of this, all of his abilities were actually implicated. Fan Clan seized the opportunity to attack. Peach Blossom Maze could no longer produce flowery romantic warriors at this time. For safety's sake, Fan Dichang did not send his Fan Clan Goo Immortals to fight. He directly summoned the 3 Immortal Goo Houses and attacked Divine Beam Palace from 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Immortal Goo Houses floated in the air, attacking Divine Beam Palace. Divine Beam Palace shook intensely. Mortal Goo continued to be lost soon, and Mortal Goo were injured. At this point, Fan Dichang finally revealed his true intentions. The 3 Immortal Goo Houses and Peach Blossom Maze moved out and attacked fiercely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were so scared that their faces turned pale, not daring to resist. Chinyi knew their thoughts. He sent them back into Divine Beam Palace. These 2 could not block the attacks of 3 Immortal Goo Houses with their weak bodies. There was no value in sacrificing them now. It was better to keep them in the palace. When Divine Beam Palace's entrance is broken and those Fan Clan Goo Immortals come in, they could block them for a while. Time. What Chinyi needed the most now was time. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely control Divine Beam Palace and force Ching-Cho to surrender, turning the situation around. If it was an ordinary opponent, they might have fallen into Chinyi's trap. But Chinyi was facing Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fan Dichang. He had already seen through Chinyi's plan and attacked with all his strength. Chinyi sighed bitterly in his heart. Even though he had held on for so long, Fan Clan's leader had sharp eyes. His plan had become much more difficult. But even at this stage, this first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect was not dejected. He still persisted in his plan. Because he still had one move to use. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Chinyi's eyes opened wide, his body burst out with a towering aura. Dense green smoke rose from his head and shoulders. As the green smoke rose, a huge Karma Divine Tree condensed above Chinyi's head. Around this tree, the whole of Divine Beam Palace started to shake. It seemed to be welcoming Chinyi's arrival. At the same time, Chinyi's speed in affecting Divine Beam Palace rose rapidly. The pressure on Ching-Cho became even greater. Ching-Cho felt a strong sense of danger. It looked up and saw that Karma Divine Tree was emitting a terrifying aura, especially when it saw a huge evil fruit growing on its branches and leaves. This evil fruit was covered in black smoke. It slowly turned into Ching-Cho's form. Ching-Cho's original form had a trace of the wonders of the Karma Divine Tree. Thus, when it looked at it, it had an intuition. Once the black smoke on the evil karma stopped circulating and turned into its complete form, then it would be the moment it would be completely subdued by Chinyi. How could this work? How could this work? Roar! Ching-Cho roared angrily. Its head, which was originally on the verge of death and was pressed tightly against the ground, was raised high at this moment. Its 4 legs supported its heavy body, the snake scales on its neck stood up, its human hair danced wildly, its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Chinyi angrily. It opened its mouth, its tongue was broken, it roared like a tsunami. Amazing! This Ching-Cho is indeed a legendary soul beast. It had been feigning weakness earlier and gathering its strength. Now that I used Karma Divine Tree, it had no choice but to erupt with strength. Chinyi was shocked. This Ching-Cho still had strength left. It was still plotting to turn the situation around. Qin quickly strengthened his suppression. Qin Chao's body shook, its limbs bent, its mountain-like tortoise shell had just risen up when it sank back down. But soon, Qin Chao's body also emitted the aura of countless goo worms. It used an immortal killer move. It was formed from a human's remnant soul. It naturally knew how to cultivate and use immortal killer moves. Earlier, against Fan Yuan, it had lost most of its rationality. It was in a frenzy and violent state. Its tactics were not suitable. But now, against Qin, its rationality took over. It could make the most appropriate response. Qin Chou resisted stubbornly. Qin breathed in deeply, his face turned green and green, he gritted his teeth, his upper body was trembling as he activated Karma Divine Tree. The Karma Divine Tree in the sky above his head grew even larger. Qin Chou felt immense pressure, it growled as it used its second immortal killer move, continuing to resist stubbornly. Like this, the two continued to exert strength, but they were still in a deadlock. Their remaining strength was gradually being used up. You want to enslave me? Dream on! Qin Chou breathed in deeply, it used all of its strength to use its final method. With the rank 8 Soul Beast token as the core, a mystical ripple spread out. This killer move's name was unknown, but the ripple went out of Divine Beam Palace, before passing through Peach Blossom Maze and spreading towards the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The ripple was extremely fast. In a few blinks of an eye, it covered the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The Green Ghost Desert fell silent, and then the entire desert began to tremble. Following this, the Tao runes of the Soul Path were summoned. The runes lit up the entire Blue Demon Desert. Roar, roar, roar! Next, countless soul beasts were summoned. They came to reinforce Qin Chou. Fan Clan's Goo Immortals' expressions changed. Oh no, what killer move is this? The whole of Green Ghost Desert has been affected. Green Ghost Desert has countless soul beasts, it is impossible to count. But they were all affected by this move, they came here. Peach Blossom Maze is a battlefield killer move, it should have isolated the internet, but it could not block this move. At once, Fan Clan's morale fell, they were panicking. I know! Fan Dichan expended his lifespan to make deductions, he soon opened his eyes. That immemorial soul beast in Divine Beam Palace is formed from the fusion of Qin Clan's remnant souls. It is not simple, it has human intelligence, it is a legendary immemorial soul beast. And this Green Ghost Desert's origin is that when Qin Clan's Goo Immortals were slaughtered by spectral soul demon Venerable, the soul path Tao marks were carved here, forming this strange and dangerous land. If Green Ghost Desert is half a battlefield killer move, then this legendary immemorial soul beast is the owner of this move. Right now, it was using all of the soul path Tao marks in the entire Green Ghost Desert to form this unprecedented and terrifying move. By then, not only will countless soul beasts attack us, Peach Blossom Maze will also be corroded by these soul path Tao marks. It will eventually collapse. Fan Dichang was indeed a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He deduced and found out the truth. He immediately gave the order to attack with full force. Fan Clan was fighting for time. Fan Clan was fighting for time to destroy Divine Beam Palace and kill Qin Chou. They would be able to get rid of this move and obtain victory. Qin had to resist Fan Clan while suppressing Qin Chou. He also had to affect Divine Beam Palace. He was fighting for time. Meanwhile, Qin Chou did not dare to surrender. It resisted with all its might. Its most threatening attack was using Soul Beast token Immortal Goo as the core, but it did not have a quick effect. At once, the three sides fell into a stalemate. Any side could win or lose. This battle for Divine Beam Palace had finally reached its most crucial moment. Who would be the biggest winner? Boom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of Divine Beam Palace was destroyed by Fan Clan. Charge in! The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Fan Dichang shouted uncontrollably. Several Fan Clan rank 7 experts entered one after another. Once they entered the hall, they were slightly stunned. Chen, Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Qin Chou were all exposed. Their relationship was quite complicated. Especially that Chen, he was brimming with rank 8 aura. It was very shocking. Chen laughed heartily, he looked at the Fan Clan vanguards with disdain. You are here to die. Fang Dichang was at the back. He saw through Qinyi's bluff. He sneered and ordered. Kill! This person is distracted. His battle strength is being dragged down. Fang Clan's Gu immortals charged forward. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them. Fang Clan had more Gu immortals, a portion of them still charged at Qinyi. They had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Die obediently. With Fang Huaxing at the lead, several Fang Clan Gu immortals used their strongest moves. Chapter 1537. Boom boom boom. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal experts used their abilities to attack Qingyi's body. At once, thunder rumbled endlessly. The intense light illuminated the whole of Divine Being Palace's main hall. As the air currents rumbled, Qinyi stood proudly on the spot, unmoving. His whole body was covered in layers of light spots. It was thick and ancient, like the bark of an old tree. The combined attacks of Fang Clan's Gu immortals were blocked by this layer of tree bark. They could not break through. What defensive method is this? Not only did the rank 7 Gu immortals of Fang Clan suck in a breath of cold air, even Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. This person is not just a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is also an expert among rank 8s. Let's do it again. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were not discouraged. Fang Huaxing shouted as he led the attack. Boom boom boom. Fang Clan's Gu immortals attacked again. Qinyi could not move or dodge. He was hit by all of their attacks. As the blinding light faded, the layer of tree bark around his body was still there. It seemed to have gotten thicker. Fang Dichang's gaze flickered intensely. He finally recognized Qinyi. So it is Heavenly Lotus X's first Supreme Elder, Qinyi. It is not surprising that he has such a defensive method. Qinyi, the first Supreme Elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were active in Western Desert, but they had some information about the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. Hearing that Fang Dichang recognized Qinyi's identity, Fang Clan's Gu immortals' hearts sank. Pressure. A person's shadow was like a tree's bark. Just the title of Heavenly Lotus X's first Supreme Elder was enough to make Fang Clan's Gu immortals feel discouraged. Divine Beam Palace belongs to Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Your Fang Clan wants to forcefully seize it. You are truly looking down on Central Continent, Qinyi said nonchalantly. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were stunned by his demeanor. Since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left Divine Beam Palace in Western Desert, it means that this house belongs to Western Desert. You're just a junior. What right do you have to change your Grandmaster's decision? Fang Dichang sneered. In terms of eloquence, as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he would not lose easily in this aspect. Qinyi laughed. It's useless. My defensive killer move is called Thickwood Body Armor. The more I attack it, the stronger its defense. The first time I use it, its power will be the weakest. Unless you can break through this move, every attack will only increase its power. Qinyi continued to speak. It seemed like he was exposing his trump card, but he was actually using sharp words to shake the Fang Clan Gu immortals' will to fight. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An old and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Then let my husband give it a try. Just as he said that, a rank 7 Gu immortal took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Qinyi. His appearance suddenly changed. From a young rank 7 Gu immortal, he turned into a majestic old man with a white beard that resembled a lion's mane. The old man's muscles bulged like rocks. He clenched his fist, which was the size of an earthenware bowl, and punched Qinyi's face. A fist filled Qinyi's vision. Before the attack even landed, Qinyi's heart was pounding. He felt an unparalleled strength path Dao Mark charge towards him along with this fist. Qinyi's expression changed. He could not dodge this punch, he could only endure it. The fist landed on Qinyi's face. Qinyi immediately felt a terrifying force. It was like a mountain had crashed into his face. In an instant, he was sent flying like a cannonball by the old man. With a loud sound, he flew out like lightning, crashing into the wall of Divine Beam Palace. But he did not fall, he was embedded into the wall. Puff! Qin Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding, his entire head was almost smashed by this punch, his skull was definitely cracked, but Qin Yi quickly used Jade Light to heal himself. As for his defensive killer move, crushing thickwood foundation, it was directly shattered by this old man's punch. Fang Gong, as Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder with rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked in disguise. To think that you would do such a thing! Qin Yi bellowed, the anger in his eyes shooting out like flames. He exposed the mysterious old man's identity. He was actually Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Gong. This Fang Gong cultivates Strength Path after all. He is an extremely rare rank 8 Strength Path Gu Immortal in the current 5 regions. This person concealed himself so deeply, he had been with the group all along. Fang Clan is too determined this time. They even mobilized a rank 8 existence to participate in this expedition. The 2 rounds of attacks from the rank 7 Gu Immortals earlier were all feints. The goal was to pave the way for Fang Gong. This is probably Fang Dichang's plan. Fang Yuan had been watching the battle. He was very shocked. Fang Gong was a grand rank 8 Gu Immortal, first Supreme Elder. He hid his identity and sneak attacked. This was like a government official stealing chickens and dogs. He was completely shameless. If news of this spread, the Righteous Path's reputation would be ruined. However, it was also because of this that Fang Gong suddenly launched a sneak attack, instantly defeating Qin Yi and changing the course of the battle. The results were excellent. The deadlock between the 3 sides immediately broke down. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Gong, forced back Qin Yi. Fang Clan gained the upper hand and started to control the situation. Qin Yi was schemed against and was forced back. His accumulation of Divine Beam Palace was mostly used up. He was in a terrible state. Because of his scheme, he suffered an unprecedented loss. But he still had a chance and hope. His injuries were not severe. Even though Qin Yi's defensive method was broken, he had used Graftwood earlier to protect Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. He naturally left this method for himself. Thus, all of Qin Yi's injuries were taken by Divine Beam Palace. Crack, crack. Divine Beam Palace took the brunt of Fang Gong's attack in place of Qin Yi. Cracks started to appear on the walls of the hall. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the pillars. Crack, crack. Several pillars were covered in cracks as they broke into a pile of goo worm corpses. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he thought. Fang Gong must have used his full strength to attack. Even though that punch looked ordinary and powerless, the power was actually restrained to the limit. That was why Qin Yi's defensive method was broken. The remaining power was still able to cause such huge damage to Divine Beam Palace. Next, Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course, this is also because the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Beam Palace did not activate any defensive method, it was attacked passively. It is also an internal conflict. That is why it is in such a terrible state. Roar! Following the collapse of Divine Beam Palace's pillars, Qin Chao's roars echoed. Divine Beam Palace was heavily damaged, the force that was suppressing it weakened. Qin Chou was one of the beneficiaries. It raised its head and raised its limbs, dissipating the countless spear lights that pierced its body. It showed its might again. Noisy. Fang Gong frowned as he pounced at Qin Chou. Qin Chou roared as it charged at Fang Gong. Boom! Both sides clashed head-on, and Qin Chou howled in pain. Its mountain-like body was actually sent flying by Fang Gong, who was as small as an ant. Fang Gong landed on the ground as he snorted coldly, rubbing his fist before pouncing again. Qin Chou was a legendary immemorial soul beast, but it lost to Fang Gong in close combat. It was at a complete disadvantage. Who is the immemorial desolate beast here? Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Qin Yi furrowed his brows and thought to himself, Fang Gong is fearsome and powerful. I can't let him turn the upper hand and advantage into control of the situation. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Take one of my moves as well. Qin Yi joined the battle to reinforce Qin Chou. Fang Gong was suppressing Qin Chou, but because of Qin Yi's interference, his advantage was gone. If Qin Yi and Qin Chou worked together, Fang Gong would not be their match, but the two had hatred between them, they had to work together. Fang Gong cultivates Strength Path, he restrains his strength, he has a huge advantage here. But here, I can use 60% of my methods. Qinyi felt a bitter feeling, he could not describe it. Divine Beam Palace was something that all three sides needed, thus, in this chaotic battle of rank 8s, the participants restrained their attacks, they did not use their killer moves that had a large area of effect. The three rank 8s were fighting inside Divine Beam Palace. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals had already retreated, staying here was courting death. There was a huge difference between rank 7 and rank 8. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals could not even break Qinyi's defensive methods, this showed how powerful they were. But even though these Fang Clan Gu Immortals retreated, they did not return to Fang Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses, they fought inside Peach Blossom Maze. On one hand they were fighting Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, on the other hand, a large number of soul beasts had already entered Peach Blossom Maze battlefield, they had to be eliminated quickly. This is bad. Fan Dichang's expression was terrible. Green Ghost Desert style marks are seeping in. Peach Blossom Maze battlefield has already been corroded, it cannot last for long. Countless soul beasts are coming here, they cannot be killed all of them. First Supreme Elder is obstructed, he cannot end the battle, what should we do? Even though Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could not solve this problem. Sure enough, as time passed, Fang Dichang's prediction was proven right. Peach Blossom Maze was getting weaker, some areas even had holes, the desert outside could be seen. This was a terrifying scene. Outside Peach Blossom Maze, there were countless soul beasts. They were all summoned by Soul Beast Token, countless of them had already gathered, forming an ocean-like scale. At every moment, large numbers of soul beasts infiltrated Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals could not kill them all. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine felt much less pressure because of this, they worked together, and did not dare to leave rashly. They could only protect themselves and hide. The crucial thing now is Divine Beam Palace. Fan Yuan opened his eyes and stood up, he could see the situation clearly. Inside Divine Beam Palace, the 3 rank 8 existences were still fighting. But Qing Chou was roaring, Fang Gong was solemn, and Qinyi was bitter, their expressions were unsightly. Because even if they restrained themselves, their attacks would affect the whole of Divine Beam Palace, this rank 8 Immortal Gu house would be mostly destroyed. If Divine Beam Palace was destroyed, what was the point of fighting? It was all for Divine Beam Palace. The ironic thing was, in this battle for Divine Beam Palace, they were the culprits that destroyed it. I can help your Fang clan obtain this house. Right at this time, Fan Yuan spoke to Fang Dichang. Chapter 1538. Fang Dichang was stunned. Fan Yuan was disguised as Swan Bujin, but he was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. How could he solve this problem? But soon, Fang Dichang reacted and laughed heartily. Just tell me, what request do I have for you to help me with? He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster after all. Whether or not Fan Yuan had a way, he had to try. And Fan Yuan purposely said this to negotiate. Fan Yuan also smiled. The situation is urgent now, we cannot talk in detail. However, Divine Beam Palace is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If I can help Fang Clan obtain it, what kind of reward can match my contribution? Fang Dichang did not hesitate, he solemnly bowed to Fan Yuan and said sincerely, I can guarantee with my reputation that Fang Clan will definitely give you a reward worthy of your contribution. Good. Then let's set an alliance agreement. According to my contribution, I will be rewarded in the future. Fan Yuan clapped. Both sides immediately set an alliance agreement. Please open inquiry doc and let me take action personally. Fan Yuan said again. Fan Dichang was surprised, he thought that Fan Yuan had found some flaw, after all, Fan Yuan was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. To think that he wanted to take action personally. Forget about it, he had to leave the Immortal Gu House inquiry doc. Once he left, it would not be safe outside. Especially inside Divine Beam Palace. The 3 rank 8 existences were fighting intensely. The rank 7 Gu Immortals were very different, they might die from the shockwaves of the battle. Fan Dichang hesitated. It is not safe for you to take action personally. Why don't I use Peach Blossom Maze Killer move to summon Flowery Wind Warrior? You can use this move to display your talent. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. I have to take action personally for this move. Don't worry, I will not do anything that is detrimental to Fan Clan. Fan Dichang was not worried about this. After all, be it the previous alliance agreement or the newly set alliance agreement, there were relevant rules. Once Fan Yuan did something that went against the interests of the Fan Clan, it would be considered a breach of contract, and he would be severely punished. But since Fan Yuan said so, Fan Dichang could not stop him. He immediately opened Inquiry Dock. Fan Yuan soared into the sky and arrived at the Peach Blossom Maze. Fan Dichang watched Fan Yuan's movements without blinking. He wanted to see what methods Fan Yuan had to help Fan Clan obtain Immortal Gu House Divine Being Palace. At the next moment, Fan Dichang's eyes widened. It turned out that Fan Yuan had barged into the Divine Being Palace. Is he courting death? At once, Fan Clan's Gu Immortals only had this thought in their minds. But this time, Fan Yuan came prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Yama. He activated the Immortal Killer move that he had created in Inquiry Dock not long ago. Once he used this move, the layer of silk undergarments on the surface of his soul shone with a profound light. Along with this layer of light, the outer layer of the soul was affected, which was the Ghost Official outfit. The Ghost Official garment expanded rapidly and spread to Fan Yuan's body, instantly turning into a yellowish-brown imperial robe with some traces of green. Wide sleeves, a jade belt around the waist, the robe seemed to be embroidered with all sorts of ghosts and monsters using golden threads. There was also a crown on his head with beaded curtains hanging down from the front and back. Once he used this move, Fan Yuan's aura changed completely. He became eerie and unfathomable. What is this person doing? Chen Yi squinted with cold light flickering in his eyes. That rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal? Fan Gong recognized him but did not understand. The two were vigilant and did not attack casually. Fan Gong had received Fan Dichang's notice. While Chen Yi did not make a move, he wanted to observe the situation. After all, if he attacked casually, Fan Gong would seize the opportunity. Fan Yuan entered Divine Being Palace. The 3 rank 8 existences had been fighting. Their battle strength and mental energy were greatly expended. Chen Yi did not attack. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He increased his speed and charged towards Qingqiu. Seeing that Fan Yuan had such a clear goal, Chen Yi and Fan Gong's attacks slowed down. What is he trying to do? Fan Clan's Gu Immortals were all looking at Fan Yuan. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal is approaching a legendary immemorial soul beast. This. Seeing that Fan Yuan was acting so rashly, many Fan Clan Gu Immortals did not know what to say. Qingqiu roared. It charged at Fan Gong. Qingqiu roared again. It charged at Chen Yi. Fan Yuan directly came to its side, but it didn't pay any attention to him, it didn't even sense him. This was the effect of Yama. This move was very special, because its core was the Immortal Killer move Ghostly Concealment. All along, Fan Yuan's Ghostly Concealment had not been effective because it did not coordinate with Fan Yuan's other methods. Qingqiu could discover Fan Yuan earlier because Fan Yuan used the killer move to fight. This was Fan Yuan exposing himself. But it was different now. Fan Yuan had Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. Even though he could not comprehend the profundities of ghostly concealment, he had enough ability to make good use of this rank 9 killer move. Yama was one of the results of Fan Yuan's deductions. It combined ghostly concealment and ghost official garment. They were indistinguishable and did not conflict with each other. After Fan Yuan used Yama, no matter what he did, Qingqiu could not discover him. Seeing that Fan Yuan was on Qingqiu's tortoise shell, be it Fan Clan or the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, they were stunned. What is going on? He came to Qingqiu's side so easily? This Qingqiu is a great legendary immemorial beast. It has an immortal aperture and can cultivate. Many Fan Clan Gu Immortals were stunned. But what Fan Yuan was about to do next almost made these Fan Clan Gu Immortals' eyeballs explode. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan stood on Qin Chao's back. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at it. He was only rank 7, he dared to provoke a rank 8 existence like this. Many Fang Clan Gu immortals had these two thoughts. One was this person courting death? The other was, even though he was rash, they had to admire his courage. Qin Chou roared. It pounced at Fang Gong. Fang Gong. Again? Qin Chou roared. It charged at Chen Yi. Chen Yi. You idiot, there's someone on your back. Chen Yi felt that something was amiss. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, he had been acting strangely. Thus, he reminded Qin Chou. Qin Chou was still rational. It was about to turn around when Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was activated. A huge black eerie hand entered Qin Chou's body. Qin Chou turned around and looked at its back. Fang Yuan was there, but it could not see him. Next, it roared angrily. It pounced at Chen Yi with anger of being deceived. Chen Yi was also furious. He shouted, "You idiot, stop!" Fang Gong was also moved, he thought. This Swan Bujin's method is incredible. He is right in front of me, but Qin Chou cannot sense him at all. What method is this? Also, he is on Qin Chou's back. It is not simple. What is he trying to do? At the next moment, Fang Gong's question was answered. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He pulled out the ghost hand that entered Qin Chou's body. When that ghost hand flew out, it opened its fingers like a fan. This time, it came back even faster. Its fingers were clenched as if it was grabbing something. Success! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept the ghost hand inside. Qin Chou's mountain-like body suddenly shook and cracks appeared all over its body. The edges of its turtle shell even shattered into countless pieces and collapsed on the spot. It was a soul beast. It could not spit out blood, but this scene showed that it was heavily injured. Fury! Fury! Qin Chou roared at the sky with all its might. The angry sound waves shook the entire Divine Being Palace. For a moment, the entire Divine Being Palace shook. What is going on? What did Swan Bujin do? This guy seems to have taken something away. Fang Gong and Chen Yi were bewildered. Chen Yi squinted. He wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but Fang Gong shielded him and blocked him. Boom! At the next moment, Qin Chou's entire body crashed over. Fang Gong and Chen Yi quickly dodged. Qin Chou roared. Who is it? You two, which one of you stole my soul beast command? What? Hearing Qin Chou's roar, the Gu immortals present were all shaken. He actually has such a method to steal the rank 8 immortal Gu's soul beast token? No wonder he asked for Great Thief Immortal Gu earlier. Such a method! Fang Dichang's eyes were wide open. He was filled with shock. This person is not simple. He concealed himself so deeply. Qin Chou has an immortal aperture. He can actually steal immortal Gu, and rank 8 at that. At once, Chen Yi thought of a famous person in history, that was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Did this person obtain a Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Chen Yi thought as he shouted. Qin Chou, you idiot, I already reminded you that there is someone on your back. We did not steal it, it is that guy, he is at the palace entrance. Qin Chou turned around and saw that Fang Yuan had flown to the palace entrance, but Qin Chou could not see him. Qin Chou used an investigative immortal killer move, but it could not find him either. The investigative killer move found Fang Yuan, but in Qin Chou's perception, there was nothing. Qin Chou became even more furious. This time, it targeted Chen Yi as it roared. You idiot, it must be you! You idiot! Chen Yi was furious and aggrieved. He retaliated. Both sides exchanged blows. The battle escalated. Fang Gong saw something amiss. The three sides had restrained themselves earlier, but now that Qin Chou lost the rank 8 immortal Gu, it was going crazy. It was filled with anger. How could it control itself? Fang Gong tried to persuade it, but how could he? Not only was he unable to persuade it, Chen Yi was not willing to face Qin Chou's anger alone. He flew to its side. Thus, Fang Gong was implicated as well. The three rank 8 existences fought again. But this time was different. The three sides did not hold back. they use their killer moves. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.